All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live and welcome to today's KRC Productions coverage of the 2025 Daytona 500. A little bit of a hiccup there on the starting things. I was having some internet connection issues, and then when I tried to restart my laptop, I had to go through an update. But here we are about 12 minutes later than expected. We're still earlier than what we would typically be for a NASCAR race Sunday. Most weekends out of the year, for those of you familiar with the channel, obviously know that we go live for the Cup Series races about a half hour to 45 minutes before the start of the race. But today we have an over 1 hour pre-race show. We'll go through all the normal predictions that we would normally have, who I think is going to run well, not run well, maybe some underdog picks for the race win. Obviously, we'll go through the starting lineup, which you can see on our screen at the moment. We'll go more in depth with that, obviously, the closer we get to the drop of the green flag for the race. I'll let you listen into some of Fox's pre-race on NASCAR race day. And something a little new with this being an extra long pre-race show for the Daytona 500, we'll do a quiz as well. You can vote for who you think is going to win the Daytona 500 in the chat poll. That will be open all the way until the end of stage 2 in today's race, just like we usually would be having on a normal live commentary stream. Greatly appreciate everybody holding on in the chat before the start of this one. Thank you for waiting patiently. But we are here now, and hopefully we have no hiccups along the way. Weather is going to be a big issue, I think, for the Daytona 500. I think a lot of people are very aware. If you've checked the forecast for this afternoon in the Daytona Beach, Florida area, they are supposed to be getting thunderstorms just after 3 p.m. Eastern. Now, yesterday it was looking like it was going to start raining about 1:30, 2 o'clock, so that has been pushed back a little bit, giving us a better chance to at least get this race started. And obviously, we will start on time at about 2 p.m. Eastern. 2 days ago, it would have been Friday morning, if I remember correctly, NASCAR had made an update knowing that there was a possibility of rain this Sunday afternoon in Daytona, that they were going to move the start time up an hour. So we had to move our start time up an hour, hence the reason why we are live right now. But we are set to go. It is Daytona 500 Sunday, and I feel like a kid again. There's snow on the ground outside of my house, so it's like a white Christmas here today. Stu Isaac, Tyler Burbeck, Adrian K., Red Earn Slider, and Max Verstappen fan, thank you for tuning in. William Walton Jr., you guys are the first in the chat below. Try to shout you guys out as much as I can if I see any newcomers in the chat throughout the course of the stream. A lot easier to do that in the pre-race. Something I haven't really highlighted much throughout Speed Week on the channel and all of our coverage of these live commentary streams from Wednesday night all the way to today is the Fantasy League. We haven't talked about it much. It kind of slipped under the radar for me, but obviously, NASCAR Fantasy League is going to start today. You can join our Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. As you see right here on screen, there will be a tab towards the top of the screen. You'll click on it. It'll say Fantasy, obviously. If you're on the NASCAR mobile app, there will be 3 bars at the top left-hand corner of the screen. You'll click that, and there will be a Live tab. That's Fantasy Live. Obviously, right here, we can go. I'm not logged in on my laptop at the moment. It logged me out because I haven't logged in on my laptop in a while. But as you can see, you'll have 5 starters every single week. You'll have a garage pick, and you have until the end of Stage 2 to put your starting 5 in. And you can only start the same driver up to 10 times throughout the course of the regular season, which is 26 races. There will be bonus picks as well, head-to-head. This week, it's Joey Logano versus Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott versus Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson versus Kyle Busch, the Kyle and Kyle show there, and then Bubba Wallace versus William Byron. So those are the 4. That'll change every week automatically, obviously, depending on the track. And yeah, that's all you need to know for that side of things. Our league name is KRC League, KRC in all capital letters, a space, and then capital L on league. If you win our league at the end of the regular season or the playoff championship, we'll have 2 different champions, just like we have had the last couple of years. Then you win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season. For those of you that I tried to get into contact with over Instagram via messaging there, direct messaging, we had obviously 3 winners last year because we had a tie in the playoffs for the championship. So an unprecedented thing happened there where after 10 races, we had 2 people that were tied with the same exact points. That is definitely the first time we have had that in the first couple of years of the channel. Greatly appreciate everybody tuning in here this afternoon, and this is our 8th and final stream of Speed Week this year. Let me put in the chat real quick the KRC name. I know many of you are probably already in the league, but if you are not, obviously the season starts here in about an hour and 15 minutes or so. Fantasy lineups usually lock up about 5 minutes before the start of the race. So 2 p.m. Eastern is our scheduled green flag drop time. 1:55 Eastern is when the fantasy league will lock up. Let me go back to the starting lineup page. Tyler Burbeck, welcome to the stream also. Bond 1771, AJ Summers. Welcome in. Cannot believe AJ's stats for fantasy at Daytona. It's actually pretty wild. Talk about AJ Allmendinger, I take it. Yeah, he's had some good runs over the years. Very sneaky quick. And colleague racing on the Xfinity Series programs obviously had good runs on the super speedways in the past. Lately in the Xfinity Series side, it's been RCR since Austin Hill has gotten there, and obviously Jesse Love winning the Xfinity Series race yesterday. But yeah, the Cup side, you wouldn't necessarily think of it. He's more of a, miss the big one, stay out of incidents kind of deal to get his good finishes, not really running up towards the front. But yeah, he's had some good races here in the past. He's been a contender for the win, the 500, every so often. Hasn't won it yet, but we'll see what he can do here today. Looking at the chat to see if anybody else has any win picks right now. You can throw out whatever you want in the chat. I'll try to get to it as soon as I possibly can, as we are in our pre-race. Pitbull was just playing a concert at Daytona in the infield moments ago. They were airing that on Fox's broadcast. If Pitbull's at NASCAR, it's got to be some sort of a party in Daytona here today. It's already a party whenever it's Daytona 500 Sunday for the race fans. You throw Pitbull, President of the United States, is supposed to be at the race. It's a big event day. It's a really big day in American motorsports. I'm trying to decide on what we should go through first. I'll let the chat decide for me. What do you want to do first? You want me to go through my predictions for the race, or do you want to do the quiz? Because I do have a Sporkle quiz lined up for our pre-race to try to buy extra time because we're going live about a half hour earlier than we usually would. Andrew Coleman, he's going Blaney. Well, that's my guy. I hope he wins the race, selfishly. And I think he's going to be really good. The Ford's always tough to beat here at Daytona, Talladega, Atlanta. The super speedways with this next-gen car, they just seem to control the race the best. And the Toyotas have looked very fast this week, and after Thursday, I would have been leaning towards them. But them not practicing as much as the Fords were. The Fords were on track through pretty much the entirety of the 50-minute practice session yesterday and Friday, and they were quick, and they were leading a pack. They were able to make passes in a single file line when they would jump out. They just look like they're in such a cohesive unit. You get a bunch of them together, and it can be a deadly duo. You just got to find that track position. But yeah, you get the Penske cars, the FRM cars up there, just like we had last season in the Daytona 500. They controlled the race up until about 5 to go, and all hell broke loose. Win pick is going to be Bold. It's back in 2022, so it's been a couple years now. And his Daytona stats are left a little to be desired. His best Daytona 500 finish is 7th. And he's only had one top 10, I do believe, which was that 7th place finish. It was within the last couple of years, so I'll give him that. Obviously, he's only been in the Cup Series for a few years, so it would have been within the last couple of years. Yeah, let the chat decide here. You guys want me to do the Sporkle quiz? The Sporkle quiz for today, because it's the Daytona 500, there's a bunch of ads popping up on this website. But it's going to be an 8-minute timer. Going to try to name all of the Daytona 500 winners. Obviously, I had to pick a Daytona 500 quiz. So there's 66 of them, obviously. And I'm going to try to challenge myself and go in descending order from 2024 back to 19. It gets back into the 60s, and that's where it gets really washy for me. Especially on a year-by-year basis. I could probably get them all if I just throw them out there, but I'm trying to challenge myself with it along the way. Which might end up costing me. 8 minutes is not a lot of time to type all that either. So I got to be quick. I'll look at the chat if needed. Yeah, some good picks down there. Got some good picks. I do like the Blaney pick. I do like the Fords. There are a couple Toyota drivers who I think can be really good today as well, which I'll talk about when we get into the actual pre-race prediction side of things with this pre-race show. Diecast showing will be at the end of stage 2, just as usual as well. We got a lot planned on top of obviously the race itself, that being the Daytona 500 here today. I think I'm just going to go through the predictions first, and then you guys can basically feed off of my predictions as far as if you agree or disagree. But I've got the stats to back it up, so it's going to be hard to talk me off of my ledge. There might be other options. I try to narrow it down to 2 to 3 every single week for each category. But of me getting them all correct aren't going to be as high as if I narrow it down to just a couple. And usually I start off with the drivers who I don't think are going to run particularly well, so kind of start with the negative and try to end with the positive. And obviously the most important prediction every weekend is who I think is going to win the Daytona 500 as well. So we'll go with that. So starting with the don't have picks, and this will also help for anybody playing in our fantasy league as well on NASCAR.com or the NASCAR mobile app. If you have these two drivers, you should probably take them out. Last year, I had an absurd record picking the don't have picks every single weekend. I think the overall record at the season's end was like 60-14 or something ridiculous, where if I picked a driver to not finish in the top 10, out of the 70-something times I picked it, only 14 times that they actually finished in the top 10, and I was proven wrong on that. So that was by far the most consistent category I had. It was like 50-50 on the sleeper picks, and I had a pretty good record for the must-haves as well, but the don't-have list, it was ridiculous. It would be like 5 laps into a race, and the guy I said that wasn't going to run well would like drop Persing drivers. It's kind of funny how quick the predictions ended up panning out. So this weekend for the Daytona 500, my two drivers on the don't have list, and this one might shock you because he drives a Ford, and this car went to victory lane in the summer Daytona event last year, that being the 21 of Josh Berry. Josh Berry's had 8 races in his NASCAR Cup Series career on super speedways or drafting tracks, so that'd be Atlanta, Talladega, Daytona. He only has 2 top 20 finishes. His best finish is 16th. In his only Daytona 500 start, which was last year, he finished 25th. He's starting towards the back of the field as he crashed late in his dual race, so he is in a backup car. Was running consistent in the middle going to the race, kind of up in contention, but by the end, he wasn't up there with some of the other Fords that were competing for the win in his duel. So I had to put Josh Berry on the don't have list for this weekend. I'm not going to pick on him much for the don't haves this year because I know he's not in great equipment. But at super speedways, we expect the Wood brothers to be a contender. Obviously, Trevor Bayne winning the Daytona 500 in 2011. Like I mentioned last summer with the 21 car going to victory lane. Again, Ford's just being so good with this next-gen car on these drafting/super speedway racetracks. So Josh Berry is going to be the first of my don't have picks for this weekend. Daniel Suarez is going to be another one of my don't have picks. Now, it's weird. Daniel Suarez at Daytona and Talladega, awful. Like, really, really bad. One of the worst drivers of the full-time Cup Series regulars in average finish. 27.7 average finish in the Daytona 500. He has only one career top 10 and 15 starts at Daytona in both the summer and the Daytona 500 events combined. Not good at all. But then you go to a track like Atlanta, and he's finished in the top 5 in 3 of the last 4 races there. So it's strange to me that at Atlanta, he is good, which is obviously a much different animal when it comes to the drafting side of things compared to a Daytona Talladega. But then Daytona Talladega, he just can't get out of harm's way. Or he just doesn't run well throughout the course of the race, a combination of the two. So stay away from Daniel Suarez this weekend, though. Next weekend at Atlanta, he wouldn't be a bad pick and definitely could fall into the sleeper category, but this week, stay away from him. And obviously, when you get 10 starts in the fantasy league side of things for these guys, obviously, early in the year, if I'm telling you to stay away from a guy, and I don't think they're going to run particularly well, definitely stay away from them. Because you could start them later in the season. You'll have many more opportunities to do so. Austin Cindric and Bubba Wallace are my two dark horses to win the Daytona 500 here for this weekend. I was very strong on Bubba, and I almost took him to win this race. We've had a lot of underdog winners in the last several years. You look back at 2021, it was Michael McDowell getting his first career win in the Daytona 500. And then you go the next season, Austin Cindric, first career win, Daytona 500. And then you fast forward to 2023, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., although he has won at Daytona before in the summer event, it was his first Daytona 500, and at that time it was only his fourth career Cup Series win, so hasn't won much. We'll see what he can do. Actually, no, it was his third career Cup Series win at that time. So again, it just kind of, we get these underdog winners championship for the last couple of years, and maybe could be a future champion in the sport. So a kind of a return to form. It was Hendrick Motorsports as well going to victory lane in the Great American Race, but still a driver who has, a dozen or less career Cup wins, getting the win in the Daytona 500. If that trend continues, Austin Cindric and Bubba Wallace, I think, could be those names. As for Bubba Wallace, I'll start first with him. I think he's the best Toyota of that group. Sometime Daytona 500 winner could be up there. Christopher Bell, who I'm going to have on my must-have list, spoiler alert, I think is a very strong finish as well for this race. But there's just something about Wallace at Daytona. He's so gosh darn good here. He's got 2 career runner-up finishes in 2018 and 2022 in the Daytona 500. And he has finished 5th and 2nd in the last 2 Daytona 500. So he finished 5th last year, and again, that runner-up in 2022 with the next gen. Last summer, he finished 6th at Daytona, so he has starts. He won his dual race on Thursday. First career dual win for him at this racetrack. He's been close to doing that several times, finally got it done. So yeah, he is going to be a threat here today. Interesting side note, he has a 14.1 average finish in the Daytona 500. That is second best of any active driver, only behind Denny Hamlin. And not only it's the second best of any active driver, but that's at least with 5 plus starts. He has been insane. So 14.1 average finish on a super speedway track. That is really, really good. So I really like Bubba Wallace. He's on my fantasy team today, and I think he should be on yours too. You're probably not going to start him a lot more throughout the course of the season, so he should be a really good pick. Austin Cindric, kind of the same thing. You're probably not going to start him a lot this year. He's a good sleeper pick for maybe your garage. Won his dual race as well from the pole nonetheless, so he's got a fast car and single car speed because he qualified on the front row Wednesday night. Then he goes out on Thursday night, wins his dual race. I expect big things from Austin Cindric. He won this race with this very car in 2022 as well, and he is going to be a threat to say the least. He has great runs at Daytona. In 2022, not only won the 500, but he also finished 3rd in the summer race. And last year, although he didn't have great finishes at Daytona, again, Fords and Penske really controlled the 500 and controlled the entire race. Even though it wasn't a Penske Ford that necessarily won the summer event, they still got the victory lane with the affiliated team, of course, at the Wood Brothers with Harrison Burton at the time in the 21. The don't-haves are Josh Berry and Daniel Suarez. So as for the must-have picks for this weekend, I've actually got 3 of them on this list. And Kyle Busch, I've been very high on since before Speed Week started, so I'll throw his name out there first. He has 4 top 10 finishes in the 6 points-paying races at Daytona with the next-gen car. He finished 2nd by a nose to Harrison Burton in the summer race last year. He was leading in the final 5 laps of the Daytona 500 last season and the season before, which are his only 2 Daytona 500s in the 8 car that he currently drives at Richard Childress Racing. He won at Talladega with Childress in 2023 as well. He is very good at these drafting tracks with RCR, Austin Dillon included, really, for that matter. If both those 2 cars can get to the front of the field like they have the last couple years and try to control the race late, especially if there's more Chevys up there this time around versus what they've had with just the 2 of them, they could upset the Fords here today. I do think that they're going to be the best Chevys in this race, even though we haven't seen the speed from them through the dual races in particular this year compared to what we saw out of them the last couple of years. I still have faith he's going to have a good run. And if you're a historical nerd, I'm sure many of you know Richard Childress Racing, Dale Earnhardt Sr., Kyle Busch. There's been a lot of comparisons between the two's driving style over their careers. They're both running for the same team now. Kyle Busch in his 20th career Daytona 500 start today. in Dale Earnhardt Sr.'s 20th career start in the Daytona 500. He finally got his first Daytona 500 win after winning almost everything else the sport has to offer. Kyle Busch has won almost everything the sport has to offer. He's a two-time Cup Series champion. He's over 60 race win all time in the NASCAR Cup Series level. He's top 10 on that list, but he hasn't won the Daytona 500, and he's running for the same guy for that won this race, back in 1998 for the 20th time. So there is some history there, and I will say, if my pick doesn't win, and if my favorite driver doesn't win this race today, it would be very cool to see Kyle Busch finally break through and win the Daytona 500, and I think a lot of the chat could probably agree on that. So that is definitely the sentimental pick for the race for many, and I do think he's at the very least going to have a pretty good run. Christopher Bell is going to be one of the top Toyotas in the field today. You would think Denny Hamlin at Joe Gibbs Racing to be the top Toyota. Mentioned Bubba Wallace, I think, is going to have a good run today. But Christopher Bell actually has had great finishes at Daytona. Third place in 3 of the last 4 races here, including the last 2 Daytona 500s. Hasn't won at the racetrack, but he did win his dual race a couple of years ago in that event. He's got a 15.4 average finish in the Daytona 500 in his Cup Series career. His first one would have been 2020, so he's only had 5 Daytona 500 starts, so it's kind of a smaller sample size, but still 4th best in the Cup Series right now. And again, the only 2 drivers better, Bubba Wallace, who I think is going to have a good run, Denny Hamlin, who is a 3-time 500 winner, and Joey Logano, who I also have on the must-have list. So I like Christopher Bell. I think he can get a good run today. I'm probably not as confident about him compared to the other sleepers or must-haves on this pick, just because for some reason in my brain, I don't think of Christopher Bell as being a great super speedway racer, but the stats prove that he actually is halfway decent at it, even though he hasn't won. So I don't expect him to win the race today, but he can be in contention late if he keeps out of, obviously, any incidences. Joey Logano, as I kind of spoiled already, is my last of the must-have picks, and he is my favorite to win the Daytona 500 today. I picked him last year. He was in contention until the final couple laps of the race. I pretty much picked a Penske Ford at every super speedway race last season, and it worked for me picking Joey Logano in the Atlanta summer race. He dominated that one. Ryan Blaney I took in the first Atlanta race, and he finished second by a nose. I picked Joey Logano in the 500 last year. He led the most laps. I got to pick him again, and until, Penske stops dominating these super speedway races, whether they win or not, I have to keep taking the Penske Ford because, again, the stats just, they don't lie. I am one for always taking the safe pick more often than not. He looks fast this weekend as well. And he's had great finishes at Daytona since 2023. This is going to include the dual races. 4 top 5s and 5 top 10s in the last 7 races here. So that would include the duels in 23, the 500, the summer race of last year and 23, and obviously the 500 last year as well. Like I mentioned already, he led the most laps in this race a season ago also. Qualified 4th for the Daytona 500 initially on speed. He finished in 5th in his duel, so he's starting top 10 of the race. He's got a good starting spot. He'll have the track position early, so if we see any kind of fuel mileage games, at least he'll be up there. And his teammate Austin Cindric is up there, obviously after winning his dual race, and he'll be on the front row as well. So they can maybe get aligned early on and control things from the get-go. He looked like in his duel he was able to make some moves as well, even though he ended up finishing in 5th. So looking for today. And he's my pick to win. My first pick of the season. Taking Joey Logano. Mr. Maniac, thanks for tuning in. What time does the flag drop? 2 p.m. Eastern. Emogene Blevins, thanks for tuning in. Going for Ryan Blaney in the number 12. Good pick. Carter Cathorn taking Kyle Busch. Sentimental favorite, and I think he will be quick, as I mentioned already. Kyle Lance, what's up to you as well? Ace Alshire taking Chase Elliott. That's not a bad pick. Hendrick obviously was quick here in the 500 last year. They finished 1st and 2nd in the race. Controlled it in the final couple laps after the Fords got in that giant wreck, setting up the late race restart. So not a bad one. There's been a lot of talk about Chase Elliott because his dad won the Clash and the Daytona 500 in the same year. I don't think that that's going to correlate as much today, considering the Clash is now on a short track for a long time. But there might be some sort of significance there historically as well. And he's had good runs at super speedways. He is definitely better at Talladega than Daytona. He hasn't won at Daytona yet. He's won 3 times at Dega already. But could have a solid finish. I wouldn't be shocked. Wade, thanks for tuning in. Troy the Great, welcome to the stream. Yeah, yeah. If he wins, go to Cheddar's tomorrow. You get a free chicken tender meal. We didn't get that last year because he went winless for the first time in his Cup career. But we had it 3 times the year before that, so I didn't take advantage of it. And I was actually thinking about it after the Gateway race he won back in 2023. I was like, what? I should get Cheddar's for dinner tonight. Get the free meal. I'm a NASCAR fan. I should support that. And I wasn't feeling it. And he already won 3 races in the first 13 that year. So I was like, oh, he's probably going to win a couple more times this year. I'll just go next time. And then go figure he hasn't won since. It's been a year and a half. It's been a year and a half, and he hasn't won since then. So hopefully he breaks through sometime soon. And the same thing also, again, for the historical side of things, Dale Sr. in 1998, when he won the Daytona 500, he went winless the season before that. So I'm telling you, man, 20 years of trying, 20 years of frustration. Could we see it again? Job Barber, thanks for tuning in. KB, Bubba, Larson, Joey Cindric, Bell, Blaney. Those are all really good picks. Kyle Larson's an interesting one. Most people wouldn't think of him as having good runs here, but in the next-gen car, he has actually been up in contention for the win in the final 5 to 10 laps of these races. You go back and watch the finish of a Dega race or a Daytona race. Not Atlanta. Atlanta, he's been really awful still, but Talladega and Daytona with the next-gen, he has been in contention. He almost won the race in 23. Remember, he tried to cram it 3 wide up the middle for the lead on the last lap, and that's what sparked the final lap crash in which Stenhouse made it out with the race win. But he almost won that race, had a big run. If he could have made it through there, he probably would have won that race. Talladega the last couple years, I've known that he's been in the top 3 late and in contention for the win. He might win one of these super speedway races sometime soon at again, Daytona or a Talladega. He's just getting better and better, which, Kyle Larson undoubtedly, in my mind, is the best racer in the world right now, and especially in America, in any form of motorsport. You would have to think he's going to break through and figure this out eventually. All right. So we've gone to the race just to quickly recap who I picked for my must-haves, sleepers, don't-haves. And I'll run that down real quickly again as well. Again, the don't-have picks, Daniel Suarez and Josh Berry. Sleeper picks, Bubba Wallace, Austin Cindric. Must-have picks this weekend, Christopher Bell, Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, and Joey Logano, my race win pick. I tried to kind of spread the manufacturers out instead of just basically taking all Fords and Toyotas, because I really do think Kyle Busch could be the best Chevy in the race today. I wouldn't be surprised if William Byron had another good run. He's been really good on super speedways, both before the next gen era, his first career win at Daytona in the summer of 22 in the Gen 6 car, and obviously won the Daytona 500 last year. He's got 2 wins at Atlanta. So Byron could be a good pick as well. He's starting top 5 in the 5th place position after finishing up towards the front of the field in his dual race Thursday night, dual race number 1. William Byron could be a good underdog pick also. See Kyle at Vero Speedway in New Mexico. Kyle Larson, I take it. Yeah, he's racing everywhere all the time. I said earlier in the stream, or not this stream, but earlier in the week at some point during speed weeks, I just don't think he sleeps. I'm convinced that he doesn't sleep at night, or he sleeps a couple hours a night. He's one of those people that would wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and study race film or something. I don't know. He really is a different breed. They're all a different breed when you're a race car driver, but Kyle Larson's just really something special, and I'm glad we have someone like him in the sport today. All right, let's have some fun. Trivia time. We got more people in the chat than what we started the stream off with as well. Here we go. I haven't done this on a pre-race before, and we actually might see more trivia later because we usually do trivia during rain delays, and we have looming rainstorm, thunderstorm coming later this afternoon at Daytona. I hope it misses the track, but it's probably not going to miss. So if we do end up having a delay, we will be right back here. But this is a quiz I wanted to do for sure today, so we're going to get it done in the pre-race. Plus, we went live an extra bit early. We still got 48 minutes before the race starts. This is going to occupy about the next 8 minutes or so. I have to name every Daytona 500 champion. I'm going to challenge myself by going in descending order, see how far I can get there first, and then if the time's starting to run low, I'm just going to start throwing names out there that I know have won the Daytona 500. I've done this before. I've done this quiz before. I think we did it during one of the rain delays last year, and I think we missed we missed a couple of them. And by we, I mean I. I will take the blame for that. I'm the one trying to do this. You can help along in the chat. I'm going to try not to look at the chat right away, unless I absolutely need help if we're down to the final minute and my brain is on autopilot at that point. So here we go. And I only have to type the last name. Doesn't have to be capital letters. I got to be quick. I am not a fast typer. That's what always throws me off with this. I'm waiting to hit start. I need to be ready and in the zone. All right, William Byron was the 2024 winner. Then he had Stenhouse. See, I already mistyped that. Stenhouse, Cindric. I was there. That was the only 500 I attended. 22. McDowell. He was Hamlin. So was 2019 and 2016. 2018 was Austin Dillon. 2017 was Kurt Busch. 2015 Logano. Earnhardt in 2014 and 2004, and Dale Jr. was those. Dale Sr. 98, which we already talked about. We got him because he has the same last name, of course. 2013 Jimmy Johnson, Kenseth, and he also won in 2009. 2011 Trevor Bayne, upset of the century. 2010 Jamie McMurray on the Fox broadcast pre-race right now. 2008 was Ryan Newman, the Rocket Man. 2007 Kevin Harvick, future NASCAR Hall of Famer. 2005, Jeff Gordon. That's going to give us a couple in the 90s, which would have been 99 and 97. 2003, Michael Waltrip, same as 2001. It's going to give us Darrell Waltrip for 89 also. 2002, Ward Burton, his only one. 2000, Dale Jarrett. That's going to give us a couple more as well. 96, 93. Sterling Marlin, back-to-back in 95, 94. 92, having a brain fart here. I want to say Allison. Okay, I was having a brain fart. That was his best season of his career, and I was like, man, I think he won the 500. We got Bobby Allison for 88, 82, and 78 as well. 1991. Golly. This is before I was born, by the way, at this point. So, 91. Come on. See, this is where I'm showing my age. Ernie, no, it wasn't Irvin. No, you know what? What year did Bodine was in the 80s? Bodine was 86. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Ernie Irvin. Why did I put Ernie Irvin? Chad, I need help. Let me throw a couple names out there that I know won it. We got Petty, Richard Petty, 7 times, with Jimmy Johnson in there. That was terrible. Yarborough has some wins. David Pearson has some win. 1 win. I was thinking he had more than that. Let's see here. Yeah, not Carl Edwards. Frank Powers, welcome to the stream. 1991. Why am I drawing such a blank on that? That is so bad. I should know that. 87 was Bill Elliott. Same for 85. 1980. And Yarborough Pearson. There you go, Waltrip. It was Irvin? That's what I thought. I put it in. Okay, so I was right. I'm glad I knew that. I misspelled his name. I put IN instead of AN on Irvin. Okay, that makes me feel better about myself because I was like, I should know that. I know it was before I was born, but my historical references to knowing NASCAR knowledge, I should have known that, and I did. I just misspelled his name. Okay, so thank you for doubling down on that in the chat because I would have flipped out if I saw that at the end because I'm like, I knew it was him. All right, so 1980. 1980. Don't Google this. by the way, if you are trying to help. We need to win this fair and square. I should get more than this. Fireball Roberts never won a... Oh, he did. Okay. He didn't win a championship, but he won a 500. 69 was... I know that. I know that. Andretti. Mario Andretti. AJ Foyt, 72. We got 7 more, and we got 3 minutes to get there. Why is 1980 drawing me a blank right now? I put Bodine already. That was 86. Benny Parsons is on the list, 75. See, you do this thing once a year. Happy Daytona Day to you as well, Robert Goodrich. 1980, man. Why is that? 1980. We got 80, 70, 69. I thought Andretti was 69. I guess he was 67. Unic? No. Oh, man. Lund? Yep, Tiny Lund, 1963. Gosh, we got 2 minutes. 5 more. We got Junior Johnson already. It was 1960. Baker. Oh my gosh. You know what? I forgot him last year. Now that you mentioned that. Thank you. Buddy Baker. 1980. I always forget about Buddy and Buck Baker on these lists, and I don't know why. Okay, so thank you for that. So we got 70, 69, 65, and 61. See, this is where I thought I was going to get stumped at this point. This is where I thought I was going to get stumped. Oh, man. Who have we not? Weatherly. Oh, he's not on here. Leroy Yarbrough. Yep, that was 69. Oh, man, we got 1 minute. Or 3 away. My competitive nature is getting the best of me right now. Oh, my gosh. Is there like a basic last name? That was off the wall right there. Pete Hamilton. Oh, thank you. 1970. I got that on my own. Richard Petty's teammate. 65-61. Oh my goodness. We're so close. 20 seconds. Silver Fox, we got him already. David Pearson. Oh my gosh. We are so close. This has to be closer than last year. Yep. We're going to be 2 off. 61 and 65. Who do we have here? Marvin Panch, Fred Lorenzen. I could have gotten that, but it would have taken me a while. I mean, we crushed the average score, but I was trying to go for perfect because I knew we would get way above average. I'm too smart to not get above average. Oh, jeez. Somebody in the chat put Panch. It was a little late. I didn't see it before the time ran out. Panch and Lorenzen. Both in the NASCAR Hall of Fame, I do believe. Yeah, I mean, it was close. It was close. Golly. The chat did help with the Baker. That would have upset me a little bit because I definitely know I missed him last year. I always forget about the Baker brothers on these Sporkle quizzes. Do the top 5 for 72 to 23. We have time. We can do one more. We still have over a half hour before the race starts. I only planned on doing this one, so I had it at the ready. Yeah, we could do another Daytona 500. Quiz. Might have to put it in the search bar. You said top 5? All right. Yeah, they got top 5 on here. I got to see what 12 minutes. Yeah, we can do that. I was hoping it wasn't going to be one of those 20 to 30 minute ones. Yeah, we can do this. 12 minutes. So this is modern era then, 72 to 23. So it doesn't have last year, but it's pretty close to up to date. All right, let's do this. We got one more. I wasn't expecting this. My brain was ready for the first one, so this one might actually be a little harder. But we know all the winners because we just saw that. Plus, we got all the winners up to 72 anyway. So, all right, so we'll do that first. We'll get the winners. Not Byron, Stenhouse, because they'll start filling more of the top 5s. Cindric, McDowell, Hamlin, Dylan, Bush, Kurt. He's gonna pop on here a ton. Yeah. 2013, Johnson, Kenseth, Bain, McMurray. 2008 was Newman, Harvick. Whoops. Harvick, Gordon. At least we get a chance to try to redeem ourselves from the last one. Waltrip, Burton, Jarrett, Marlin. Scroll down the screen. See the list here. Allison, Irvin. I'll spell it right this time. Oh, I did. Oh my gosh. I spelled it wrong again. Dope. At least we knew it for sure. Elliott. Bodine. It's 86. We'll put Baker on here before I forget him again. Bro. It's going to be on here. Yar. Pearson. Oh, Hamilton was in the 60s. My bad. Let's see. Remember Baker. Yeah, I remembered Baker. Can't pass level 1665 on Candy Crush. Thanks for tuning in. Earl Arnold Jr., welcome to the stream also. Tim Brown, Bill Jackson. I'll shout you guys out when we get through this quiz. If I missed anybody else. Yeah, Parsons. Parsons. Put the caps lock on by accident there. 72. Voigt. All right, so we got all the winners. Top 5s. Now we just start throwing out names of great drivers over yesteryear. We got Biffle, Edwards, Martin. Just throw out Roush driver names in the chat. We got McMurray already because he won. We got Bush, Stenhouse. Anybody who's ever driven for Roush. Edwards. Yeah, I already put him. What am I doing? Burton. Jeff Burton drove for him. Oh, we already got Burton. Yeah, that's right, because we put Ward Burton. That might be it. As far as guys that I could... Well, no, that's not it, because Chad Little drove for him. He didn't get a top 5. Just checking it off. Musgrave drove for him. Yeah, Ted Musgrave's on the list. See, that's why I'm glad I did not forget about some of these guys. Did we get all the Roush guys? Trevor Bain's already on here. I think we got all the Roush guys. I'm just going to take that we got all the Roush guys, so we'll go Hendrick next. Bowman. Elliott's already on here because we had Bill Elliott, same last name. So Kenny Schrader, he's on here quite a bit. Nemechek. Nemechek didn't get a top 5 ever. Casey Mears? Yep. Second, 2006. That's right. Who else drives for Kyle Larson? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I did my research. His best finish is 7th. When I was doing my research earlier in the week. Yeah, Larson hasn't even had a top 5. Let's see here. Again, we're going through Hendrick Motorsport drivers right now. Casey Mears, Casey Kane. Casey Kane never had a top 5 in the 500. Yeah, we got Logano and Kedza. We got all the winners. Just put Bubba Wallace because I know he was runner-up in 22. Runner-up in 17 was my guy Blaney. 16 runner-up was Truex. Now I'm starting to jump all over the place, which is not good. Too early for that. Stewart. Labonte. Terry Labonte falls under the Hendrick. 2002 runner-up. Gosh, it wasn't Marlin because he got DQ'd. I could think of the run to the caution flag before the last restart, but then like the last restart to me is a blur with that race. I was pretty young, so you have to cut me some slack there. But I do runner up in 2002. That bothers me. Sadler? Elliott Sadler? I saw that in the chat. That was not me that pulled that one. That's a good pull, by the way. He's definitely a name that would have appeared on here multiple times, as he did. Jimmy Spencer's going to be on the list. He was a great. Oh my gosh, he's not even on the list. Wow, that's shocking. Sorensen is on here. I know that for a fact. Reed Sorensen. 2008. Scott Riggs on here? Yep, 2005. That's right. I do remember him in the picture for the win there. 2009 is tough because that was range shortened, so that's going to be a tough one. David Rudiman on the list? Nope. Yeah, we got McMurray because he's a former winner. Patrick Chatterley, welcome to the stream. Norman Danner, welcome. Yeah, I didn't stick to my game plan of just going through like all these Hendrick drivers and stuff. We got through Roush. Hendrick. Think of Hendrick drivers. Chat. Tim Richmond. No, wow, he didn't. Okay, well, he wasn't around long. What else is a Hendrick driver we've never named yet? On here. 97, 25 car for Hendrick. Have we gotten all the Hendrick drivers? Because I don't think I have. I feel like I'm missing some. Eric Jones is going to be on here. That's a good pull. Christopher Bell is on here. JJ Yaley on here? Nope. Good pull in the chat on Rudd. 2004. Third place. 2011 Gilliland is that one, I believe. Oh, wow, he fell out. Wait, hang on. I didn't spell it right. Gilliland. Okay, I remember David Gilliland being around the finish. 2014 Earnhardt Hamlin. Who was third behind Dale Jr. that year? Not ever. And he's not on the list. Okay. William Wiley, thanks for tuning in. If you're wondering what we're doing right now, we're naming top 5 finishers in Daytona 500 history. Modern era only, so 72 to 23. We got 2 minutes, 40 seconds left. And then we will get back to our regularly scheduled programming. Geez. 2004. Montoya is a good pick. Yeah, he might be on here. Oh, well, it was a good try. It was a good try. I haven't looked at the chat enough on here. Jerry Nadeau might be on here. That's another Hendrick driver. Thank you for that. Nade, I gotta spell his name right. Nope. It was a good poll though. There's quite a few names we put on here that aren't on the list, which I'm shocked. Bobby Hamilton? Damn. Josh Wise. Just trying to think of back marker drivers. Wow, we have a lot of this list already. Start throwing out some names in the early 70s. Who are some good drivers back in the 80s that didn't win the Daytona 500? Because there's a lot of them in the 80s, early 90s that we haven't named. Second behind Davey Allison in 92. Trying to think back to that. Kulwicki? He's on the list. He finished fourth in 92, though, not second. Who finished second in 92? Coop Cooper, thanks for tuning in. It's getting tough. Oh, wow, we only got 15 seconds. Yeah, I think this is where we, Scott. That's a deep pull right there. I figured that wasn't gonna. Morgan Shepherd was second in 92. Oh, man. I was trying to picture that in my head. Because everybody remembers Davey Allison winning. Jeremy Mayfield on the list. Kenny Irwin Jr. Both were third in 98, 99. Scott Wimmer, that's right, 04. He was in the picture there late. He finished third in 2004. Mike Skinner, fourth in 99. Then you got Hut Strickland, fourth in 93. Rick Mass is on the list. Neil Bonnet, Bobby Hillin Jr., Neil Bonnet. 12 minutes was not a lot of time. Usually for these lists, they're like 20 minutes. I knew I wasn't going to get the perfect score this time around. Ramo Stott, third in 74. I don't know if I would have came to that. Don't think of when it comes to NASCAR. Herschel McGriff, top 5 in 73. James Hilton, Charlie Glotzback was runner-up to A.J. Foyt in 21. Joe Ruttman's on the list. Clint Moyer, oh boy. Fourth place in 09 and 2010. A.J. Allmendinger in 09 was third. That was tough for me because that was range short, and so outside of Kenseth winning that race, I really don't remember. That's about all I remember of 09. Chris Buescher is on the list. Chase Briscoe's on the list. Buescher's on here 3 times. Eric Almirola, that's a good driver. Brad Keselowski. I didn't get the Penske when I was going through the teams. That's why I wanted to go through the team names, but we were starting to run out of time. Jeremy Mayfield on the list. David Root. Oh, Rudiman was on the list. I put his name. I must have spelled it wrong. Well, that was one I should have gotten. I must have only put one N or something. He usually spells his name correctly. I mean, we crushed the average again. I expect to do that. If we don't get average throughout the season doing these quizzes, I might have to give up the channel. No, I'm kidding. Might have to question my NASCAR fandom. No, in all seriousness, we did a great job on that one, and you guys helped a lot with that. 83%. We had some names on there that were some good pulls, I thought, that just didn't get a top 5 ever in the Daytona 500, and it's crazy because there's some good drivers that we were naming. All right, that is going to end our quiz portion of our Daytona 500 pre-race stream. We're up to 52 likes already. Greatly appreciate it. There we go. I'll let you listen into some of the pre-race when they get back from the commercial break they're currently airing on Fox. get some of the pre-race festivities in here on the actual live broadcast. Marlon never win one. Yeah, he won back-to-back 500s in 94, 95. We did get all the winners. When we did the Daytona 500 win, Daytona 500 winner list, I knew I could get close, and we were 2 off, and we needed Fred Lorenzen and Marvin Panch. And that one, outside of Baker, which I just forgot about 1980, outside of that one, I got all the other ones. And for most of them that I just kind of threw the name out there, which was mainly in the 60s. I knew what year they won it. Andretti, for some reason, 67. I thought it was 69, but then we ended up getting 69 anyway, which was Leroy Yarborough. So, yeah, all right. I'll let you listen in to the broadcast here as we get closer to the drop of the green flag for the Daytona 500. 20 minutes away from the start of this 500-mile race.
A symphony of speed and spectacle. It's the crucible where nerves are tested and dreams teeter between triumph and disaster. Pushes just keep getting bigger and bigger. That 200 miles per hour. This superspeedway demands everything. Precision, courage. Split-second decision doesn't just change a race. It changes a legacy. Greats become icons. And the unexpected becomes unforgettable. Now just 200 laps stand between them and racing immortality. Welcome to the great American race.
And a big thank you to Academy Award winner Morgan Freeman, who you can see in My Dead Friend Zoe in theaters February 28th.
I didn't realize that was Morgan Freeman doing.
41 race cars and 1 presidential limousine are lined up on pit road, ready for the start of the 67th annual Daytona 500 on Fox. What a scene for this, the biggest day of any stock car racing year, and even bigger, with a sitting president coming to the Daytona 500 for only the 3rd time in history. 43 different men have won the 500. 8 are in today's race, and 1 is standing right alongside me. That's Kevin Harvick. Clint Boyer has finished 4th in the great race twice. What a day. How big can it get?
It doesn't get any bigger. This is the biggest race of their lives. The Daytona 500 is it for our sport. The buildup, the hype, everything, the energy is blowing through these guys' veins like fire, like wildfire. You got the president on the ground, the Thunderbirds flying overhead. Daytona has America on display.
Well, hold on, Clint, because all that hype is usually what causes one of those early cautions. As a driver, you have to take a deep breath. You have to focus on what you're supposed to be doing, because everything that's happening down there can be very overwhelming. So it's a big moment. Still makes the hair on my arm stand up, and I can't wait.
Well, the fear is the big one, and that is the big accident. We've had several all through the week, this week already in the qualifying races on Thursday. And our stat boys put together that the danger zone is from 5th to 30th. You need to be in front of that or behind that.
That's a pretty big zone.
I was going to say,
it is.
Typical stat guys there. Let's narrow it down a little bit. But I don't think there's a safe place, and I think that their stats are right. I think as you are leading this race, getting those pushes is super important. And with this car, those pushes have become more and more aggressive as we get towards the end of the race. And ultimately, that's going to result in a wreck. There's just no way around it.
That's the inevitable. And the biggest thing is there's no way. Everybody thinks they can look into a crystal ball and this is the lap they're going to wreck, or this is the situation that's going to happen. You don't know. You have to go out there, put yourself in position, just like last year's William Byron, right? He was the one that got turned into the guy leading the race and wiped them all out, ultimately leading him to win the Great American Race. That can happen. It can happen to anybody in this race today.
Well, we saw the president there talking with the king, stock car racing's king, Richard Petty, and with Greg Biffle, who led a fleet of helicopters to relief in western North Carolina after the hurricanes there. Biff's going to get a selfie.
That's my guy.
A nice memento of that trip to Daytona. So, who will set the pace today, and how fast a pace will it be?
Well, I think in the beginning it's going to be a fast pace, and I think for the drivers, the big thing that you have to do starting this race is get used to the pace of the field with all the cars in it. That pace will be a lot different than what you practiced with. It'll be a lot different than what you had in the duels, and you have to be able to readjust yourself to the way that things are happening and still calm down.
Yeah, to your point, Kevin, you have to remember the duels, half the field. None of these cars on the racetrack has had the speed, had the downforce or lack of downforce under what they're going to feel for the whole field of 40 cars to be out there. The pace picks up, grip level goes down.
Toyota on the pole for the first time ever in the history of the 500. Chase Briscoe will lead them to green. Will he stay there, and for how long?
Well, that's a good question. I think as this thing starts to play out, all those circumstances start to change. But Chase Briscoe is in the opportunity of his life in that 19 car. We saw that car have so much success through the years with Martin Truex Jr. But I believe that when you have a driver and a crew chief that are as motivated as Chase Briscoe and James Small, great things are going to happen for this 19 car. But today, you have to be able to control the race as long as you can, and that is hard to do here.
Well, as we saw the Penske camp do it in the second duel. How do you do that? You do it with teammates like Denny Hamlin, three-time champion of the Daytona 500. But you heard me talk about Logano. Him and Austin Cindric worked so well together in duel number 2. It was amazing, the whale of a job that they did to get Cindric the win.
Christopher Bell often flies under the radar, but boy, he and Kyle Larson competed all last season for the most wins.
Well, he's soon, over the next few years, will become the leader of Joe Gibbs Racing, so it'll be great to see him do what he does inside the car today.
Bubba Wallace, a winner on Thursday night. All right, let's go trackside with Jamie Little.
Well, I'm joined now by the President of the United States. Mr. President, 5 years ago, we were standing in this very spot. What brings you back to the great American race?
I think it's fantastic. It's great for the country. Our country is doing well again, and we have spirit all over the world. There's spirit again. We brought it back, and it's been less than 4 weeks. So you'll see what we do in a little period of time. It's going to only get better, but this is very exciting.
You brought your granddaughter. I know some of your other family members are here. You get to take a ride around in the Beast. What is that like?
I'll let you know in about 2 minutes because they're going to be going quite quickly, I understand.
You just got to meet some of the drivers. Are you going to get on the radio again and talk to them before the start of this?
And I say they have a lot of courage doing this. It's I see it, and I've been here, and they have a lot of guts, as they would say.
Mr. President, enjoy your time.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you, Jamie. What a day in Daytona, the 67th annual Daytona 500 at the ready. Rain perhaps on the way, so we'll be racing to get past halfway just as quickly as possible here. 41 cars, drivers from 4 countries, most of them NASCAR Cup Series regulars, getting ready to flip the switch and race into history. Let's go trackside for the command.
Daytona International Speedway. Here to give the command to fire engines from Marvel Studios' Captain America Brave New World, now in theaters. Please welcome Captain America himself, Anthony Mackie.
Start your engine! "200 laps, destiny awaits. Perhaps one of these drivers to hoist the Harley Earl Trophy in Daytona Victory Lane."
If you have it, Van.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is almost that time. The 2025 Daytona 500 is just about a dozen minutes or less away from the green flag dropping to get this 200-lap, 500-mile race underway. So now, for ourselves, it is time to go through the starting lineup and look at the 41-car field for this year's Daytona 500, the 67th running of the Great American Race. On the front row, and for the first time ever in Daytona 500 history, it'll be a Toyota starting from the pole. Chase Briscoe in the 19 car for Joe Gibbs Racing. His first year with that team will lead the field to the green today. And Austin Cindric, our dual race number 2 winner and the 2022 Daytona 500 winner, will be starting second. In row number 2, it'll be Bubba Wallace, a 2-time Daytona 500 runner-up, and the dual runner-up from dual race number 2 Thursday night, Eric Jones. In row number 3, William Byron along with Chris Buescher. Byron, the 2024 Daytona 500 winner, the 2023 Summer Daytona winner for Chris Buescher. Ty Dillon, new ride for him. He'll start inside of row 4. He'll be full-time in the tent for Colleague Racing this season. And Denny Hamlin, the 3-time Daytona 500 winner, will be on the outside of that row. Rounding out the top 10 in row 5 will be Ross Chastain. His best 500 finish is 7th. And Joey Logano is a 2015 Daytona 500 winner, trying to win it for the second time today, 10 years later. In row number 6, it'll be Tyler Reddick. He made the championship 4 last year, career high in the point standings. And Corey LaJoie, 3 top 10 finishes in his last 5 Daytona 500 starts. It'll be the 12th start for A.J. Allmendinger as he will bring up the inside of row 7. And Todd Gilliland will be in a new car this year, still at Front Row Motorsports, switching from the 38 car to the 34, excuse me. And row number 7 for Todd Gilliland here today. In row number 8, it'll be Austin Dillon, the 2018 Daytona 500 winner, and another 2-time runner-up winner, but never, or 2-time runner-up, but never a winner of the Great American Race, Ryan Blaney in row 8. Row number 9 will be Chase Elliott, who won the Clash at Bowman Gray Stadium a couple weeks ago. John Hunter Nemechek making his 3rd career 500 start today in row 9 as well. Top half of the field will round out with Justin Allgaier making the Junior Motorsports Cup Series debut inside of row 10. Christopher Bell will be on the outside of that row. He's finished 3rd in the last 2 Daytona 500s. In row number 11, the Kyle and Kyle show. Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson. Larson's best finish, 7th in the 500, and Kyle Busch making his 20th attempt at the Daytona 500 today. Still looking for his first win in this race. Ty Gibbs, who was the Rookie of the Year in 2023, will be inside of row 12. Riley Herbst, who's going for the Rookie of the Year this year, in 2025 will be on the outside of the row. Another former 500 winner inside of row number 13, that's Michael McDowell. He won in 2021. And Shane Van Gisbergen making his Daytona 500 debut this weekend and is also running for the Rookie of the Year honors, will be in row 13. Row 14 behind them will be Ryan Preece, new ride for him in the 60 at RFK Racing. And Cody Ware in his 5th career Daytona 500 start will be on the outside of the row. Josh Berry also in a new ride in the 21 for the Wood Brothers will be inside of row 15. And Cole Custer, the 2023 Xfinity Series champion, back in the Cup Series full-time this year. This will be his 3rd career 500 start. Josh Berry in a new, already went through that. Row 16, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the 2023 Daytona 500 winner, will bring up towards the rear of the field. Noah Gragson making the switch to Front Row Motorsports after the closure of Stuart Haas Racing at the end of last season. In row number 18, it'll be Justin Haley, the 2019 Summer Race Daytona winner, and Daniel Suarez, who only has 1 career top 10 finish in the 500, looking to rewrite that history today with a good run. In row number 19, it'll be Zane Smith and Alex Bowman. Bowman, a runner-up in the 500 a season ago. Zane Smith is back with Front Row Motorsports, where he won a truck title with a couple of years ago. Now at the Cup level, he'll be making his 2nd full-time season in the Cup Series this year. Row number 20, a lot of prestige there. Martin Truex Jr. in his 21st Daytona 500, part-time this season after retiring from full-time competition last year. Jimmy Johnson, 2-time Daytona 500 winner, also on a part-time schedule this season. Jimmy Johnson, the 2006 and 2013 winner. Elio Castroneves will round out the rear of the field in row 21. He'll be the 41st starter for this race. Had a provisional to get the starting spot after failing to make it on speed and or racing his way in Thursday night. Castroneves, of course, a 4-time Indianapolis 500 winner, but making his Cup Series debut here this afternoon. That is the starting lineup for the race. I'll let the broadcast play out the next couple minutes as the cars start to roll off of pit road and we get closer to the start of the Great American Race.
Class credentials. The team had to apply for that more than 90 days in advance. Team Track has to. Castroneves, the 4-time Indy winner and 3-time Rolex 24-hour race winner, has that provisional start in 41st position.
They're rolling, guys.
Well, this is where it all starts, Clint. I mean, right here. You got to make sure you start dotting the I's and crossing the T's to get your job done, prepping for pit road, making sure everything's functioning correctly. You've gone through your belts and everything as a driver, and now you roll off through that checklist and make sure that you're ready to go.
It's not every day you get a president to be the pace car and lead the field to green. That's pretty cool.
I always felt like when the president showed up at the race and was able to attend the Daytona 500, it just took things to another level. Everybody from the sponsorship side of things is already here. But when that president of the United States is leading you around on the pace laps, you know this means something.
That heavily armored limousine weighs approximately 22,000 pounds. No official figures are given. And its top speed is a well-kept secret.
Well, they're going to need it. They're going to need all they can get. If he gets up on the high banks, 31 degrees at Daytona, you heard him. The man said himself. They tell me it's going to be fast, so better get in and buckle up.
Now, in a regular street car, you need to drive 65 miles an hour or more just to stay up on the banking. Otherwise, its steepness will kind of spit you down and out.
Honestly, when I give rides around Daytona, places like here in Talladega, my favorite thing to do is actually slow them down. Let them feel that. They get really nervous thinking the car's going to flip over at slow speed. At high speed, when these guys get up upwards 200 mile an hour, believe it or not, you don't even feel the bank, do you, Kevin?
No, and when you're going slow like that, it feels like the car is actually going to spin out the wrong way down the hill.
Or flip over.
Yeah, or flip over, one of the other.
Toyotas, Fords, and Chevrolets fill the field. As this lap is recorded for posterity. Into the back straightaway, nearly 3,000 feet of asphalt ribbon. And then they bank sharply up into the 31-degree banking of turn number 3. Something the limousine will not attempt to do.
Well, we got to dissect. We're racers. I don't know about the air pressures. What do you think they're running in that thing? You think they're at minimums? You think they're down a little bit? I mean, we got to find an edge somewhere.
Well, the thing that they're going to find an edge at is what these 2 extra pace laps mean. And that'll immediately spin the crew chiefs and engineers out into a different cycle of strategy. So
Sting it, Kevin. I'm trying to have some fun here. Now you're going right down to the fun police has arrived, and we're down to the details already. He's worried about fuel mileage. Already complaining about fuel mileage. I love it.
Well, we actually want to win the race, Clint, right?
Man,
we don't want to just be in it.
I want to be.
We want to win.
Show and win the race. It's a long ways from now.
All right, here comes the field off turn number 4, behind the presidential motorcade. Oftentimes, the series director for NASCAR will address the drivers, but the next voice you hear will be the President of the United States.
Mr. President, thank you for joining us to get this year's Great American Race for the Daytona 500 started. The radio is yours, sir.
I don't think he knows that the radio's his.
Once the ceremonial pace laps are finished, the president will retire to a VIP suite and watch at least the first stage of today's race.
I was hoping that he'd stick around at least for the end. I feel like it'd be cool if he stopped by in victory lane at the end of the race. But knowing that there's inclement weather coming, I don't know that's going to happen.
was a great sight to see all the folks in the stands jumping up, grabbing phones, grabbing cameras as Air Force One did a flyby of the speedway before landing.
You know, we're very fortunate, Kevin, you and I, this sport's given us everything in our lives. Very fortunate to have a sport that somebody as powerful as the President of the United States of America wants to come and be a part of it, be present. It means a lot to the sport of NASCAR and everybody involved.
It does mean a lot, and I've been fortunate to, go to the White House and meet with several presidents, and Donald Trump has been so good to the sport, being and attending events, the Daytona 500 twice now. So it's a great sight to see.
All right, the motorcade heads for pit road. They will not be stopping for tires and fuel.
No fuel.
And a wave from Donald Trump, President of the United States, to send the field on its way.
It's a lot of people. 100,000 plus.
Cool stuff.
And with that, let's have a look at the starting lineup for the 67th Daytona 500. Indiana's Chase Briscoe, first Toyota ever to win the pole for the 500, with Austin Cindric, the 2022 winner of this race. They have the front row. Row number 2, Bubba Wallace, a two-time runner-up who won his dual race Thursday night, and Eric Jones making his best Daytona 500 start.
Well, let's dial up Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace, Kevin, and the guys up in the Fox booth. A lot of hype here, buddy. How do you keep yourself calm, and what do you think we're in store for at the beginning of this race?
Yeah, I mean, start here, so. Our McDonald's team, with the whole the Camry, is running really fast. She was able to show this on Thursday, but now it's time for a real test here. I think the start, it's a big fuel saving game now. That's all we talk about in our meetings, is how can we capitalize on fuel saving and keep the lead, which is damn near impossible. We'll see what's going on. Have a good day, and it's going to get us going finally.
All right, well, I appreciate you talking about fuel already. My partner just left the booth because that's what I was
Tell him
talking
my
about.
pick team. Tell him my
Good luck, man.
I appreciate it.
All right, row 3, we got William Byron, defending Daytona 500 champion on his outside. Chris Buescher, keep an eye on him, Daytona winner in August. Also, row 4, Ty Dillon, proud to welcome North Carolina and 3-time Daytona champion Denny Hamlin.
Row 5, we've got Ross Chastain, the only Florida driver in the field, and Joey Logano, 3-time champ.
Let's dial up on Joey Logano. How about you, Joey Logano, boy and the boys up in the booth?
Yeah, what's happening?
You're happening, buddy. Daytona 500. We've got the president here. Thunderbirds in the air. You gotta be just jumping to get out here and get started. Tell me about your car. I loved what you guys had, teamwork in the Penske duel number 2 with you and Cindric.
Yeah, like what we got going on here. We got a really cool looking show Enzo Mustang with in collaboration with the IndyCar stuff with it to do it with Ducard and the Indy 500 win. So we want to make this thing up front, end up there. I think we got a good piece. We got a great team and a great car. So we can do our job now.
All right, man. Good luck out there. Do you think?
All right, row number 6, Tyler Reddick with 3 wins last year, and Corey LaJoie making one of his few starts this year.
All right, row number 7, you got AJ Allmendinger, finished top 10 in his last 4 starts at Daytona 500. On his outside, Todd Gilliland, best Daytona 500 start.
Row 8, we've got Austin Dillon from Welcome, North Carolina, and Ryan Blaney, our 2023 champ.
Row 9, 2020 Cup champ Chase Elliott and John Hunter Nemechek. Jamie?
Mike, 7-time most popular driver Chase Elliott is entering his 10th Daytona 500. This is the one. This is the trophy that has eluded him. Now, he starts mid-pack today, but they tell me the plan is to get to the front as quickly as possible. He also said he was very comfortable being aggressive in practice. So watch that 9 car to go front. They feel like they have a car capable of winning.
Row 10, Xfinity champ Justin Allgaier driving for Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Christopher Bell, who's finished 3rd in this race both of the last 2 years. Regan?
Mike Christopher Bell is a part of new generation Cup Series superstars, willing to drive anything, anytime, anywhere, and win while doing it. Last year, statistically speaking, a career year for Christopher Bell. 3 wins, and as you just mentioned, a 3rd place runner-up or 3rd place finish in the Daytona 500. That has him coming into today confident that today is the day he puts his name on the Harley J. Earl Trophy.
Row 11, Kyle Busch, two-time Cup champion. This is his 20th try at the Daytona 500. And Kyle Larson, who's won nearly everything in the Cup Series except this. Josh.
Well, there is no doubt Kyle Larson is one of the best drivers on the planet. He's won
He's the
races
best.
in a number of different disciplines in motorsports, but the 2021 Cup champ has yet to win the Daytona 500. 0-11 in the Great American Race. 0-21 here at Daytona. We're talking to Kyle. His confidence isn't shaken. He said he's led late in this race. He's put himself in position. It's just about executing when he gets that shot, so there's no need to change. As crew chief Cliff Daniels says, hey, it's not a matter of if, but when he wins this race.
Row 12, we've got making his third start, Ty Gibbs, and Rookie of the Year contender, Riley Herbst. Row 13, we've got 2021 Daytona 500 winner Michael McDowell, and making his first Daytona 500 start, Shane Van Gisbergen.
All right, row number 14, Ryan Priest, new RFK driver. Keep an eye on the number 60. On his outside, Cody Ware in a 51 car. Row 15, Proud of the Wood Brothers. That's right. Number 21, Josh Berry. On his outside, number 41, Cole Custer.
Ricky Stenhouse, Noah Gregson in row number 16. Row 17, Carson Hocevar and Brad Keselowski.
Row 18 is Justin Haley and Daniel Suarez.
Now, row 19, Zane Smith and Alex Bowman.
Back in the 20th row, a couple of Cup champs, Martin Truex and Jimmy Johnson, and Helio Castroneves with the provisional starting spot, 41st. Now let's take a closer look at the science of drafting with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
Yeah, Mike, these drivers are going to be running over 180 miles per hour for 200 laps or 500 miles. But the way you can max out speed is the draft with cars lined up, nose to tail. Let's go to our Toyota Cutaway car and show you about the draft. This is a single car in race mode running wide open. Notice how the airflow goes across the car. Max downforce, but it hurts the speed of the car, 180 miles per hour. I want to bring in a second car that's going to line up behind it. Notice how the airflow changes. These two cars almost become like one unit, a gain of 3 to 4 miles per hour. I'm going to add one more car, a third car, and I want you to notice when it pulls up to the tail of the second car, how the airflow starts at the nose of the lead car, all the way to the back of the trail car, another 3 or 4 miles per hour, 186 miles per hour. Optimum is 7 cars lined up. That's about over 190 miles per hour. But if we get the whole pack organized, guys, that's well over 190. But one factor today, wind gust up to 30 miles per hour. It'll be like an airplane, a tailwind down the backstretch.
Well, and Larry talked about 7 cars being the maximum number of cars that you really want if you're by yourself making those green flag pit stops. And that's what we're going to talk about all day. How do we get organized and how do we make our line run the fastest?
Busch Lights.
Slightly delayed start for this one, but we are about to get underway here in the next less than 1 pace lap. Chase Briscoe, again, will be the first Toyota driver to lead the field of the green in Daytona 500 history. And they've been around in the sport for a while. Surprising that they didn't get the pole before that, but they have it now. 65 laps in stages 1 and 2 are 4 laps. Truex selects the inside lane for the start, and the 67th running of the Daytona 500 is underway. Green flag is in the air, and the 2025 NASCAR season is upon us. Winning the race down towards turn 1 is the pole sitter Chase Briscoe. All clear. Fellow Toyota driver Bubba Wallace in line behind him. No major bump drafting going on as they got the speed on the front stretch. We'll see what will happen down the back straightaway. As they exit turn 2, gridlock 2x2 all the way through the field, and the bump drafting at the front of both the inside and outside line will begin. Primarily down on the bottom with the 23 of Wallace, giving a great shove to the 19 of Briscoe. Briscoe leads the field into 3 and 4. All clear, side by side for second on back between Cindric and Wallace. Exiting turn 4, the 19 will stay down on the bottom still, controlling the line with the Toyotas as they continue to work together, and the pole sitter Briscoe will lead lap 1 of the Daytona 500. About a half a car length or so when they cross the stripe ahead of Cindric, the 2022 500 winner, who is back to his outside again, but by the time they got back into turns 1 and 2 on lap 2, back nose to nose for second. Cindric's not getting a great push from Eric Jones, who is also in a Toyota on the outside. Part of the reason why the 19 car was able to lead that first lap is the 23 is able to get to his back bumper. Jones, for one reason or another, hasn't gotten to the back bumper of the 2 car in front of him, and that outside lane might start to go backwards if he doesn't utilize the bump draft at some point. Through the tri-oval as they get into the start-finish line this time. Again, the lap leader is Briscoe. A little closer at the line between the 19 and the 2 that time. More no. Briscoe into turns 1 and 2. He's able to pull clear in the center of the corner on both ends of the speedway when they do get there. And then down the back straightaway, or both straightaways, front stretch, back stretch, the outside starts to gain a little bit more momentum. They enter the corner, and it's back to the bottom. And now the 2 cars on the inside are clear. And Bubba Wallace will move up in front of the 2 of Cindric. Same for the race leader of Briscoe. And William Byron will lead the inside line as the top 4 cars are clear on the outside. The outside was the more preferred line, or the line that seemed to be going in a better, faster direction than the inside line in both dual races on Thursday. And we've seen the outside progress very well throughout the truck and Xfinity races the last couple of days, even ARCA to a certain extent, better than the inside line in years past. As the track continues to age, we are in its 15th season of NASCAR racing on this Daytona surface, last repaved in 2011, right before the Daytona 500 that year. So as the pole sitter, Briscoe has led every lap so far. Toyota kind of picking up from where they've left off from earlier this week. They've been dominant through speed weeks for the most part. They were a nose away from sweeping the duels. They got the practice session win with Denny Hamlin on Wednesday, leading into the pole on Wednesday night, obviously for Briscoe. Speedway style race are definitely the ones to look out for as far as the favorites go, but Toyotas have definitely been impressive to say the least here this weekend. William Byron in a Chevrolet getting pushed by another Chevy, Ty Dillon, and that will shove the 24 to the lead. The defending Daytona 500 champion trying to go back-to-back for the first time since Hamlin did it in 2019 and 2020. As soon as Byron pulled clear of the 2 cars on the Toyota bandwagon to the outside, he did so, and he will lead his first lap of the race at... No, he does not. Ty Dillon by 3 1/1000ths of a second led on the inside. So Byron pulled clear, and then Dillon had a second head of steam still after pushing the 24 out in front. Byron does not get credited with a lap led. Ty Dillon does. And we have a third line starting to form now at the back of the pack off of turn 2. A few cars started fanning out right in the middle of the corner. They don't want to wait a long time. They're going to start to make some moves early. And how aggressive will the bump drafting be in that third line? Joey Logano, one of which that's going to jump up to the front of it. He fell behind early. He started inside the top 10. He's back at 14th. Might have tried to make a move early, got out of line. And now getting out of line, it'll be his teammate Austin Cindric moving up in front of him. We know Joey's been fast all week. He's my pick for the win. And Austin Cindric, who won his duels, been quick all week as well. No coincidence, the 2 and the 22 are going to try to push their way to the front of the field in the third line. Another Ford of Corey LaJoie in the 01, who was quick in his dual race the other night, also behind them. So you have the Chevys leading the way, just in front of the Toyotas, and the outside line led by Fords 3x3 all the way through the field on lap 7. A slight block getting into the corner for the 19 to hold the 2 and the 22 back just a little bit. That was enough to stall the momentum out of both Cindric and Logano just a bit. It's 3x3 from about the 4th row of cars on back, while the top 6 run side by side, nose to nose at the very front of this gigantic 41 car pack. All 41 cars in some facet are in the lead pack. The interval between 1st and 41st, using the wrong scroll bar, looks like Hocevar has left the lead pack. 2.4 seconds between 1st and 40th. Byron pulling back down in front of Ty Dillon at the end of the back straightaway to get back to the inside. So the Toyota's back in the middle. 3 Toyotas lead the middle line, 3 Chevys on the bottom, and 3 Fords on the top. All 3 manufacturers in contention for the lead here in the early laps. Again, 65 laps in stages 1 and 2, 70 in the final. We're rounding out lap number 8. Byron leads again. Cindric to the outside of Byron for the lead. As they head for turn 1, the 22 still pushing the 2. Let's go on corner entry. 24 didn't have much of a push in the middle line, and the Fords are really starting to take control, as they've had a tendency to do with the next-gen car in the super speedways. Haven't pulled clear yet. We'll see if they can do that over the next couple laps. And if the Toyotas and the Chevys underneath them are going to try to keep up at the front of the field, they're going to have to be more aggressive with the bump drafts, and they just haven't been so far. Byron has been going back and forth between the bottom lane on the double yellow line and the middle lane of cars in the center of the racetrack. Logano's been very aggressive with his pushes on Austin Cindric. That has worked their way to the front of the pack, and we are under caution for the first time at lap 10. They're on a commercial still. There's a side-by-side commercial break the whole time. Hopefully it's not for weather. I don't know what the caution would have been for otherwise. The wind has definitely picked up here today compared to what we've had for the entire week thus far at Daytona. I did look at the hour-by-hour forecast right before the drop of the green flag, and the rain was expected to arrive at about 2:45 Eastern. I do think they're going to get the race in today in its entirety, but I definitely thought that there was going to be a delay at some point, and that seems to be the case here.
Welcome back to the Daytona 500 on Fox. Sprinkling in turn 2.
Gosh darn it.
Caution at lap 10.
Here we go again.
Byron leading from Austin Cindric, Ty Dillon, Chase Briscoe, and Joey Logano. All 3 makes. Chevy, Toyota, and Ford represented there in the top 5.
Well, we just heard him on the radio say, "Let's go hard until the rain starts to fall," and it fell quicker than most of them had anticipated.
Yeah, about a half hour early.
Started 40th. He's gained 10 positions, and up into the top 20. Kyle Busch has driven from 21st to 13th. Michael McDowell from 23rd to 15th, among the big movers in the first 10 laps. Now, earlier this morning, we were allowed to sit in on Chase Briscoe's pre-race team meeting.
It's a regular speedway strategy for us. It's going to be pretty simple. It's just communication. So just make sure if Chase needs to do something better or we need them to do something different, that we all just talk about it. We just need to be careful because you started creeping. We need to make sure we can't roll out of the box as well.
Yeah, you like if you want to become the clutch of the gas, you can hold the car.
Do that. Let's do that. Yeah. So that's a good idea. Just going to try and maintain the lead and stay fuel at the same time. Stay out of trouble. So I'm very excited for this year, and I know we can do good things. So good luck and have a good day. Thank you.
What's new about Team 19 is the driver. Chase Briscoe was with Stuart Haas last year in a Ford. That team closed, sold off 3 of its 4 charters, and kept 1 for Cole Custer. That brought Briscoe to the Toyota camp for the first time, and he's responded by winning the pole. William Byron is last year's Daytona 500 winner, and he did it in a backup car. Not the first time that's happened, but certainly was a bit of a surprise. Austin Cindric there in second. And here is Jimmy Johnson, 7-time NASCAR Cup champion who had to time or race his way into the field. He is not one of the 36 chartered cars guaranteed a spot. And you'll see Shaq on the hood of Jimmy's car. You can see Shaq and the Inside the NBA crew tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern on TNT, NBA All-Star 2025.
They've had a ton of fun. It's been fun too, watching it, seeing the promotion they've done around this event, Daytona 500, anticipation with it. Shaq's always a ton of fun. It's Jimmy, I think did you see him on the court? Didn't quite look as magnificent. I don't know. He just didn't look near as big as Shaq.
Yeah, well,
dunking is nothing. It's not
that's a big difference.
Yeah.
I tell you one thing that isn't exciting from the driver's side of things. You get through all the work, you finally get in the zone, you sit in the seat of the car, you run a handful of laps, and it rains.
But we're not sure that this is going to be a long rainstorm. It's a narrow band of rain across the state of Florida, and it is expected to pass through pretty quickly. if the prevailing direction holds. And then we'll get to track drying here in Daytona. We've completed 11 laps on the Daytona 500.
Yeah, well, that didn't take long. Lap 11, and we're under a red flag condition, it looks like. Our leaderboard hasn't indicated that yet, but the cars are on pit road. I would expect the covers will be going on. I still think we will get this race in tonight. I knew we were going to end up having a delay. I thought we would get more laps in before the rain came. It was expected to start at about 2:45 Eastern, and at about 2:15 is when the caution came out, initially at lap 10. So just over 13 minutes from the drop of the green flag to where we're at right now. Appreciate everybody staying tuned. We will be live all the way through this rain delay, so this might turn into a 6+ hour stream, but we will be here. We've done it before. We will do it again. It really stinks, though. Maybe I need to go back to the Daytona 500. That was the last time they didn't have rain. It was in 22. Then they had it the 2 years before I went. But then when so really, if you look from 2025 right now, I think they had a rain delay last year, didn't they? Maybe last year they didn't have a rain delay. Might have been another year in there. Needless to say, I should probably get back to the track sometime. Help them out a little bit. Give them the Keegan Schneider rub. I very rarely have had to sit through rain delays. More often than not, it's been at my home track in Michigan the last several years too. But when I've traveled out of state to any other track, I think Indy in 2018 was the only time that there was a rain delay that caused me to have to go back the next day. Bring them that good luck charm. NASCAR Team Penske Cup Series Racing, thanks for tuning in. The head's in the chat too. Logan Detweiler, I know you've been in the chat for a while, but welcome to the stream. I don't think I shouted you out yet. Dale Campbell, welcome back. Yeah, this is going to be a long one. I expected. Might have some more trivia coming up here in the next couple hours. Red flag is posted. 14 minutes, 7 seconds after the race has begun. Austin Cindric scored as the race leader. Ty Dillon second. Chase Briscoe third. Joey Logano fourth. And Bubba Wallace in fifth. Sixth is Kyle Busch. Austin Dillon seventh. Michael McDowell eighth. Todd Gilliland ninth. Chase Elliott 10th. Cole Custer 11th. Justin Allgaier 12th. Kyle Larson 13th. Ty Gibbs 14th. Shane Van Gisbergen at 15th. Josh Berry 16th. Ryan Blaney 17th. Alex Bowman 18th. Martin Truex Jr. 19th. And Zane Smith in 20th. Helio Castroneves up to 21st already after starting last. 20 positions gained in just 10 green flag laps. Justin Haley 22nd, Ryan Preece 23rd, Brad Keselowski in 24th, William Byron in 25th, Corey LaJoie 26th, Ross Chastain 27th, Tyler Reddick 28th, John Hunter Nemechek 29th, and Eric Jones 30th, AJ Allmendinger 31st, Chris Buescher 32nd, Denny Hamlin 33rd, Christopher Bell 34th, Noah Gragson 35th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 36th, Daniel Suarez 37th, Cody Ware 38th, Riley Herbst 39th, Jimmy Johnson 40th, Carson Hocevar rounds out our 41 car field.
Pouring in turn 1 or 2 and completely dry over in turn number 4. And that is the case at the moment. Winds out of the southwest at 18. Thursday, we had a real frog swallower come through here Thursday.
A frog swallower?
Just about sent our catering tent away to the beach.
I haven't heard that before.
Done, the wind came from the beach side, and with the sun, dried this track in 90 minutes.
It did. It did indeed. Big time storm, and obviously you've seen it again all the way over from the Gulf of America. Now it'll be blowing right through here, and we'll be back to business. It seems like it always happens. It takes it from us, buddy.
But it does.
Or what? I don't know.
You know, you never know what the mess of the day is going to be, what you have to overcome, whether it's a rain shower or a mistake or whatever that is. And as a driver, the ones that are really calm about change makes it a lot easier to deal with.
We're going to try to dial up William Byron, last year's winner of the Daytona 500 for Hendrick Motorsports. And that car they won with, they just got it back from the attraction outside the Speedway. It goes on display there for a year. Rick Hendrick and William Byron got it back in a ceremony this morning, just before race time, but obviously not the same car this year.
Well, let's dial him back up, see if they'll answer. Hey, Willie B, it's Warren and the boys up in the booth. You got us? Well, not ideal, but so far so good. Car looked pretty good. Take me back to the ceremony of seeing that hot rod from last year, the one you rolled into victory lane, got that trophy, seeing that car again for the first time.
Yeah. Down here. I'm getting my racetrack, so hopefully more than I expected, but should give us some confidence mojo for this weekend. So hopefully that continues. I'll just keep going here.
William, how do you deal with the ups and downs of this day? I mean, all the excitement, the anxiety, getting into the car, finally getting your helmet on, only making 8 laps, and now we're sitting here under rain delay. This is a low. What do you do?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like you just prepare like and you just prepare for the race to happen and everything to go per usual. So the rain delay just kind of it's just a brief pause and you just try to take your mind somewhere else. But once we get back going, it's going to be the same pace and everything. So just got to kind of get through the rain delay, but prepare as normal.
So obviously, already saw fuel savings out there with everybody, the whole entire field. How do you find your teammates, all your allies, your manufacturer allies? How is this going to work? Obviously, this is probably going to work into a fuel window of some sort. That's obviously on your mind as well, huh?
You just try to find comfort in, other Chevrolets, but honestly, there was a weird situation there because you want to kind of keep the track position because you don't know when the delay is going to happen. And, so we want to keep them track position, but also save the fuel. And once that third lane got going, it was hard to save a bunch of fuel. So just see how that plays out once we get back.
All right, buddy. Take care of business. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
Byron finished third in the season last year, his second straight year, finishing a career best third in points. And there is the ceremony. Rick Hendrick in the gray cap and the black vest.
Jeff
There,
Gordon
Jeff
down there as
Gordon
well.
in the black cap. And there is
Been a while since he's seen it. Huh?
Right.
Check it out again.
Well, if you can get out, you get rid of the car. Heavy rain up here, so this is it.
There's a look at it. 1 year ago, in that backup car, coming through a collision scene and then to the line as they spun behind him. Byron over teammate Alex Bowman by several feet at the moment of caution, scoring the Daytona 500 victory.
And that's back to that wreck. I mean, think about it. He was the one that actually, off the bumper of his teammate Bowman, got turned sideways into Brad, and the whole wreck happened. He was able to save it, drive it off into victory lane. What a wild chain of events.
Here are the last 8 winners of the Daytona at Daytona, both the February and the fall race. And that is quite a list of favorites and outliers, let's say.
Well, with this new Gen 7 car, it allows you to be prepared in ways that you never have before. You're not behind on a chassis design or a body design or anything like that. So it puts us in a position to where it gives a lot more opportunity to people to come down here and win this race. And oh, by the way, you have the most amount of time to prepare for this race. And that's really why sometimes you see some of these upsets. But and in the end, you're going to have to be able to survive.
Kyle Busch getting ready to climb out of his car. Talked to some folks at Richard Childress Racing, and they feel this is the year. That 20 years of trying that applied to Dale Earnhardt before he won his first 500. Then in the 3 car for Richard Childress, this is Kyle's 20th try to win this race. He finished second in 2019. Has led 342 laps, more than any other driver. He's not won the race. And on the all-time win list, 63. That's more than anybody who's not won the 500.
Man, just like Dale Earnhardt, the stats don't lie. He has all the stats. He has everything except for that win. The runner-up, the laps led, all of it. He's got the car. He's got the equipment, RCR, 20 years. It's going to happen. I feel it.
And he's got the drive and determination, and he says, I want to win so my kids can enjoy it and see me as a winner. He has a son, Brexton, who's racing, a young daughter, Lexi, and wants to win for his kids.
Well, there's nothing better than being able to win with your family there, and especially your young kids. And I think for Kyle, and I think it's interesting. And I think when I went through the end of my career, and you kind of go through that losing streak, and I think the fans actually start to get on your side more and more. And I think I see that with Kyle Busch as well. I mean, there's still a lot of people that don't like Kyle Busch, but there's a lot of people in this sport, including us, that want to see him win.
And it's nice to hear that perspective from Kyle Busch. We all went through it. I went through it. I watched you go through it. We're very selfish as race car drivers. Everything is for you, right? And it's kind of handed to you. You get very selfish with the perk of the job. But then you start having a family and children and things like that. Your perspective to the want to win ends up being not necessarily for yourself anymore out of selfishness. It's for your family. You want to see those kids see it.
And some of our greatest champions,
Yeah.
Earnhardt, Waltrip, Allison Pearson, took a long time to win the 500, as did Buddy Baker, Kurt Busch, Michael Waltrip.
Well, and some of our greatest champions, and Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, they've never won this race.
No, Terry Labonte, Ed Jarrett.
And we got 6 champions in the field, right? And by all 6 of them, there's only one of them that's won the Daytona 500. That shows you how hard it is. Everything has to be perfect.
Well, let's talk about what comes next. Back in the day, you'd just sit around and wait for the sun to come out, but fortunately, technology is going to help us here.
We have the technology.
NASCAR has quite a number of jet dryers that they will employ.
Skies look clear on the back straight.
Areas of this racetrack, and that includes the backstretch pit road and the short chutes from start finish to turn 1 and from turn 4 coming back. There's one of the jet dryers. They also have the air tundras. This is a NASCAR patented track drying system that once the rain stops, those units mounted on pickup trucks, and they sing a one-note song, but that concentrated blast of air does a great job of drying the race surface. And then they'll finally put cars out on track, and the heat from the exhaust and the tires will help to dry the racing surface. Not worried about the ball field grass, which is getting itself a nice winter rain. Well, let's take a look at speed weeks so far for this NASCAR Cup Series. Under the full moon. And longtime race fans know what that means. First, Chase Briscoe wins the pole for the Daytona 500. Austin Cindric the outside fourth. Bubba Wallace won the first Thursday night dual race. And in the second one, crashing calamity. But Austin Cindric, when the caution light came on just about 100 foot before the start finish line, he was declared the winner, and not Eric Jones, who was first to the line but under caution.
Well, you just never know how this is going to work out. And for me, I want to be the one leading the field no matter what time it is, because you just don't know when the caution is going to be flown for a wreck. They're going to wreck at some point. You have to push and shove and be more aggressive in this car than any other generation NASCAR car that we've had. So I want to be leading, Clint, and even there, I'm not safe.
Well, that's exactly right. We've seen it all the time that you get wiped out leading. But the thing is, we talk about the plan. You talk about details, the plan. My gosh, you go through so many meetings, whether the manufacturer, your organization, your teammates, everybody has a plan until they don't, right? Until the big crash happens, and all of a sudden that plan is deteriorating, and you're going, I gotta live for a friend around here. You gotta find somebody that you can trust. You can't trust these guys out here, but you have to find somebody. You have to put them in a situation where they have nothing to do but to push you. They don't have a way on the outside. They don't have a way on the inside. So to get the best finish for them is to push you. It's hard to do, but that's a chess match at Daytona.
We've got some interesting new tools this week for getting drivers in and out of the pit box on these timed stops for fuel. We'll get to show you some of those as the afternoon goes on. Right now, we are under the red flag in Daytona with 11 laps complete, all 41 starters on the lead lap. We're just waiting for Mother Nature here in Daytona.
Yeah, this is a bummer. This is a real bummer. I expected this was going to come, especially the closer we got to race day today. The weather just wasn't looking promising. I was hoping that we were going to get more racing in before the rain came, but the rain came about a half hour earlier than anticipated. Starting an hour earlier, essentially, with this race did allow us to get to lap 11, albeit not very far, obviously far from the halfway mark to make this official. I do think that we are going to get this race in later tonight. I would probably expect it to end somewhere between 7 and 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. which is, 5+ hours from now. But we are going to be live. Newsfeed new for the year. Are you talking about the raw feed? If you're talking about the live leaderboard or the raw feed on NASCAR.com, yes, this is new. They debuted it during qualifying for the Daytona 500 on Wednesday night. We had the old raw feed still for the Clash a couple weeks ago at Bowman Gray Stadium, but yeah, this is the new one. A lot more detailed statistics to the right of the driver and the position that they are running in. But I don't like that it only shows 6 drivers at once. I understand why they expanded it to have all that stuff on there, because you can't like cram it all in a tight space. But I thought what we had before was good for what I'm doing, obviously, with these streams, and obviously for you guys at home watching. You could just see more on one screen versus me having to scroll up and down the leaderboard because we only have the top 6 on here at once. Ian Peachy, thanks for tuning in as well. I mean, Eamon Shaw, thanks for tuning in. How long was the rain delay last year? I think it was a Monday race, wasn't it? Monday night last year. Yeah, it was. It was a Monday race because Saturday was a wash also. They had the 500 in the evening, and then they ran the Xfinity race at like 9 o'clock later that Monday night after the Daytona 500. Yeah, 2022 was the last year that we didn't have any rain for the Daytona 500. And then before that, you'd have to go back to 2019. It's the last time we didn't have any sort of a delay or postponing of the race. Had some terrible luck with rain in Daytona the last several years. That's why I'm saying in 2022 I was there. Like that's the only time in the last 6 Daytona 500s, if you count this one today, that we have seen no sort of rain delay of any kind on Sunday for the 500. The rest of the week went by fairly well, but today not so much. They got Ty Gibbs with Jamie McMurray and Chris Myers on the pre-race booth in the infield.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of, unfortunate. We're all ready to get racing and the weather moves in. But, for the last 3 times I've been here, which is crazy to see 3 times, I think it's rained about every time I've been here. So I think this is something that we're all a little used to.
3 for 5 out of
Yeah, I would say it's definitely likes to rain here, but really cool this is such an awesome race. It's a very great venue, and to have our president here is really special as well. So the red flag is kind of unfortunate, but also is somewhat nice for someone like me right now. We're in a backup car, and we're still making those fine adjustments to get a little bit better. So it's even my team feedback on how my car was handling, and I hope that they can make the right adjustments to make us go faster and let us go up to the field.
Yeah, just to be clear, when you're Chris's age, everybody looks like a kid. It's not a big
for 60.
It's 60s. Oh my gosh.
Record, we've had 4 rain-shortened Daytona 500s. We've had 2 that were postponed. We actually had 1 Daytona 500 that ran over 2 days. That was in 2020. But it looks like for the weather here, the latest we're getting, it's going to be clear out of the area. The strong wind is pushing it out. I'm sorry, Jamie.
Yeah, I think we're all optimistic that we'll get back on the track today. What about Toyotas this weekend? I feel like historically it was the first Toyota pole in the Daytona 500. Do you guys feel like you have hit on something? Is it the engine department weekend?
Yeah, we went to work with JGR and Toyota on the off season. To get better at our speedways. We have 6 of them now basically. As Atlanta is kind of falling off, it's kind of slowly not becoming one. But I think that's a spot that we always needed to improve, and it's been a long time for us to kind of get there. And I feel like we really set the tone this weekend on that, and showed the hard work that all our guys worked on the off season, and we were really fast. Unfortunately, I wasn't as fast as those guys. I don't know why, but we're working to get there, and unfortunately we're in a backup car. But also I think that we're going to be really good, and I can't thank my guys enough. They spent hours on getting my car ready for this weekend. So we're really excited and hoping for a great race.
I mean, Denny Hamlin, the three-time winner, who's the only winner of the Daytona 500 in a Toyota. I'm sure he shares notes, or at least you go to him and say, "Hey, what's worked, what hasn't?" I know things have changed with the Gen 7 car, especially the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, usually he calls me out on all that stuff.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he's like, "You gotta push harder," and I go try to push harder, and then we all wreck. So I don't really know. I'm trying to figure it out still, but I've got great teammates around me and good speedway guys. So hopefully we can get better, and we're all trying to improve and trying to get this whole organization to run better.
Yeah, so you mentioned being in a backup car. Honestly, a break is great, right? You can literally get out and have some communication.
For
Either Richie, what did you need? Like, what did you learn in those 11 laps? What are we working on?
Yeah, for me right now, currently, I'm a little bit too tight. My car is not turning as much as I need it to, and that's something that I told them, and that's the other night I feel like my car handled really well. And trying to get it a little bit better so I can kind of march my way up through the field. But I feel like we're gonna get there, and hopefully my new crew chief Tyler Allen and my guys can make the right adjustments.
Okay, real quick, we have our guys picking, so we have a few laps. Byron back out in front. Who's been fast all week? Who did you come into the race saying that's a guy or a couple of guys, drivers we have to beat?
Yeah, I think Briscoe's been really good. I think that showed his car's been really well. I know, of course, Denny will be there at the end. I feel like the other day, I really felt like my car was handling really well and the best I've had here at the Speedways. And I think that of course, the Penske cars will be up there, but I feel like if these cars with this type of racing and the style it is, I think if you're up at the front at the end of the race, I think you always have a shot. Yeah. You always see that. So hopefully I can make my way up there and I'm the one that wins today.
All right. Well, good luck and have a little monster energy. You may need it. So we set the.
We're all gonna need some
Ty Gibbs with us. Let's check in with our team of pit reporters. Regan Smith standing by. Regan.
Well, Chris Shane Van Gisbergen getting ready to, or already started your first Daytona 500, not getting ready to. Got 8 laps underneath your belt. First, I got to ask you, I saw you before the race. What about the atmosphere of this place? You've raced a lot of big events. You ever see anything like this?
It's like a Le Mans or a Bathurst, but I guess a lot bigger scale, and the people and just the pre-race has done so well here. It's not emotional, but you get caught up in the moment. It was pretty cool, and then when the boys are talking it up on the radio pre-race, it's pretty special to do my first one, and then we went for 3 wide pretty early, and just hanging up by the fence. It was a pretty cool feeling.
So you've moved up through the field a little bit early on here, up to somewhere around 23rd position right now from where you started in 34th. Did you get a little bit of a read on your race car since, we haven't done a lot on track since the duels on Thursday night?
Yeah, the backup's pretty good, but it's very tight, especially down 3 and 4. The wind's going that way, and you feel the front take flight, and at that speed, the bottom lane comes up as well. They got the same problem with the wind, and it's pretty wild, but probably a bit early to be doing that, but
So you talk about pushing forward as this race builds, as the night goes on, and we get back on the racetrack. What's your anticipation about how intense it's going to get, and what if maybe any of your teammates or anybody else told you to expect on that?
yeah, it's going to be the normal fuel saving until we pit, and then it'll be flat out to the end of each stage and then the end of the race. So I kind of want to get track position to be further up in the pit stops. So we'll probably burn a bit more fuel, but at least we'll be in the mix, and I'm not going to learn anything just riding at the back. I want to be in the field and getting people to trust me as well. I want people to be confident so I can be there at the end and they can lean on me if they need to.
We want to see you guys out there battling. That's going to be a lot of fun. So good luck the rest of the night. Jamie?
And I'm with one of his teammates, Daniel Suarez. And Daniel, we just had this whole opening ceremonies, all the energy. You guys get out there, take the green flag, and just like that, the weather comes. How do you handle the emotions, the up and down here?
We got 15 laps, 11 laps. That wasn't much. But yeah, it looks like the weather is going to go by. So looking forward to that. At the same time, I try to take advantage of these breaks to talk to my guys, engineers, trying to give them as much detailed feedback as possible. Because when I'm inside the car, I have to give feedback very quick. And I cannot be super detailed. Right here, we can sit down, I can think about it, I can tell them, hey, the car is doing X, it's hitting the racetrack, not, it feels a little dirty or whatever. The wind is super windy out there. So yeah, it was a little bit tricky, but I can't wait to get back out there.
All right, so we had the dual races, so basically half the field. Then you had your practice sessions. Now you get out there with the entire pack. How was the race car? What was the feedback you were giving them?
That's exactly what we're talking about. I don't know if it was being a huge pack because we haven't had 41 car pack the entire weekend, or how windy it is. But my car was very dirty, or whatever they call it, dirty, I think. Dirty, yeah, it was moving a lot. But also I was in the mid 30s, so
we moved forward a little bit, and the car didn't change much. So that's what I was talking to the guys was to talk about. Okay, do we blame the track position? Do we blame the wind? Do we blame the car? Maybe we have to do a small adjustment for that. That's kind of like what we were talking about. But overall, I think the car is gonna be good. Once we make a couple small adjustments, we should be pretty good. I'm super excited to be here. You know, we have a huge opportunity ahead of us. Track House has worked very, very hard the last few days to prepare these race cars, and hopefully we can make all these sponsors very proud.
You're gonna go back to your bus now, hang out with your little dog. You got your cat back there. Your wife's here.
Yeah, Julia's here. Pepper, the cat is here. Emita is here. We have the whole family. I'm gonna continue to work here for a few more minutes. Dog and the radar.
And the radar, but it's looking good. We're gonna get back on track, Daniel. Always good to talk to you.
Hey, I love racing at night, so let's see.
Racing under the lights, it's always a good thing. Josh.
Well, over here with Austin Dillon, and I know you guys didn't get to get there too long, but what did you learn about the car so far this early in the race?
Well, you know, our Winchester Bass Pro Shop Chevy started off really good. We made an adjustment going into the race that I feel like made the car a little better right there. We're not running a lot of percentage of throttle, just kind of saving fuel and rolling around the bottom. So looking forward to it when it tightens up and the speed starts to wick up, and it'll probably happen after we go back green here for a little while racing that stage. And long race, you know, 500 miles, you got to be there at the end, but you want to know what you got when you get to the end.
And you're a guy that's won this race before, can you talk to the magnitude of what that did for you and your career?
Yeah, you know, there's not many things you do in your life that when you get announced to do something, they say Daytona 500 champion in front of it always. And so I'd like to add 2-time in front of it. We'll get out there and see what we can do.
How about during this rain delay, if you get a chance to look back at this 500, bring me through your thought process now since we're watching it about this big-time win for you.
Well, I mean, I just remember the grass. My grandfather told me the night before we went, let's put a 3 in the grass. I didn't mean to do that. It just kind of happened. But, you know, all the chaos ensues after. It's get to celebrate with your family and friends. And it's the greatest day of your life, really. It's a blast. And outside of my wedding, of course, was second greatest day. So I'm having a blast.
The birth of your kids?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of great days for sure. But one in particular would be to go ahead and do it again because all my kids are here. My wife's here. My family's here. So anytime you can go to Victory Lane, it's fun. But at Daytona, it's just that much more meaningful. When you pull through the tunnel here, you get the goosebumps. You know, everybody does. It's the history behind the place. And, man, I love it. So thankful for our partners, Bass Pro Shops, Red Street, you know, everybody that makes this thing go around. We've really had a good start to the season. You know, we've gotten to this point. We got a clean race car. So what you want to do is take your 500 car into the 500. And hate that the rain came because, man, the buildup was awesome. It was cool seeing Trump and him leading us around the track. And special start to the 500. Let's get this rain out of here and get racing.
I gotta say, you're doing something right. You got 2 people over here holding the umbrella for you, so I gotta be more like you, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty special for sure. I mean, yeah, it's nice to have 2 umbrella holders. I don't want to see any of this. It's been sunny. I've been here all week in Florida, and we've got a lot of sun, so hopefully it'll pop back out, and we'll go racing pretty fast and see what we can do here in 2025.
All right, buddy. Good luck when you go back racing.
Chris. All right, thank you, Josh and Austin, joining Jamie and I here at our set. A couple of Ford drivers. I hope to see you guys teaming up on the racetrack when it goes. Joey Logano and Brad Kozlowski, RFK Racing, and of course Penske Racing. Nice to see you. I saw you were twirling the cup. You were texting. I mean, is that what you guys do while we're waiting out the rain? But I thought you'd be focusing in on your.
We're ready to go. We've got like this nervous energy over here. Like, come on, let's make something happen.
Okay, so go ahead.
You know, I had the big plan when this race started. I was just going to hang around where I was and just kind of ride it out for a minute. And I saw that third lane coming. Well, the heck with that. I'm going to hurt that.
No, I think Brad unplugged you.
Yeah. Oh man.
He wanted a little more airtime for RFK. We'll correct that issue. Owner driver. How much of a responsibility is that? And when you come to a race like this, does the owner? I don't know, how do you separate that? Because obviously, Daytona 500 on your hit list, a former champ, it's the one thing you haven't done.
Yeah, no, this is a big race for me. It's a big race for our sport, but for me, you know, I've been so fortunate enough to win the ring races. As alluded to me, I'll tell you, Chris, we have the car to win this race.
Oh, really?
We've had great cars here in Daytona. We just haven't been able to put it all together. You know, last year we were so close, got in a wreck towards the end, and you know, leading a lot of laps. The last 3 races, I've led the most laps, but we got to make it count at the end. And so, you know, one of the things we did, we brought on a third team this year with Ryan Preece, and that's because of races like this. We just feel like we didn't have enough cars to kind of control the race. So Glad to be able to do that. Have Ryan on board, have a brand like Kroger on board, and we're trying to use that to win the race. That's part of that owner hat, right? Is like you got to win the race off the track to win the race on the track.
All right, and now that we have your mic fixed, how is your car?
Oh,
okay, yeah, there we go.
Put this one up here.
Yeah, there we go. That works a little bit better. All right, so you hear another guy say, "Hey, we have the car to win." Do you feel that way? Do you have the car to win? We have the driver to win.
I do. We're gonna have a little argument about who has the better car here, but I think
settled on the track.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's why everybody watches this. So, no, but I feel good. I feel like our Mustang's got some good speed in it. It looks cool. I don't know if you've seen our paint job out there.
Yes, very.
It's really cool. It's
Try to get it.
Joseph Newgarden's Indy 500 winning paint scheme. This thing's never been beat, so I don't know what you got going for you.
It's also
undefeated.
It's never won in NASCAR. That's kind of the way I was looking at it.
Pretty cool to make that happen.
He's ready. Go ahead, Jimmy.
I think you guys would be you're the perfect two to ask this question to, because when we come to super speedways, it's all about working with your teammate or working with someone, and you two used to be teammates, and you worked really well together until usually turn 3, and then
I feel like somebody's about to play it.
Yeah, I would say I bet the B-roll might pop up a little bit. But no, in all seriousness, Joey, I'll start with you. In the duels, you worked really well with Austin Cindric, and in our pre-race, we heard Roger Penske talk about you, and I almost thought that you I didn't believe what he said, because he's like, well, Joey's just a good team player, and he knew that if he had to push his teammates to win. But in all fairness, how do you balance pushing somebody to win and being selfish? I think to be a great driver, you have to be selfish.
Yeah, and this type of racing, you kind of got to do both. And I've worked for Roger for a long time now, and I realize the impact that is when anybody wins, right? Like, obviously, I want to be the front guy, right? I want to be the guy to win the race. Don't get me wrong, but I also see the impact that is made throughout the whole team, the energy that is created, the momentum that's created inside our race shop. So, as somebody that's done this a long time, I've made some bad moves in the past, but I also understand now that it's a big deal for any of our cars to win the Daytona 500. So, like I said, we got a good piece, and you hope that it comes full circle, right? If you do the right thing a few times, maybe someday you're going to be on the good end of the deal, and you're able to cross the start finish line first. But ultimately, we say it every time: make sure a Ford wins, make sure a Penske car wins, and I hope that's what you mean.
Let me change my question to you, Brad, because you guys have both said you think you have cars capable of winning, and I feel like normally throughout the year we talk about everybody saying how hard it is to pass, how close all the cars are. What makes both of you guys feel like this weekend you have a car that's different?
Yeah, the Fords are just really strong on this type of track. Doug Yates, who builds engines with Roush Yates Engines back in North Carolina, they do a really good job with giving us the power and everything it takes to be able to execute the whole race. And I think our cars push really well. When you push these cars, like, we don't have a speedometer in our car, but we have the RPMs on there. Like, they'll gain almost 500 RPM and just launch. So you got to be able to push somebody and accept the push, get the push. Both of those have to go together, and the Fords just seem to do that really well.
Yeah, and for those tuning in for the Daytona 500, we did have a great opening ceremony, some laps in, and then the rain came. So, but it looks like on the radar, and you guys are always first to know, they're telling you how soon. It looks like it's clear within an hour or so. Is that what you're hearing? I mean, the wind is helping to push the rain through here.
Yeah, I like that.
Sure.
I like that.
Yeah, but I like how you give us so much credit. We know better than anybody. As a driver, as you always are like, I bet the TV knows what the weather.
Not even the weather guy really knows. But I will, and I heard Kevin
50-50 shot. Either will or won't.
Right, sun to rain. I heard Kevin Harvick mention that when you do get back to racing, the conditions are going to change, right? I mean, from what it's going to be cooler. But how does that affect what you do?
I don't think anyone really got a good read on their car yet either.
Okay.
I think to start the field seemed like they were saving fuel a little bit. Patience were starting to wear out. The third lane popped up and started going. The pace started picking up a little bit to where at least you could feel your car a little bit. But I don't think until late in the run, especially when the sun was up, to be able to know exactly what your car had is from a balance perspective. So now, I think we're going to be racing. The sun's going to be going down. Lights will be on. Track will be quite a bit cooler, closer to what the duels were like.
Oh, okay.
So we'll deal with that.
Yeah, and you can just push so much harder when the sun goes down.
Okay.
And like we talked about just a minute ago, when you can push harder, the dynamics of the race change dramatically.
And how about him? I know you've said this split personality, and Joey, we love you, smile, you're the nicest guy, but on the track, he turns into a real maniac, a psycho. And
Here's the deal. Everybody does. I'm just the only one that admits it. Okay.
Well, not everybody's as
This
successful.
guy's fairly similar.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of different ways.
if we behave the way we behaved in the race car in the real world, we'd be in jail. Just call it what it is, right? That's what it takes to win, though.
How are you guys in traffic when you're driving around town and you're not racing? You guys handle that okay?
I haven't gotten a ticket in a long time.
Okay, good. Well, we need to pick up the speed today.
Doesn't mean I haven't deserved one. I haven't got one in a long time.
Hey, we got word you have a baby. For those that don't know, you and your wife on the way, right?
Number 4.
Yes,
Yeah, number 4. Yeah.
This is how competitive Brad is. He just wants to get ahead of me.
Yeah.
Like 3, Brad's like,
let him win.
add another one.
He's not going to let me. So another month or 2, you'll hear the same thing from Joey.
There you go. There's got look at that.
Yeah, that's my oldest Scarlet, Autumn and Maze, and holding the ultrasound. So we're really pumped.
So do you know? Are you having a boy?
Or don't know yet. That's where that'll be the gender reveal party.
Hey, are you gonna wait, or like I feel like that's like the
race car driver,
last secret life. Right?
Yeah, race car drivers' impatience maybe not that great.
Hey, this isn't the Masked Singer, but you guys passed the test. You're going to be calling the truck race in Atlanta next week on FS1. You'll be together.
We're ready. Yep,
right.
It's always one of the best races of the year. Atlanta, the trucks and the Cup cars. Oh my gosh, phenomenal race.
All right, and a lot of fun. Other than the Fords, who are you looking at here? I'd love to get a sense of what you heard coming in, what you saw in the Thursday dual races that were here that you think, all right, that's somebody we want to stay ahead of or look out for.
Well, I think, obviously we look at the Toyotas had a little bit more speed than they typically have on the super speedway. So that was a little bit surprising the other night. Interested to see how that changes their game plan and how they run this race. Because, the speed in your race car alters your strategy and how you want to play it out. So I think there's a bit of an unknown there to see how that goes. And obviously, like I said, when we have this weather and cautions in between and all that, it also changes the strategy. You'll see it kind of play out completely. But it'll be interesting to see how that works.
I'll be interested, Chris, to see, the last 2 races here have been won by Chevys, and they weren't the fastest cars. They executed at the end, hit the strategy right, and made the right move. So, you can never count anyone out.
Oh, good. We got the little Ford-Chevy rivalry at Toyota going there. Thanks for coming by. We look forward to seeing you the race and then the truck race on the broadcast. I appreciate it.
Glad to be here.
Couple of champs of the sport. And let's check in right now, our team of pit reporters, and we're going to Jamie Little.
Well, Chris, he was the pole sitter for today's race, Chase Briscoe. So I have to ask you right away. I know you were joking. You actually wanted to bump the beast with Trump in it. How was that being led by that brigade?
Yeah, it's cool. It's a special opportunity. No matter who the president is, when he comes to your event, it's a big deal. So, yeah, as a pole sitter, you normally always go bump the pace car. And yeah, I joked around I was going to do it with the beast, and I got told I could not even get close to that thing. So it's cool. I mean, every time you roll around this place, it's always special. But yeah, when the president's here, it's even bigger deal. So yeah, so far so good. And wish this rain would have stayed away. The atmosphere is always so unique. The Daytona 500. It's a shame that the rain, I guess, kind of dampened that energy a little bit. But it'll be back here when we get going.
Hey, they were just talking about Keselowski and his party of 6, but you had twins in October. Your beautiful wife Marissa did, and you have your little boy. Now you guys at the racetrack party of 5. How's that all going?
Yeah, I thought we were going to be one of the more kids family, and now Brad's passing those again. So we were mentally prepared to go 1 to 2, but 1 to 3. That the doctor literally telling you having twins. There's nothing in life that compares to the ultrasound coming. So yeah, I think my wife and I, we probably drove 45 minutes, didn't say a single word to each other. We were just in total shock. But it's been really, really good. It's been honestly smoother than I thought either of us would have expected. But once they get mobile, it's going to be a lot. So that's coming pretty soon.
Chase, a lot of new things going on in your life. Obviously, the newest driver at Joe Gibbs Racing. And you were telling me there's a lot to adjust to. Just the dash, the switches, everything. How is that all going with this practice, the dual race, and then these few laps you just got here?
Yeah, I'm definitely getting more acclimated. Their starter is on one side and the ignition's on the other, and that's the total opposite of how the SHR stuff was. So I'm finally getting to get changed, and then I'll be all screwed up again. But yeah, I feel way more comfortable now than I did, when I went to Bowman Gray or even started this week. So it's becoming more and more normal. Even the meetings, like all the stuff that goes along with being at JGR is starting to feel more like home. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but so far it's been a super smooth transition. It's been busy, just throughout the off season, doing all the little things you have to do. But yeah, so far so good, and try to see if we can keep it rolling on our Bass Pro Shops Toyota.
Well, you're getting fit, losing weight. It's always good to talk to you, Chase.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Regan?
Christopher Bell started 20th earlier this afternoon. And Christopher, I don't know exactly where you're running right now, but I know it's pretty close to 20th, somewhere in that spot right there. Had a lot of 3-wide racing early on there. What was the early thing about your car that you liked or didn't like, or did you learn anything?
Well, it's interesting listening to all the other drivers talk about how tight their car feels in 3 and 4. I really didn't feel exponentially tight, but I could feel the wind really moving us around. So it seems like a lot of us are really struggling with that feel, the wind being so gusty across 3 and 4. So yeah, I'm sure that it's going to change. I saw before the rain hit, it looked like the wind was going to die down later tonight. So yeah, just trying to execute the strategy and see what happens when we go back green.
All right, you mentioned that strategy, and I know that stuff's going to change up quite a bit. I want to ask you, though, about the weather, right? So with the weather, with the wind and everything like that, it dropped 15 degrees quick, and literally in a matter of minutes. You've been up there talking to Adam Stevens. What do you guys discuss in a situation like that?
Well, the big thing that we're discussing is the timing of this yellow flag. So everyone's going to be in a little bit of a pickle whenever we go back green. What we're going to do on fuel and how we're going to get to the end of the stage and what's going to provide the best track positions. So the fuel calculation going into this next green flag run.
There's a lot of guys in the front of that hall are probably a little nervous right now trying to figure out what's going on. You're off season. You did nothing but race all off season long, some dirt racing, all kinds of different stuff, and won in many of those races. How nice is that as a driver to come into the season, the Cup season, and know that you have stayed fresh in a race car, keeping your talents right where they need to be?
Well, it feels good just being back behind the wheel. So, Coach, if you're watching, thank you. I appreciate that. But even like at the Clash and at the Duel, whenever I got back behind the wheel, normally you have like an acclimation period where you just get winded whenever you're driving or your body tenses up, and I didn't have that period this time after driving throughout the off season. So yeah, I mean all of our competitors are the best in the world at what they do. So the advantage doesn't last long, but it certainly helps out to just feel like you're back in the rhythm quicker.
I get winded running around the garage area trying to find you guys, so I understand that in a little bit of a different way. Josh, Christopher Bell's out here. He's having fun. Who do you got?
Well, Josh Sims over here with Josh Berry, 2 Joshes hanging out, A little rain kind of disrupted things, but what was it like to start the Daytona 500 with a legendary team like the Wood Brothers for you?
No, it's been awesome. They've just been such a great family to get to know, right? And Eddie dropped the green flag. He was worried to death about. Yeah, everybody says dropping the green flag. He didn't want to drop it. He wanted to wave it. So I didn't see it late on the racetrack, so I think he got the job done. But no, it's just been a pleasure to get to know these guys and race for them. Obviously, a tremendous legacy. We're just kicking off their 75th season, and all 75 of those years, Ford Motor Company is pretty special.
So with this rain, right, temperature drop and what's going to be like going back racing, how does that impact how you handle the next part of this day?
I mean, you just got to stay patient, right? I think it's going to be a long day. Try not to eat too many snacks in the hauler, I guess. But yeah, it's a shame, right? Everybody gets excited for this, but we knew this was unfortunately kind of coming. So, yeah, hopefully we can get the track dried up pretty quick and go back racing.
We just heard Joey and Brad talking about how strong the Fords are.
Our car, Miles Stanley, this whole 21 team have done a great job, really. We've had good speed. Just trying to really just learn, really using the practices to, make some changes here or there, let me feel different things, see what I like, don't like. And so far, so good. I feel like the car feels comfortable. Obviously, it's going to change as the track cools off, but it's kind of weird quoting the race right now, right? We're all kind of managing saving fuel versus track position. It's always a balance. So hopefully we can do that right and get up front.
I appreciate your time, Josh. Talk to you soon.
This is live and on the track at Daytona International Speedway opening ceremonies. We got some laps in earlier before the rain came, and President Trump in Air Force One arriving in time in his limo, the Beast, for opening ceremonies. Our national anthem. Actually had a moment to chat with our Jamie Little. I'm sitting here with Jamie McMurray.
Oh, yeah. And the biggest applause we heard all day long, Chris, was when they put Donald Trump's face on the big screen. The crowd went crazy.
The first active president to attend 2 Daytona 500s. We'll have more in a moment.
Cutting to commercial on the Daytona 500 coverage on Fox. I'm letting you listen to, obviously, a lot more of the coverage than I usually would right now, but that is because we were under a red flag situation. Rain came as we expected, maybe a little earlier than most expected, but we did get to lap 11 of 65 in stage 1, lap 11 of 200 entirely. About 14 minutes worth of action that we've seen today, though most of that was under caution as they rode around for a couple laps before pulling the cars to pit road once the rain started to worsen. They lost the racetrack. Jet dryers are out there as of right now. The rain is not as heavy as it once was. Waiting for this to blow through. Austin Cindric, again, is the race leader after the first 11 laps of the race. Was able to get his Ford to the front of the field. Once his teammate Joey Logano started to work that third lane forward, Cindric pulled up right in front of him, and they were able to lead themselves to the front of the field. Though Logano not scored in second right behind him at the time of the caution. Looks like Joey is in fourth. We'll go through the top 10 quickly here. Austin Cindric is leading the race. Ty Dillon second. Chase Briscoe third. Joey Logano fourth. Bubba Wallace fifth. Kyle Busch is sixth. Seventh place is Austin Dillon. Michael McDowell 8th, Todd Gilliland 9th, and Chase Elliott rounds out the top 10. And we'll go through the full field running order again once we get closer to, obviously, getting back to racing here. We'll get some trivia in at some point during this red flag period, just kind of spacing it out as of right now. Last year, whenever we had any sort of rain delays or postponements, we would do trivia. So we'll be sure to do that, and we'll try to keep it Daytona oriented if we can. Go on to the old sporkle.com. Brings me back to my my high school days when I was in study hall with nothing to do. I'd get on a laptop or something and stuff. That's how I passed the time, at least at that point in time in my life. So it's kind of cool going back to that on the stream, and obviously getting to do that with all of you watching puts a little bit of pressure on me to have to perform at a higher level. Colts Winning Network, thanks for tuning in. Mohammed Monation Adan, thanks for watching as well. Dakota Martin, you guys have been newer into the chat during that last portion of the Fox broadcast. We'll probably just, we'll just go to the trivia now. I don't want to play too much of the broadcast for the copyright reasons, potential copyright reasons here. Because I've had pretty much the entire red flag covered so far. I would imagine they'll probably end up airing like either last year's 500 or the duel at some point during the course of this rain delay while the track drying's going on. They tend to do that in these situations in the past. So yeah, why not? Let's get it done here. NASCAR Sporkle. Try to get some engaging entertainment while we pass the rainstorm. Rain at Daytona, snow where I live. It's just crappy weather everywhere, isn't it? What place is Kyle Busch in? 6th, I believe. I think that's what I read. Yeah, 6th place for Kyle Busch right now. See, it's going to be tough to try to find more Daytona NASCAR quizzes. See what they have. We did Daytona 500 winners first. We were 2 away. That was in the pre-race. Daytona 500 top 5s. Lap leaders. Top 15. My goodness. I didn't think they went back that far. Did the top 5s. Last place finishers. Pole sitters would be interesting. All-time laps led. Trying to figure out which one to pick here. All-time laps led. I'm going to do a laps led one, but I'm not sure exactly which one. See what the all-time laps led's about. 20 minutes. I mean, we could do the longer quizzes now because who knows exactly how long this rain delay is going to last. Stu, thanks for tuning in. Maybe should have started at 12:30. I mean, either way, they would have gotten more of the race in, but the rain was going to come regardless. They could have started at noon. They wouldn't have made it to the finish. And at least this way, we're going to see the entire race. The rain must have stopped because there's fans in the grandstands again. So track drying is underway. The wind definitely helped blow the storm out of there. Fox was right on their broadcast. I'm refreshing the Weather Channel app right now on my phone just to see what we're looking at. Storms are obviously still in the area at the time. But, I mean, everything after 6:30 onward, there's no rain into the night. So it just seems like it's going to be a long day is all we're looking at. Be sure to hit the like button on the stream if you haven't done so yet. We're at 73 likes. Our goal is 150 for these Cup Series race streams. I don't know exactly 161. Is this just anybody who's ever led a lap in the Daytona 500? Because that's what it looks like to me. This is going to be so difficult. Let me go back. I don't like that it's only updated in 2020. I like to try to find the ones that are like up to 2024. All these ads on Sporkle. Got international dating on the right. Yeah, I didn't realize I could close out of that. There we go. We don't have to look at that anymore. Let's see here. Top 15 result. Yeah, I mean, I swear there was Daytona 500 lap leaders by year. So I think this is the most laps led in that race for that year. Okay, so let's do this one instead. This one's not up to date either, but at least it gives us the years. So that's nice. Which one do you guys want to do? I'll leave it up to the chat. Do you guys want to do the quiz that's the Daytona 500 lap leaders by year? So who led the most laps in that Daytona 500? Or do you want to do just anybody who's ever led a lap in the Daytona 500? I mean, we could do both, but there's going to be some overlap between the two, so I'm trying to stay away from that. Because otherwise I feel like it just makes the second quiz way easier than the first one. By year? Okay, that's what I see in the chat. We can get through more quizzes this way, too. 8 minutes, which is the same time we had for the Daytona 500 winners. This is tough because this is all the way back to the very first 500. It does not have the last 3, so it's from 2021 and before that. Some of these I'm going to remember, but, I mean, it's hard to remember who led the most laps in a race. The Daytona 500, I will say, is probably going to be maybe the easiest of a race to try to remember who led the most laps on a consistent basis year over year, so we'll give it a go. All right, I will be relying on the chat. I will do the best I can personally. We're going to try to go with the winners first. McDowell is probably, I think he only led the last lap. 98 laps led in 20. Logano led a lot that year. It wasn't him. Keselowski was up there. Who led the most in 21? Blaney? Blaney was in 18. That I remember. DiBenedetto's on there at some point. Yeah, that was 2019. I do remember that. Let's see here. Jimmy Johnson's probably on the list. 2013, I'm pretty sure he led the most laps. No, he didn't. Junior Johnson's on the list. Jeff Gordon. We're probably just going to have to throw names out there. Earnhardt. There we go. That's a lot. Jarrett in 2000 led a lot. Waltrip on here? Yeah, Waltrip in 03 when he won. Kurt Busch led a lot. Yeah, Kyle and Kurt. Yeah, I remember Kurt in 07 led a lot. But yeah, Kyle Busch in 08 and 09 also. Kenseth. Is Biffle on the list? No. That was a shot in the dark. We gotta think of good super speedway racers. Trevor Bayne. Edwards was towards the front for a lot of 2011. Now 2011 is gonna be tough because 37 is not a lot. The car tomorrow, there were so many lead changes. Bill Elliott. Yeah, I mean, Bill Elliott's got to be on here. Both races he won. I would think in the older years, the guy that won the race is probably on there a lot. So Petty's going to be on there. Let's go Pearson. I think the older years are going to be easier with this one. Benny Parsons, no. Pete Hamilton, no. Well, those guys did win. Andretti and Foyt. Foyt in 76. That was the year Pearson won. Waltrip. Oh, we already did that. Hang on. Yarborough. Tiny one not on the list. Fred Lorenzen, because we missed him earlier. We also missed Panch earlier, so I'll put him on there. Baker. Buddy Baker a few times. Stenhouse might be on here. No, that was a good effort. 2016 Hamlin. Oh, Hamlin's on there a ton. Yeah, that helped. Truex probably not on here. Harvick. He only led the final lap the year he won, but he did lead the most in 2010 and 2017. 2011 is going to be so hard. 2005, Gordon did not lead the most laps that year. Did I put Gordon? Okay, yeah, I thought I did. And Jeff Gordon never led the most laps in a 500. Sterling Marlin led a ton the years he won. Allison, 92. Got a lot of Bobby Allison years. I'll put Cool Wiki, but yeah, I didn't think that was going to be on there. Morgan Shepherd? No. Danny Schrader led a lot in the 90s. Yeah, there we go. Well, 89. Oh, wow. I didn't realize that long ago. He was always pretty good on the super speedways back in the Hendrick days. 94. 84 and 94. Yeah, Ernie Irvin. 94. I did put Jarrett. Did Labonte maybe lead the most laps? Okay, 96. Rusty Wallace ever lead the most? 99. 2001, there were a lot of lead changes in that race. Who was up at the front? I tried Steve Park just because DEI won the race, but he wasn't on the list. Oh, man, it wasn't Waltrip, Earnhardt's. We already put Marlin in there. Who would have led the most laps in the 01 500? Who was leading for a lot of that race? Ricky Rudd? Somebody in the chat put Rudd. Rudd's not on the list. We're doing good, though. We only got 2 minutes left. That's the problem. Just don't have enough time. Lee Petty. I did put Petty on there already. Lee won the first one, but he didn't lead the most laps. Full 5-time. I would imagine Jimmy Johnson's what you mean by that. It wasn't Johnson. Pause it real quick. Man, that was sneaking up on me. I was trying to get to mute the mic before. I didn't even pause the timer for me. The heck? I tried Labonte, Marlin. We got Dale Jr. already. Rusty Wallace. Mark Martin. I didn't put Mark Martin yet. Good pull. Mark Martin, 97. Let's see. Who else have I not named? 2000s. 04. Man, it wasn't Dale Jr. Stewart? He led a lot. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I was going to say he led a lot in that race. Was it Mayfield in 01? Oh, man. I would have been so proud of myself there. It wasn't Jeremy Mayfield. Bill. No, it wasn't Bill Elliott. I was going to say the Dodgers were on the front row. There's no way it was Casey Atwood. I know he was up at the front there early, but 2011. David Gilliland. Reagan, no. I'm stumped. Harry Gant, did he ever lead the most? Oh, man. I was trying for the 80s. 2001. This is going to be interesting to see who this is, because I have no clue. Warden Burton led the most laps in 2001. He won the next year in 02. Ryan Newman in 2011. You know, I almost said Newman just for a shot in the dark because he was a former winner of the race, even though that wasn't the year he won. Jeff Bodine. He won in 86. I was thinking I might have put his name on there already, but I guess I didn't. Fireball Roberts won. I didn't put him on the list. Joe Ruttman. And Jack Smith led the most in 59 despite not winning. Well, we tried. We crushed the average score again, which was 62%. We're at 89. Somebody texted me, what time does the race start? And I'm like, rain delay right now. Probably watching all these driver interviews like, thought the race was supposed to start over an hour ago. That would be why, sir. All right. Well, good job, chat. You guys did great. Okay. Yeah, we'll try to find another quiz. I don't know how many more Daytona quizzes we could. Well, we could probably do Daytona for a different series if there's one. Let's go NASCAR, Daytona. NASCAR, Daytona, Xfinity. They do have Xfinity. 18 minutes. Okay, I like that it gives us more time on this one. Xfinity Series has been racing at Daytona since 1982. The list goes to 2023, so it does not have yesterday's winner nor last season in both races in 24. And this is, I think, both races too. Yeah, so this would be the February race and the summer race that we have to name. Anybody who's ever won the... And it gives us the car number, which is huge. Because it has not done that for a quiz yet. Granted, the car numbers can be kind of weird in the Xfinity, especially if it's a Cup regular down there, but I think it'll help me a lot for the 2000 years. I could probably narrow it down real quick. I'll be right back here in a couple seconds. I hate that I have to get up to clear my throat, but I can mute the mic, I guess. That's all right. I wonder if can you guys still hear me when I do that, even though I'm like 2 rooms away? with both doors closed. That would suck if you did. At that point, I might as well just mute the mic. All right. 64. There's going to be some repeat names on here. Xfinity Series winners, Daytona. Justin Allgaier was in 23. Oh, I put his first name instead of his last name. All right, Allgaier. 21 was Austin Hill. He's going to be on here a few times. Let's see here. 51, that was Jeremy Clements. The 11 was Haley. 22, Cindric. February race. I remember that. 2020, 9. That was Tyler Reddick. Oh, that was 18 when he won in the 9 car. Who was in the 9 2020? We'll skip that and come back. Ryan Reed's in the 16. Oh, not the one. In the 16. Allmendinger. What am I doing here? Can I just put AJ? I know it's AJ Allmendinger. He was in the 16, right? For Colleague in 2019. I swear I remember him winning that race. I put him in another list earlier in the pre-race, so I know I'm spelling his name right. Let me go back to the leaderboard just to double check on that. Allmendinger. Yeah, I'm spelling it right. AJ wasn't in the 16 car in 2019? All right, well. Yeah, the Bush brothers are on here. Earnhardt's going to be on here a bunch. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize how many times between the two of them they won. Truex is on here, I know of. Harvick. Stewart's on here a ton. Hang on. Stewart. I don't know if Harvick's actually on here. I don't remember him winning one of these. Okay, 2007 he did. The 20 car in 2008, is that Denny Hamlin? Yep. Okay. 2009, 29, is that Burt? Oh, that. Casey Kane won one of these. Regan Smith won one. 33, 88, 88, 98. Briscoe, I think, was the 98. Oh, man. He was not. Menard, no way. Yeah, who is in the... So, okay, so now the car numbers are starting to throw me off a little bit. I thought that was going to help me more. Elliott Sadler was in the one. Oh, my gosh. No, he wasn't. Yeah, this is way tougher than I expected. Randy LaJoy, thank you for that in the chat. I haven't looked at the chat yet for this. LaJoy for a few years there. 87, that was Nemechek. Yeah. Morgan Shepherd, I don't know. No, he's not on the list. Golly, man. The fact that we have Busher, James Busher's on here. I remember that one. 18 for Gibbs. But it wasn't Kyle Busch. Joey Logano? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Well, but that was 2011. That doesn't solve the one I was hoping. Dang. Kenseth? Yeah, Kenseth was in the 18 and 2013. Wow, I really don't remember that. I don't remember that race for a minute. He also won in 2000. 2009 29 car. Was it Boyer? Yeah, okay, there we go. Just trying to think of who was like on RCR's Cup team at that point. trying to help. The 4 car in 2004. Golly. Bobby Hamilton? No. Keselowski is probably a good pick there. No, he wasn't the 88. I was wondering if, well, that was way after his time in the Xfinity series. Waltrip is, yeah, Darrell Waltrip in the 80s. Bobby Allison in 88. Would have been a lot of Cup drivers in the 80s. Sam Ard ever win one? Nope. Somebody in the chat said Wallace. Yeah, Mike Wallace in 04. Thank you for that. I cannot believe that I don't have a lot of these in the 2010s. I thought Briscoe was the 98, but that might have been before he was in that car. The one Junior Motorsports. Gregson was the 9. I remember that race. That was when he had the rubber on fire in the infield in his burnout. I remember that race now. 2019. And it wasn't Allmendinger? Like, that doesn't... And it wasn't Haley. Who else was driving at Call League around that time period? Because I only remember AJ won this race. Michael Annett was in the one. Yeah, that was his only career win. Actually, I forgot he drove that pilot car. 42. It's Ganassi. No way it was Larson. I'm going to try it. Oh, it was Larson. I had no idea Kyle Larson won at Daytona in the Xfinity. We always talk about how he sucks. Super Speedways. I had no clue he won an Xfinity race. I did not watch that one. I don't remember that race. Chastain. Ah, thank you. Yeah, that's the Call League 16 car. That's right. I forgot Chastain was there. It's crazy that I remember the ones from when I was a kid and I can't remember the ones from like within the last 10 years. That's wild to me. See, 33 car. And it wasn't Stewart. We already got Casey Kane. He drove those. Dillon? Yeah, Austin Dillon. Ben Kennedy was in the Truck Series at Daytona, not the Xfinity. He made both races in 2016. 88 for Junior Motorsports. I already got Allgaier, Regan Smith. I thought Sadler might have won one, but I guess he didn't. The 9 car at Junior Motorsports 2. Chase Elliott? Yeah, okay. There we go. William Byron might have been the other one. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That solves that. 98. I mean, that's got to be... So I thought that was SHR, but now I'm thinking about it. That might have actually been a Penske car. We tried Logano already. Was it... No, we already got Cindric. I'm trying to think the 98 at that time, 2016, because it was SHR, like in more recent years. But 2016... I'm starting to think, was it Roush? It might have even been Roush. It was a Ford. It's definitely a Ford. It might have been Roush. They had a lot of guys at that time period because it was like a part-time list of guys. And it wasn't Ryan Reed because we already got him. Oh my gosh. Briscoe. Tried that. Yeah, we got Allison. No, it's not Brandon Brown. He's only won at Dega. Almirola, is it? Oh, you know what? I think it is, yeah. So it was SHR. It was Almirola. Okay. Well, that solves that. Now we're back in the 90s again. We got 95, 96. Jeff Gordon on here? No. Who else was around that? Burton, we already tried that. Who else would have been in the Bush series in the mid-90s? I saw the 15 car in 87, and I wonder if it was Rudd, but it wasn't. Because he drove that car number in the Cup series, but... Like, 5, is it Labonte? No. Because, I mean, I can think of the guys who were driving the Cup numbers at those times, but I don't know about the Bush series, though. Green? No, that's too... Well, Jeff Green actually might have been a pretty decent guess there. Bodine. Jeff Bodine were the 80s. Okay, so Baker in there, even though I know it's not right. Yeah, that's well after his time. I didn't want to forget him again. We got LaJoy. We got Randy LaJoy. It's not Vickers. That's before his time. 95 and 96. I feel like I can get this. We got 6 minutes. Don't Google it in the chat. We need to get this out right. 95 and 96. It's only once a year, so it would have been in February. 95 and 96. Jimmy Spencer. That's a good pick. It wasn't him. Schrader win any Ricky Craven, maybe? Craven, no. Mayfield. Ah. I think I have Nemechek already. But I'll put him. Yeah, I thought I tried him already. Chad Little, that's a good one. Chad Little had one of them. Ted Musgrave. I'm just gonna throw it out there. No. And we already had Jeff Bodine, so it's not Todd. Kenseth was in 2000. We already got him. Biffle wasn't there yet. Kevin LePage. It might be. No, I thought you got it. I thought the Kevin LePage was it. Yeah, Carl Edwards wasn't there at that time. That's not going to be it. 96. It's 29 car. See, I'm trying to think, like, that might not even be RCR at that point. Skinner? Because it was RCR through the 2000s, but I don't know what team that would have been in the 90s. Because the only guys they had were Earnhardt and Skinner. And it wasn't either of those two. Yeah, we do have Jarrett already, I thought. Yeah, we have Jarrett. One away. We got 3.5 minutes. We can figure this out. It's not Newman. There's no way it's Newman. You know, he won his USAC championship around that time. Lake Speed is a pole. No, oh my gosh, dude. The off the wall names that I'm like, yes, that might be it, and then it's just not. We have Randy LaJoy already. MS Videos 915 Willie Ellis, thanks for tuning in. Grisham? This is a cause for celebration. I feel complete in life now. We are, we did it. Thank you, chat. This is just as much yours as it is mine. That might be the first time we've ever gotten 100. We've had rain delays over the last 2 seasons of doing the live commentary streams, and I think this is the first time that we have gotten 100% on a quiz. Steve Grissom, what a poll. Who put that in the chat? I just saw the name. Willie Ellis, thank you very much. I would not have been able to think of Steve Grisham. No chance. No chance I was getting that. So who did he drive for then? I have zero clue. Because I feel like there were a lot of guys that owned Busch teams at that point that they weren't in the Cup Series. So I don't know who he drove for. Had some damn good race fans. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. That makes up for not getting the Daytona 500 win list. The fact that I was so close on my own on that one, but this one was a team effort for sure. It took all of us in the chat to get this. That might be the last Daytona one that we could find now. Let's see here. I mean, I'll put it back in the search bar again, but I don't know if we're gonna find it. Let's see here. NASCAR, Daytona International, yada yada yada. There was one that it was like any driver who would let a lap at Daytona. That's going to be so hard. I don't want to do that. That's going to be stupid. There's 161 names on that list. Yeah, we did it though. I mean, no matter what happens in the Daytona 500 when they get back to racing after this rain delay, we did it. We've already accomplished. You know what? We should just end the stream. Thank you for what? No, we're good. We're gonna stay here. We're gonna stay right here. Yeah, we might have to pivot off of Daytona. Let's do pole sitters, actually. Let's try this one. Daytona 500 pole sitters. I actually forgot that this was on there. This is going to be tough. That last one was tough. This one's going to be even tougher. There's going to be some off-the-wall names in the 60s that I guaranteed qualified on the pole that I've never heard of. I've got to guarantee that. In the chat knows all these. I don't care how long you've been a NASCAR fan for. There's going to be some off-the-wall names. But I'm up for it. And this goes to 2023, so it does not have Chase Briscoe for this year. And it does not have last year, which was Joey Logano, if I remember correctly. So, it does give us the car numbers. That's big. I think that helped us on the last quiz, so we'll see what we can do here. We got 17 minutes. Larson. Whoops. Larson. Stenhouse. Byron. Gordon. Elliott. Bill and Chase. Dylan. Danica Patrick's on here. Edwards. Earnhardt. Junior and senior. Casey Kane. Martin was 2010. Jamie McMurray. In the 1. Oh, no, he wasn't in the 1 car yet. The 1. I don't think it was. Oh, it was Truex in 2. Okay, yeah, that's right. Probably didn't have to question myself on that one. Sadler, 30. Oh, wow. Sadler wasn't in the 38. And oh, that was David Gilliland. I remember that now. Gilliland. Okay, Jeff Burton. 31. 88. That's Dale Jarrett. He's on here a few times. Greg Biffle in 04. He actually blew an engine in practice the next day, so he ended up not getting the actual start on the pole. The 30 was Jeff Green in 03. 18, Jarrett. Ah, gosh. Labonte. Labonte was in the 18 at that time. I'm such an idiot. Jarrett was in there earlier. Skinner. 31. 22 is Allison. He just dominated that race. Oh, my bad. Not 22. He's on there. I don't know why I said that. When I saw 22. I apologize for any Davey fans out there. That's not what I meant as a speech impediment. Schrader was the 25. Spell, Keegan, spell. There we go. 3 years in a row he had the pole. Crazy. The 3 car before Earnhardt. Who was in the 3 before Dale Sr.? Who did he take over for? That's going to be tough for me. There's going to be somebody that knows that. Yeah, Marlin's on the list. Again, don't Google if you can help it. Ernie Irvin's not on the list. We're going to have to throw out some winners in there. Richard Petty has 7 500 wins. He only qualified on the pole once. Kyle Petty was in the 42, obviously. Let's see here. The old mellow yellow car. Pearson is probably on here. Pete Hamilton won it once, so I'm just going to put him. AJ Foyt might be on here. Andretti. Andretti's not on here. I'm putting the winners from the 60s before I get Lorenzen. Lorenzen's not on here. Fireball Roberts is on here 3 times. That's big. Panch is not on here. Weatherly's not on here. Unique, no. Earnhardt 94, 19 car in 94. It's the 19 car. For anybody that might not be able to see the numbers on their screen. Childress? I don't think he did. That would be wild. I was going to say, I would be shocked if Richard Childress qualified on the pole for the Daytona 500 because I feel like I would know that. Looking at the chat here. Denny, we've got all the recent years. Hamlin hasn't qualified on the pole. Loy Allen? Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember that now because he might have even been during Speed Week the next year or something. Yeah, I forgot about Loy Allen. I remember of that story now, though, that you mentioned it. I did try Baker. We 83 car in 1976. That was the year Pearson won. Junior Johnson, he's not on here because I put Jimmy on here already. Ricky Rudd is a good pull. Yeah. Ricky Rudd was in the 3 car. Okay. The 28 and 82. Was that Robert Yates racing in 1982? Or was this pre-Robert Yates racing? I have no clue when he got into NASCAR. Dave Marcus might be the 71. Oh, gosh darn it. I thought I had that. That might have been a little before his time. 1972? Yeah, that's definitely before his time because he raced, like, into the 2000s. Well, maybe it wasn't. I really thought I had that when I put Dave Marcus on there. I'm going to put it a second time just because I don't believe it. 97 Cobra Racing, thanks for tuning. Yeah, I did not put Benny Park. Gates Racing, can somebody answer that in the chat for me? Because I don't know. That's something I would like to know. So we got the 70s, 60s, and we got 59. Was Ramos Stott on here? Because we saw him on the list for top 5 finishers. Let's go. 76. Pat myself on the back for that one. Oh, we're so close. We still got 9 minutes. I tried Marvin Panch already. I can't remember if I thought I tried Tiny Lund. I did. Morgan Shepherd would not have been at 72. He's old, but he's not that old. Oh, man. The 71 car number just Hot Strickland, is this before his time? Yeah, it's before his time. I'm telling you, there's going to be some off-the-wall names in the 60s that we weren't going to get. I said that as soon as we started the quiz, and here we are, where we pretty much only have the 60s. 59. Bobby Isaac? It might be. Thank you. Yep, he had the 71. Thank you for that. Okay, so we're done with the 70s. Yeah, we just got the 60s. These are going to be some off-the-wall names. Definitely don't Google it. Cotton Owens is a good pick. Yeah, there you go. Good pull. Oh, 91. I've already tried that. I've already tried that. 0525, thanks for tuning in. That's right, Run drove for Childress before Earnhardt got there. Forgot about that. Yeah, I remember him talking about that in the Dale Jr. download once somebody mentioned something about that. I think that's the earliest I can remember learning about that, which was within the last couple of years. Ned Jarrett? No. I don't think so, because I put Dale Jarrett. Yeah, I already put Dale Jarrett on the list. Leroy Yarbrough. I thought I might have put his name on here already. And if I didn't, yeah, I already tried his name. Okay. That's what I thought. Chat looks stumped. I don't know this either. I don't blame you, because they weren't even televising the Daytona 500 at this point. I mean, the car numbers, I don't even think mean anything for us at this rate. 6 minutes, I mean, we only have 4 names left. I might end up just giving up early because I definitely have a feeling there's going to be off-the-wall names on here that I've never heard of. Bill Rexford, he wasn't around at this time. He raced primarily in the late 40s and 50s. White, it might be the same prop. Yeah, those are a little too early. That was before they started racing. That would have been if we were guessing who qualified on the pole at Daytona Beach, not the Daytona International Speedway. Curtis Turner. There we go. There's one of them. Okay, so that's not off the wall. But it's a great poll. Whoever put that in the chat. Jojo, thank you for that. Curtis Turner, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is getting tough. So I tried Weatherly already. He's never won a 500. I tried Smokey Unique already. I'm I'm honestly stumped. I'm fully relying on the chat right now because I do not know. Yeah, we tried. I like how I forget Baker on a consistent basis, and I'm aware of that, so the chat is always throwing a Baker in there at all times, so I don't forget. You can only forget so many times before you just start remembering offhand. Like Buddy Baker is probably gonna live in my mind rent free for eternity. Mario Andretti, I did try Andretti already, and he was not on here, and I tried him because he's a former winner. He won in 67. He probably didn't even compete in the race in 64 or 65. Junior Johnson's not on the list. He won it in 60, but he is not on the list. I see a lot of Benny Parsons on there. He's not on the list. Well, or he is on the list. I already put his name on there. Excuse me. 1982 Deering. Dale Deering. No, that is not it. It's a good effort. Coco Marlin, no, he's not on here. That's a good guess, but we already have Sterling on here, so he would have popped up. Goldsmith. Paul Goldsmith. I've heard the name. Pictures. I've heard the name though. Can we throw like a basic last name in there just to like a Davis? I mean, we've already done like Johnson's, and is there? Well, no, that wouldn't work. Oh boy. 16s. We got 65 and 59. I tried Lorenzen already, and he wasn't on here. Yeah. Yeah, he's not on here. Smith is a basic last name. Nope. Nope. Charlie Glotzback? I don't think he was racing at that time, was he? Yeah, it might have been a little bit before him. I think he was late 60s, early 70s. Daryl Deeringer. I must not have spelled his name right the first time that you put it in the chat. 1959. Bob Wellborn. I really hope that the chat didn't try Googling any of these. Because we're bringing the title back to Titletown. I mean, we're just gonna run the table. What a chat. We've got the best NASCAR fans on KRC right here on this channel. KRC presents to you the Daytona fans in our chat. You guys are awesome. I really hope nobody was Googling any of those answers. There wasn't any off the wall ones. I've heard of all the names. My biggest pull of the entire list was Ramo Stott. I was proud of myself for that one. That bringing the title back to Titletown reference was me being a Packers fan, by the way. I see what other NASCAR lists they have on here that aren't Daytona 500. We've got the Daytona 500 covered. I mean, we've just aced the last 2 quizzes at 100%. Most wins, never champion. I feel like that's a little too easy. If you guys see any lists on here, let me know. I'll stop. If we get enough people in the chat to pick the same one. Killing time for those of you just tuning in, wondering what the heck this is. This isn't the NASCAR race. Well, they're on a rain delay right now at Daytona. Currently on lap 11 when the rain came. They do seem to have the track mostly dry. They're making very good progress. I know there are still storms in the area, but they're making good progress. So that tells me that it's not currently raining. So we've got some good signs, good scenes at Daytona to try to get back to racing here, maybe even before dark. Let's see here. Find the NASCAR driver 2. What is this? Read how to play. Or info. Well, let me do the first one. What is this? I have no clue what this quiz is. Get this away for now. Oh, geez, I almost dropped it. It's pretty heavy. That would have made a large thud. Jamie McMurray. Yeah, he's a NASCAR driver. Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano. I don't know what this list is supposed to entail here. Yeah, I'm not doing this. I don't know what this is. It says read how to play, and then I click more info, and there's nothing down here. Click on regions of an image. I don't have an image, though. We're missing the image. Okay. Going back. I'm not going to ruin my streak on this. I think I went back too far. Rookie of the Year. When did they start awarding that? Because it wasn't for a while before they started awarding the Rookie of the Year. I like the race winners in the 2000s, but I was hoping that'd be 2000 to today and not only the actual decade of the 2000s. I feel like that's going to be way too easy. Go first NASCAR wins. Okay. So they gave us 30 races. They gave us the track, the name of the race by way of sponsor. Or if it's a crown jewel, obviously. Whatever the name of the race is. And we have 30 races. 7 minutes. We'll try this one. See the years on here. Got some from 2009 back to 1975. And I wonder if this is one that I have to like actually click on. No, it's not. Okay, we just throw them out there. Keselowski is that Aaron's 499. 600 that year was David Rudiman. Ryu. Man. Oh my god. Am I missing something here? Yes, I was. Okay. Oh, that was throwing me off. When Pablo Montoya was Sonoma in 07, Pocono was Hamlin in 06. Biffle was the Pepsi 400 in 2003. Food City, that was Kurt Busch. Napa Auto Parts, that was California in 02, Jimmy Johnson. Ah, Johnson. Rockingham in 02. Was that when Johnny Benson won there? I know my shit. All right, Daytona 500, Michael Waltrip. Pardon my language for any young viewers watching. Let's see here. This is where it gets tough. Loudon was actually Rockingham. I was too young at this time. I wouldn't have remembered this even if I saw it. Oh, you know what? Richmond was Tony Stewart. Yeah. New Hampshire in 99. Wasn't Jeff Burton. This is first career wins, by the way. So again, first career wins, and it gives us obviously the name of all the races. '94 600 was Jeff Gordon. And the year after that in the 600 was... Oh, shoot. Who was that? I thought it was Jeff Burton at Loudon, but it wasn't. Bobby Labonte, thank you for that, by the way, in the 600. Got a Terry in there also. Earnhardt's probably going to be somewhere on this list. Yeah, I'm just going to... I was like, they're going to have him on here. I'm just throwing out names from the 80s at this point. Try to fill some of this list so we can at least get our average score. Pepsi 400. No. Garrett Cope was the Daytona 500 in 1990. Jimmy Spencer won. I was going to say he won the Pepsi 400 one of those years. Oh, I didn't realize 500 was still on there. Sterling Marlin. Phoenix was Cool Wiki, I believe, in 88. Gosh, man, I can't spell anymore. I think my brain's starting to turn to mush from so many of these quizzes. Dega in 88. Mark Martin at Rockingham, thank you for that. Bodine's probably on the list. No, he's not. Bodine is not on the list. '99 and '99. Yeah, that's what I swear Jeff Burton won that race. Do I have to put Jeff Burton because we already had Ward? I usually don't have to do that. Jeef. Burton. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to be upset if it doesn't give me that. Riverside. Oh, gosh. Tim Richmond, right? Oh, my God. All right. Pepsi 485. That's still... Pepsi 400, 1985. No, Logano's not on there anywhere. Ricky Rudd might have been the other Riverside race. Yep. Okay. Yeah, he was a good road course racer. That Dega one in '88 is kind of driving me nuts. Nemechek? Thank you for the Joe Nemechek. You know what? I think that I had the wrong Loudon race when I was thinking Jeff Burton, because he definitely won there in '99, but he didn't sweep him. Nemechek obviously won the other one. Who won the Winston in '88? Kyle Petty. That was Richmond. Or put. Yeah, I already put that. I was about to put Dave Marcus. I ran out of time. Greg Sachs won the Pepsi 485, and then Phil Parsons was the 88 win. I maybe could have gotten to that. I know he won at Dega. Dega's produced a lot of first-time winners. Track was on this list a couple times for a reason. Pretty good. 87%. Average score isn't even 50. That was going to be tough to get the max score, but that's what I like. I like a challenge. We had to get put back to reality there, considering we got the clean sweep a couple times before that. Well, I'm really hoping we get back to racing sometime soon. Track drying process continues in the Daytona 500. I appreciate everybody that stayed tuned throughout the course of the stream up to this point. Got 178 people have voted for who they think is going to win the Daytona 500 in our chat poll, but we only have 82 likes on the stream. So be sure to hit that like button so we can get to our goal of 150. We're over halfway there, and we're only 11 laps into the race, so we're definitely on pace, but be sure to hit that like button. It helps these streams out a ton. Kyle Busch at 30% of the votes to win the 500. 47% say somebody other than Logano, Byron, or Busch. Logano at 16% is my pick to win. All right. We're going to do one more quiz, and then I'm going to have to tap out from the quizzes because, or at least take a little bit of a break. It's just too much hard thinking in a short time frame. I was starting to struggle towards the end of that last quiz just because I've got so many names just floating around in my head that I'm starting to get lost. Most starts. Let's do this. We should be able to get a perfect score. Well, maybe not. How many names we got? 20. All right, so this is going to be the 20 drivers who have made the most starts in NASCAR history. Updated in 2021. So I don't know if Harvick is going to be on the list because he still had a couple more years yet. So that's worth noting. But I think he would be the only one. Well, maybe one of the Busch brothers could be on here too. Or maybe not on here because Kyle's still racing. I don't know how many starts that they have, but they should be up there. I mean, Kyle started really young. All right, guys. See what we can do here. I'm waiting. I'm going to start it. Most starts. Yeah, Ricky Rudd is up there. Harry Gant raced for a long time. Oh, gosh, he's not. Well, I tried. Jeff Gordon. I'm going to put Bush on here. Okay, Kurt Busch is on there. Kyle is not. I'm going to put Harvick. He is on there. Okay. Mark Martin's going to be on here. Nemechek was around for a long time, but okay, so he is. Nemechek's on there. Morgan Shepherd was around for a long time, but not always in the Cup Series. Petty, number 1. Kyle Petty has a lot, too. That's crazy Kyle Petty had that many stars. I wouldn't have guessed he had over 800. Jimmy Johnson. Michael Waltrip. Daryl's definitely on here. Michael's on there, too. Dale Sr. Schrader was around for a while. Yep. Who raced for a long time? Newman. Okay, yeah, I was going to say Newman was around for a minute. Stewart? No, I don't think he's on here. Yeah, he's not on here. Because he didn't start till later. Kenseth might be on here. I think some of these names like Johnson, Newman, and Kenseth were close. Labonte is definitely on here, both of them. Dale Jarrett was close. He was 6 off from the list. Yeah, Rusty's on here. I tried Gant. I'm surprised Gant wasn't on there. Dave Marcus is on there. Bill Elliott. Yeah, he was around for a while. I remember he ran the 2011 Daytona 500. He was around for a long time. JD McDuffie? I don't think so. He was close. He was actually close, but he wasn't quite in the top 20. He was closer than I thought he would have been. We got to put Baker on here because, you know, we don't want to forget him. Yeah. He's just on every list, man. Great driver. Most starts. Probably 70s, 80s, 40 plus season. Yeah. Allison was around for a really long time. Yeah, Bobby Allison drove for a while. A lot of, I mean, I don't even know what I was going to say there. Sterling Marlin was around for a really long time. Yeah, okay. Because it took him like 10 years to win a race, and then even after that, he was still around for well over a decade. We only got one left. Yeah, I tried Bodine already. Surprised he wasn't even close to the list. Who was around for a very long time? Benny Parsons. I mean, that's. Oh, I thought we had it right there. We got 2.5 minutes. I thought the Benny Parsons would have been it. I mean, yeah, there's so many of those old names I haven't put on here. David Pearson, but he ran part time for a while, so yeah, Pearson's not on here. It's not Yarborough either. $695. Michael McDowell's been around for a really long time. But the thing, if this was a more active list, I think he might actually be on there. But it only goes to 2021. Not hit. Strickland. Nope. Who else would have been around for a long time? Who drove for golly. Yeah, I tried Harvick already. He actually was on here. Jimmy Spencer was around for a while. No. Rick Mass was no, he wasn't around. Yeah, he wasn't around very long. He had to retire kind of early. Man. Bobby Isaac, is he on here? No, he retired early too. Yeah, he retired early. Oh, we're so close. Yeah, I tried Jared already. That wasn't it. We're running out of time. Harry Gant, I already tried that. I was surprised he wasn't on here. Oh my gosh, we're so close. We got Waltrips. Oh no. Who is it? Jeff Burton. Are you kidding me? That's my time. We were all thinking like old in the chat. I did not even think about it being another active, well, not active, but another more modern driver. Wow. 695 for Jeff Burton. I mean, yeah, he was around from the early to mid 90s through the early. I was stuck on just trying to get a bunch of old, like old drivers, 70s, 80s, 90s. I thought that we had all the more modern ones. Not the case. Jeff Burton, the mayor, one off. We almost did it again. We almost brought the title back. Yep, been racing since '94. Yep. Yeah, that they just slip by you every once in a while, you know. You do so many of these. What's going on in Daytona? How close are we to getting back to racing?
When he did, so I don't know if I would have found it without Dad, but certainly grateful that I did, and grateful opportunities have led to having at least this long of a career doing it.
I remember you on pit road as a 10-year-old, maybe a little kid, and you and Ryan are the two that stick out to me. And I remember in my mind, I'm like, it's so hard to make it into racing. And I'm like, those dads are crazy. With all the money they're wasting on their kids racing and trying to get here. And now you guys have both won a championship. It's been so cool to watch that progression of you guys doing that. At what point for you did you realize, like, man, this might work out?
Well, it's funny you mentioned Ryan. Because
Interviewing Chase Elliott right now.
his path
If
and
you're
my
wondering
path
who it was.
so similar in a lot of ways.
Because of your age, or like why?
Well, I'll try to briefly explain, but I think he's a couple years older than me, but we kind of took a similar path, and I'm sure our dads are different, but I think their approach to our racing was kind of the same. And it was only so far that they were going to take us, or at least that was the case for me. There was only so much Dad was going to do, and he made that very clear to me. He's like, "Look, I can't I can't do this forever, you know. And as I got older, I understood that. And for me, I think the moment that I thought maybe there was a chance was when Rick got involved, and he said he wanted to help, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, why do you want to help me? You know, truthfully, you got Jimmy Johnson and
Did you ask him that?
probably,
Yeah.
probably.
You don't remember the answer though.
I don't remember the answer. I probably wouldn't have believed it, whatever it was. But, you know, that to me was the moment where I felt like, man, you know, this, at first, when we first sat down with Rick, it's like, I was 14, 15 years old. I'm like, what, you know, is this just a load of BS?
Formality,
you know,
yeah.
like I don't understand why do you want to help, you know? And I didn't know him at the time, right? And everything that man said he was going to do for me, he has done, and then some. And
Wow.
you know, it seems like for Ryan, it was kind of the same way with Roger. I think Dave got him to a point, and Roger got in the picture, and was able to help elevate him to that next step, and ultimately groom him into a champion as well. So our paths are very similar, I think, in a lot of ways, and us be able to do our childhood dreams together is not something you get to experience every day.
I love it because I've watched your dads and I'm a dad now, right? And so to see them like go through this transition to racing and then go to the proud dad moment, it's so cool to watch.
And you're only 20, right? You're 29 years old.
29, yeah.
Still just a kid.
He's like half of you.
So,
Oh, man,
he's been heckling me too, right? You guys tease each other about things. I wanted to go back because in your career, even though young, still you had the injury, winless season. I was like, gosh, and then you recovered. Then last year finished strong. We talked about the Clash, and you were with us a little earlier. Take us through a little bit of that stretch when you maybe the most difficult in your career.
Maybe. I mean, I think there's definitely been some other years that we haven't performed or run as well as I would like to run, but certainly, you know, 2023 was definitely rough. I mean, obviously getting hurt, you know, missing races. I think that was when you kind of look at the rest of that season, people, I think, kind of came to the conclusion that we weren't running well because I was recovering from an injury or because I missed 5 or 6 races. And that just, I mean, it's a great excuse. And if I could sit here and lie to you and tell you that was the case,
That wasn't true.
but that just simply wasn't true. We had started to struggle, truthfully, at the end of 22. We had a really strong season firing off in 22. And I think that you know, more than anything, as a driver, just got behind this car, and our competitors really figured out how to drive it. And then once they figured out how to drive it, then they went to work on tuning on it too. Yeah. And I really think I got behind on that whole process. And, you know, it's certainly taken some time to get back into a position where I feel like we're getting into the right bracket. I do feel like we're closer to that now than we've probably been since that transition happened. And unfortunately, yeah, I think 22 or 23 was an extension of kind of where we were at in 22. And I feel like, you know, the end of 23 and last year have been good, really good growing periods for us as a team.
Yeah, and I don't do this to embarrass you because I know, but to win the most popular driver for 7 straight years is a really special thing. I mean, I know you didn't vote for yourself, don't worry.
I do not.
But what kind of responsibility comes with that for you? And obviously fans, you know, you're a fan favorite, not just because of your name, but because of what you accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest responsibility is to be yourself and make sure that, you know, you're respecting yourself and your team and your partners, and making sure you're holding yourself accountable to the things that are required of you by your race team and to the guys that go to battle with you and for you every weekend. That to me is number one. And then beyond that, I think it's making sure you pay respect to the people that sit up here that allow us to come do what we do. And for me, it's been also making sure that I express my appreciation for the fans and my understanding for my family's history in the sport. And I think I've always tried to look at that award as, you know, it's not just about me. It wasn't just about my dad. It's really been about our whole family, because it's been very much a family effort.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure that I'm representing our family the way that they want to be represented. And that's really all I try to do.
And yeah, moms have a lot to do with all of this as well, as we know. And Rick Hendrick has done a lot of good things for a lot of people, not just in racing. So it's nice that
that you mentioned him. You know, he heckled me a moment ago, Junior over here. Any of you NASCAR drivers heading to NASCAR on Fox, the booth during the delay, you're free to ask Jamie McMurray about his bleach. That's it. Bleach blonde. Have you ever seen this, Chase?
No.
It's like, what is that, lemon juice peroxide?
Actually, that photo is on the back. That photo is on the back of the hauler at Richmond when they announced that I was going to Cup. And people make fun of me, Chase, about that. But I'm going to tell you something. Surely not. I like that. I do. And if my wife would let me have it now, I'd probably bring it back. But I would be single. What was the weekly budget on that? The trick is just the hair pace, I think. Gotcha. Yeah, and I don't like where this has turned.
That's how it goes. I'm a big hair guy. These mess up my hair. I'd rather have the Fox Mike. But thank you for let's see.
So let's put it up there again. That's
it's like a bad Happy Days rerun or something. All right,
we are bored, aren't we?
Yeah,
we are bored. Yes.
Don't worry, we got the next year, last year's Daytona 500 coming up before we get to the next one here. But thank you for stopping by. So chill, so cash. Good luck when we get racing. Hopefully,
y'all enjoy it. Thank you
very shortly. And Chase, one of many who helped us through the rain delay, and we wanted to stay live because we weren't exactly sure. So during this stretch, remember we started on time, moved the race up early. And then, of course, the rains came 11 laps in. So total drivers we talked to 26, including, our team of pit reporters. Jamie, you see the breakdown there. And then the studio visits, 9. In fact, 2 for Chase, so he wins that award. And the Rizzler came up, not the Riddler. I was hoping for a little Batman reference. But we appreciate
for the Rizzler, I think.
we appreciate all of those who did help us out. We are live. Stay with us. We plan to go racing, but in the meantime, and we'll update you, leave it here on Fox. Enjoy last year's running of the Great American Race. You're watching Daytona 500 coverage on Fox.
Wondered, hey, the race is on. You should start commentating. This is last year's race, as they just mentioned over the broadcast. So currently airing 2024's Daytona 500. Just waiting to get back to racing here. We've done some trivia on the channel up to this point. Had to take a little bit of a break just to kind of help my brain get back into the... don't want to get too NASCAR'd out, essentially. That scares me that they're airing the race now from last year. And they didn't start doing that earlier in the broadcast. I do commend Fox for not doing it earlier in the broadcast, actually trying to get as many driver interviews as they could. For copyright reasons, I just didn't want to air all of that. So that's why we cut away after a little bit and started doing the trivia instead. Look at how much more sunnier it was last year on the Monday race than what we've seen so far today. It was overcast even from the pre-race about 2 hours before. We've been streaming since 12:30. We've only had 11 laps of the race complete in the just over 4 hours we've been streaming, but appreciate each and every one of you that has stayed tuned in throughout the course of our pre-race into the very minimal portion of the actual Daytona 500 as well as the rain delay. We will still stay here until we get back to racing. Anyone want to guess when we go green again? I was just looking at the weather. Oh, I didn't mean to close out of that. Let me go back. Storms have fizzled out. It hasn't been raining at the Speedway for a while. So that's good. I mean, I've said this from the time it started raining that it was going to be clear, 7 o'clock onwards. So we'll definitely be racing in the night. Huh. 9. I think we'll go racing before 9. Hoping they don't get another quick pop-up shower because there are showers in the area still. Albeit fairly small. It just takes the one. Dampen the racetrack again, and then we start the track drying process all over again, which takes about an hour and a half. haven't looked on X yet to see if Bob Pockrass at the racetrack has posted anything during the entirety of this rain delay, so I'll get him back up on my phone and we could stay updated. At least we'll know when drivers are called to their cars or when they're maybe expecting it from NASCAR. Nothing yet as far as what I haven't already mentioned. Say 7. I would probably lean. I hope we get racing. I mean, it's almost dry now. It's just, will we get any more rain between now and that 7 o'clock time frame? I sure hope not, man. I hope it's not another 2.5. Entirety of this last year's Daytona 500 before this year's starts. Forgot how violent that Harrison Burton crash in the tri-oval was till they just showed it. He hit hard a couple times. Early caution on lap 6 a season ago. Carson Hocevar was involved. Hocevar unfortunately finished last in his only Daytona 500. He's probably on a rare list of drivers to finish last in their 500 debut. Definitely not a list you would want to be on. Road Killer, thanks for tuning in. Greetings from Spain. Welcome from the other side of the world. How's it going? Still raining. So it's not currently raining at the track the last they showed on the broadcast, but the track drying is still going on. And that's also why I have Bob Pockrass on my phone now, at least on X, so that way he'll give updates if it starts raining at the racetrack again. But it hasn't for a little bit now. Anybody new to the channel, be sure to hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. Help the channel grow as we are on the road to 10,000 subscribers here in 2025. Hopefully get there before the end of the season, this being the first race of the year. We were only 14 away from 5,800 a couple minutes ago. I put it in the chat. This is when they were interviewing Chase Elliott. Yeah, we're still 14 away. Oh, now we're 13 away. I just refreshed it. Okay, so yeah, we're 13 away from 5,800. And our goal was 150 likes on the stream, and we're up to 90 already, and we're only 11 laps into the race. I still want to get there as soon as I can because you just never know, but we're on our pace to getting there considering we've had this extra long rain delay. Obviously, not as many people probably watching the stream with it being a rain delay as well, as we just kind of wait things out, but keeping everybody updated that may be not able to watch the race as we continue our coverage of the Daytona 500. My favorite driver? Well, I'm wearing it. Ryan Blaney. My original favorite driver growing up was Greg Biffle. Always been a fan of the Ford drivers, so all the Roush guys around that time, but Biffle was my favorite. My earliest memories of watching NASCAR, he was a perennial championship contender there through the early to mid 2000s. Well, more the mid 2000s when he was a championship contender, but got a win in his rookie season in 2003. Pepsi 400. Consistently a good driver over the years, but I'm more of a fan of Ryan Blaney since he got into the Cup Series than what I was growing up as a Biffle fan, just because of the ties I have to watching his uncle race sprint cars locally in Northwest Ohio growing up. Because Dale was always my favorite driver when my grandpa would take me to like the local sprint car races and stuff. So I always rooted for him. He was my favorite. Go down into the garage area. You know, I have so many Dale Blaney t-shirts that obviously don't fit me anymore because I'm older. I'm grown now. Yeah, no, he was my favorite there. So obviously Ryan trying to break into NASCAR there in the mid 2010s had to take him as my favorite for when Biffle retired, and he came in pretty much right at about the time Biffle was working his way out of the sport. Blaney's rookie season was Biffle's last full-time season in the Cup Series. And it was cool also when I went to the 500 in 2022 that out of nowhere, like I knew I was going to the 500 all the way through that winter. And like a month before the 500, Greg Biffle announced he was going to run the Daytona 500. I'm like, cool, I got two guys I can root for in this race. So, and he made the show too because he had to race his way in for New York Racing in the 44 car, and he was pretty quick in his duel. He was up in the top 10 for most of it. Fortunately, had some mechanical failures early in the 500, so that took him out. But yeah, that Thursday night during the duel race, that was pretty cool rooting him on, hoping he would get there. So kind of coincidental that my original favorite driver growing up, the one year I go to the Daytona 500, and not to mention he was retired for like 6 years before that too. He just randomly showed up. Yep, gonna run the Daytona 500 in his 50s. So that was pretty cool. That was really cool. That I actually got to see him race again. I did get to see him race towards the back portion of his career because the first NASCAR race I ever went to was at Michigan in 2015. My grandpa took me for my birthday that year. So I got to see him race that one time, and then I didn't start traveling to races on my own until 2018. Late 20s, mid 25. 25. I always joke around. I'm like, I'm 25, but the beard makes me look like I'm 35. I said that to my mom a few months back, and she's like, 35's not old. I'm like, I know it's not, but I'm not 35. Like, that's the... Like, you're not helping me here. I'm aware it's not old, but I'm also not 35. It'd be no different if I was 40. I wouldn't want people thinking I'm 50. Okay, it's a big difference. That just, I mean, that sounds like an insult to me. That's what that sounds like. Wonder if people think I'm 20. If I would never shave my beard, but if I did, I can only imagine how young I'd look. I'd look so goofy too. Oh my gosh. I don't even know. I haven't seen my face since I was probably 20 years old. I would look so strange. Because the slight crow feet under my eyes, I've noticed are kind of over the last like year. I've really noticed that they're slowly kind of coming in. So before, that would be something. But yeah, it's not coming off. End up racing again tonight. Should only make it 100 light. No, they're gonna run the whole thing. It's the Daytona 500. We're gonna get all 500 miles in. We just gotta wait a little longer. That's all. If you're wondering what of the race you might have missed in the first 10 laps, they actually got to 3x3 racing handful of laps into the race, so we saw a lot of 3-wide racing all the way through the field. Austin Cindric was able to get out to the lead. Chase Briscoe from the pole led the first several laps, and he is now currently in third. See how many laps he led. 4 laps led for Briscoe. And then Ty Dillon took the lead with William Byron. Byron nabbed the lead, but he didn't get credited for a lap led because he didn't lead back at the start-finish line at that time. So Dillon led for 3 laps, and then Byron ended up taking the lead from him. And Byron fell all the way back to 25th. when he got shuffled out of line when they were going 3 wide. So he led 3 laps, but he's already back to 25th. And again, it's only lap 11. And then Austin Cindric took the lead for 1 lap, and then the caution came out. So an immediate red flag on the front stretch. For rain, of course. We had a red flag early in the ARCA race yesterday afternoon, but that was because of a 15-car crash. This is a red flag because of weather. I do. Oh, for sure, JoJo. Let's see here. I haven't noticed anybody. Well, I don't think I shouted out Super B-Man 1, longtime viewer of the channel. Thanks for tuning in during our rain delay coverage. Had a lot of people participating in the trivia that we were passing time with there for a little bit, so I greatly appreciate that from everybody as well. Trying to keep the stream as entertaining as we can during the course of the rain delay. We're get to 5,800 before the end of this stream. Just because we're that close. We're so close. We need to get to that, and we need to get to our like goal, which is 150. And we are at 94. Didn't shout you out. I probably did really early in the stream because you were here very early. If you step away and come back, just be saying the same name over and over again for a while. Try to give you guys at least one shout out. Mike G is helping out a ton with the trivia. Zachary Powers, welcome to the stream. Oh, yeah, I mean, if they were halfway, they might have called it. It would have been a possibility. See, it's so weird, because NASCAR, if we got to, let's just say theoretically speaking, we got to halfway. Prior knowledge is that NASCAR would have done their best to get the track dried and get the cars back out there, knowing that the weather was going to pass through and the nighttime was going to be clear. We've seen races go past midnight in the past, especially at Daytona. They usually try to do that for more marquee events, especially. But then last year in the Coke 600, Fox basically pulled the plug on it, like, oh, we're past our TV window. Local news is coming on at, 10, 11 o'clock, whatever, instead. So now it's all up in the air, because we know NASCAR would do the right thing and try to get them out there as much as they possibly can. But the TV partners don't seem like, Fox specifically, don't seem like they're going to cooperate with it as much. But in this instance, it's different because we're not halfway, so. Yeah, this is gonna be a long stream. We got about a 3-hour NASCAR race to go yet. So we're definitely going past 8 o'clock, because usually for these cup races we also stay live for about a half hour or so after the race is over for our post race. The post race might be more abbreviated with the race going long. Because of the rain delay, but any driver interviews, you'll get to listen to that after the fact as well. Bubba Hodge, thanks for watching. Stream, so over the course of 4.5 hours, it's down to about 24%. It was fully charged when I started. But having my YouTube app up and then having the weather up for Daytona the entire time, Bob Pockers on X, like I got a lot of apps open that are kind of draining the battery quite a bit. See here. Sun is out 41 seconds ago. So not only the track has been drying, but the sun is shining at Daytona. Not quite, it's kind of peaking. It's still partly cloudy. It's not quite like the 2024 race they're showing right now, but he also put out about 7 minutes ago, activity is picking up on pit road. Cruise drivers milling about. Hard to tell if it's going to rain again and when. Wind is good. Cooler temps, not so much. It is supposed to warm up a bit after the rain does pass through. It's down to 60 degrees in Daytona Beach, Florida right now, but once the rain goes through, I think it's supposed to warm up into the upper 60s into the night again. Go figure it's going to be a 60-degree sunshiny day tomorrow in Daytona. Couldn't have that today, could we? Thanks, Mother Nature. Rain was always the worst. I always remember growing up racing, we would go to the racetrack. And if we were running for points for like a track championship or something, we had to go there. Even if it was a downpouring monsoon like all day before that. So then you'd get there and then you'd sit around for like 3 hours in the rain and then they'd finally call it and then you just go home. Such a waste of time. And in those cases, it's not like NASCAR where they reschedule it the next day. Obviously, it's like, nope, that's it for the week. You got to wait till next week, try it all over again. Sometimes they'd make the, excuse me, sometimes they'd make the date up, sometimes they wouldn't. It'd be dependent on like the area tracks around because they'd usually try to set a schedule up for dates that were open because nobody else was racing that weekend. Because there were quite a few tracks within a couple hours of where I lived. Or there was one track we would specifically try to hit all the way through the year, and then we kind of go to a couple different ones on some of the off weeks. But then the last couple of years, they were basically just going wherever the money was. Whoever was paying the most money for that weekend, not racing for track championships anymore. Those last probably 2 to 3 years. It's mainly because the track we were racing at wasn't really paying very well after a while. So it's like, yeah, let's start going to these other places that we've raced before so we have a good knowledge on. There is one of the more fun ones I ever did. Shout out to State Line Speedway. I don't know if they're still around or not. But it was on the Ohio-Indiana border, and I think it actually was in the state of Indiana, if I'm not mistaken. It's basically like right on the border. Like the road that the track is on, part of the parking lot, I think, is in one state, and then the actual like dirt track is in the other part of the state. Hence the name State Line Speedway. But they had this big money race. I can't remember exactly what year it was, but it was one of the last years I was racing. And I was just starting to get hot. Like I was clicking away good finishes. I had a win earlier in that year after going a long time without one. Things were clicking for us. And they had a $4,000 to win race, which in go-karts is insane, by the way. Like that's something you would see at like a local dirt track on a random Saturday night. So to have that for like a go-kart race, huge. For a specific weight class. Dirt go-karts, by the way, too. So yeah, it was a big payday. They had a lot of cars there. I think there was like 60 or 70 something carts in our class. And it was basically like the Knoxville Nationals where you just had like an E main, a D main, like it was one main into the next. You qualified earlier in the day, you had your heat races. It was an all-day affair. Instead of like where Knoxville, they'll qualify one night. This was literally from like 10 o'clock in the morning, was hot laps. And you just obviously had to keep an eye on exactly what race you were going to be in and where you qualified. They had a live timing and scoring electronically and stuff. So that was really cool. And I only got to do that once. It was an annual thing at that racetrack. And that was something I definitely wish I could have tried again because that was a lot of fun. I didn't even make the main event. That was the first time I'd ever raced there too. So we went in not knowing anything, and we ended up in the B main. And really by that time in the day, I felt like we were quick. I don't think I would have ended up like winning the thing, but especially if transferred through the B main, we would have had to start at the back in the feature. I think it was a 100-lap main event too, so I guess it wouldn't have been impossible. But I don't think we would have ended up. I mean, like I said, we were new there. There were probably a lot of people that had raced in that race before, because I think they were doing that on an annual basis. That was pretty cool though. Yeah, that was a fun time. And I didn't even make the main event. And that was one of the funnest things I'd ever experienced racing growing up. And they obviously had other classes going on that night too. So, I mean, there were way more than even the 60 or 70 cars. But in one class is ridiculous. That's what I mean. It's like the Knoxville Nationals, like because they get like 50 to 60 car counts, and they have like 5 mains to basically qualify for the main event. It's exactly what that was, but it was only dirt go-karts instead. That was wild experience. Was making headway through the B main, just ran out of time, didn't have enough laps because we had to start at the back of the B main after the C. And that's where we really started clicking away. Having those extra laps from one to the next really helped us, but I didn't have enough time to get through the field. I think I was only like two or three positions from the transfer spot, even starting at the back of the B. I made some noise. 100 laps on a dirt track, by the way, is a lot. Talking about dirt. Yeah, dirt. Dirt racing. Next year on the trivia, picking Lorenzen first. I got Fred Lorenzen. Oh, you're talking about for the Daytona 500. Yeah, just to get that. Yeah, that's why you got to space it out. If we tried to do the same quiz, like try to do the same quiz over and over and over again, it'd be way too easy. Like if we did the NASCAR all-time winners over and over and over again, I'm sure we would get all like 200 something names eventually. Once we see them enough times. That should be a stream in and of itself. I don't leave until I get 100% on this quiz. No, that'd be terrible. That would literally last all day. Like, did I put them? No. After a couple tries, we would know all like 200, however many names that there are that have won a cup race. I know it's over 200 because I think Cole Custer at Kentucky in 2020 was number 200. And we've had some winners since then. Yeah, he's been in and out of the chat the whole stream. Seth Thomas, welcome in. Drivers back to the cars at 6. Is that what Bob Pocker's posted? Let's see what Bob's got. 6 seems quite a ways out yet. Covers come off the cars at 5:15. So there you go. 5:15, it sounds like drivers are going to be called back to their cars. So we're getting close. 15 minutes away from drivers getting called back to their cars. So it'll be before 6. Somebody put in the chat 6. I don't think it's going to take them 45 minutes to take the covers off the cars and get the drivers in. If that happens, that's going to be a big problem. Hopefully most of the stands had stuck it out. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to have much more time for another quiz. I'm quizzed out, honestly. Considering we did a couple in the pre-race also. I think we ended up running 4 of them. 4 of them back in the rain delay. Bentley Potts also welcome to the stream. I didn't notice you in the chat. March 2nd, got a 100 lapper on a 3rd mile track, trying to get in shape. There you go. Good luck to you. Yeah, that was one thing. It wasn't like, because I was always really like scrawny, lanky, just tall, especially once I got into high school. But as far as like getting in shape, the only thing that I was ever sore from more often than not was always my neck. But in go-karts, it's obviously different. If I was like in a enclosed roll cage or a car, that probably wouldn't be the case. But yeah, my neck was always stiff the next day. It was always the left side because obviously I was racing ovals. It was always the left side of my neck was a little sore the next day. That was pretty much it. The old G-forces. Night race. Yeah, maybe the track drying could have been a little sooner if it wasn't overcast skies while they were trying to dry the track. It has been pretty windy still. That'll die down into the night some. Definitely not as windy as it was before the rain came. Drivers to their cars at 5:25. So there we go. Updated from Bob Pockrass on X, who obviously works for Fox Sports. One of the NASCAR insiders as well. 75 people in the chat right now. We have hit over 100 likes. We're at 101 likes on the stream. Our goal is to get to 150 for these Cup Series race streams. And we got more people coming back here over the last several minutes alone, knowing that we're going to be getting close to racing again at some point sometime soon. Electronics and hot engines don't like sitting in the rain. Someone always has radio issues. Yeah, that's a very good point. And you definitely don't want to have radio issues here. Super Speedway, you need to hear that spotter at all times. Hopefully the digital mirrors are going to be working on all of the cars in the field as well, because I don't think they have the old mirror. When they first debuted the next gen, they had both. And then I think you had to pick one or the other. Maybe the next season, then last year, it was only the digital rear view. Or maybe you still get to pick one or the other and most of the drivers just have the digital. But talking about electronics and possibly having shortage or something of that nature through the rain, that would definitely be the worst thing to not have. And radio communication would probably be a close second. Actually, I'd probably say radio would be first just because you need to hear your crew chief. Got to know when to pit also. I mean, yeah, you base it off of other cars around you, but that still gets kind of tough at the last second. I mean, there's a reason they don't have any idea of it immediately. Very likely that you're going to get caught up in it. It's already likely as it is, especially in a pack race, but Even more likely after the fact. Waiting patiently. Yes, we all have been. I will say the chat has been relatively tame. Haven't been cursing out Mother Nature too badly. Be right back. Yeah, we're good. For anybody that may not know, if you're wondering why I'm stepping away every so often, I have had a little bit of phlegm ever since. This was before the Rolex 24 I had that, by the way. Well, then for like 10 days I was fine once I got my voice back. And then I got like actually sick a couple weeks ago, and that's kind of lingered for a little over a week now. So just got to kind of clear my throat out a little bit from time to time. So if I ever step away from the mic for like 20 seconds, that's all I'm doing. You guys don't want to hear that. I force myself to have to clear it because it sounds obnoxious, and we don't need that. I can mute the mic, but then I'm still on the camera, like doing it. I feel like it just looks weird, so it's easier for me if I just step away for a couple seconds. I was fine during the Clash stream, so it was well after the really it was about when the Super Bowl was going on was when I fell under the weather. So it's yeah a little over a week. I've felt fine since about last Sunday or Monday. Actually, I'm trying to think. It would have been the Thursday before the Super Bowl. I actually left work early. I couldn't make it through the day that day. I'd put in some vacation time, cover my hours for the rest of the shift. That was a struggle that day. It was last week, that would have been very tough to get through. Especially every night here for 5 days in a row now. So we had 3 live commentary streams yesterday, ranging from noon until the end of the Xfinity Series race, which got over a little bit before 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Between the Cup final practice and the Xfinity race, and then about a 20-minute break between the ARCA race and Cup practice. So in that just under 8-hour stretch, probably streamed for about a good 6.5 hours or so total yesterday between all 3 streams. This stream is going to elapse that in just one stream, essentially, is what this is going to do. One stream today is going to be longer than the 3 streams combined from yesterday. Staying hydrated, yep, definitely staying hydrated. Somebody in the chat just mentioned it. I haven't had to refill my water yet, so I probably haven't been drinking enough of it as I probably should. But I was drinking it all morning too, though, so. Yeah, we don't want to lose my voice. I've only done that on stream once. It was the Clash 2 years ago. Yeah, it was like when we first started doing all the Cup races. 2022. We weren't even doing Xfinity and truck races at that time. I remember during the Clash that night, though, I was losing my voice, and it was just gone. And that was the first one of the season, too. Obviously, doing it a lot since then, it hasn't happened, luckily. Because once it happened the first time, I'm like, I'm not letting that happen again. I felt a little hoarse during the Rolex 24, but I did make it. There's about 6 hours to go in the race, and I felt my voice getting scratchy. And there were people, not bashing you guys too much for those of you that were watching that, because you definitely helped me through it every step of the way. But yeah, those last 6 hours, there were people like, you need to drink more water. I'm like, I went through 16 bottles of water during that 24-hour stream. Like, I was staying hydrated. You can only talk for so many hours consecutively before your voice just starts to go. And I just cleared out laryngitis and got my voice back like 2 or 3 days before that stream too. I almost blew it out again. So that probably didn't help either, but yeah, it was just kind of funny that they were like, "Oh, you need to like yeah, I'm doing all I can right now." We're 18 hours in. It's not like an actual, racing booth where there's 2 or 3 guys in there, so it's not the one person talking the entire time. I'm working with what I got. Ashton G, thanks for tuning in. Do I drink coffee? Not really. I mean, iced coffees from time to time. I haven't drank any coffee today. Yeah, warmer drinks tend to ease the throat a little bit. Try Body Armor. I've only had it once. I should drink it more often just because it's a Ryan Blaney sponsor. But I'm usually strict on water. Mostly water. But I have had Body Armor once before. I think I had the fruit punch one flavor. That might amaze people that I could stream like this for, 4.5 hours now with 11 laps of racing on no caffeine. But I'm honestly doing perfectly fine. I think that 24-hour stream, there was caffeine in my system that day. Although I didn't have any until like after 12 hours into the stream. I was trying to go as long as I could without it. And then I tried to have some before I started getting tired, because that was the worst thing, was not wanting to get tired during the course of that stream. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about with the 24-hour stream, we did all 24 hours of the Rolex 24 about a month ago on the channel, and I did make it. And if you look back between hours like 18 and 21, from that 6 hours to go in the race to about 3 hours to go, there were some moments in there where I would have like the audio of the race playing instead of me commentating. And then I was taking some heavy blinks. I would blink and my eyes were probably shut for like 3 seconds, and then it was tough to snap out of. But once the racing really started to pick up with about 3 hours to go, because we were getting close to the finish, and so it was basically a sprint at that point for what we had left in it. The competition was getting up. There were good battles for the lead going on, and that woke me up quite a bit. But that 3-hour stretch, though, right away, right when the sun was coming up, that was a little brutal. But we did it. And I was asked if I would do it again. I probably will. I mean, it was a good turnout. That was going to be dependent on whether I was going to do it again. Because if I wasn't going to get a good turnout, I'm not going to put myself through that again. But honestly, no, it was. I'm glad that enough people watched it. I was scared about it because it's not a NASCAR race, so I already was going into it knowing that we weren't going to have the same amount of people watching that we would have, watching a normal race. I think we got down as low as like 18 people in the chat during like the early morning hours of the race, kind of stretching from like 2 a.m. to like 4 a.m. There was like 18 people in the chat channel from 2 to 4 in the morning. Keeping the stream alive. And once the sun started coming up, we got to like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. Everybody started coming back again, but I wasn't expecting everybody to stay up all the way through the stream. It's cool to see a lot of people coming and going throughout the course of that. IMSA's official YouTube channel at like 12:30 in the morning. Actually, it was closer to 1 because it was just after the 12-hour mark. 1 o'clock, or right around 1 o'clock in the morning, IMSA's YouTube channel popped into the chat, so that was pretty cool. That caught me by surprise. I thought it was one of those bot accounts that we kind of saw a couple of bots in the chat earlier for this Daytona 500 stream. So I almost kind of didn't believe it at first. I had to click on the channel. I'm like, no way. IMSA's channel is in the chat. Between that and then the turnout yesterday during the ARCA race with Cletus McFarland in the event, 2025 is off to a crazy start on the channel this year. And I appreciate everybody that tunes in on a weekly or daily basis, depending on what you like watching the most on the channel. But nothing gets better than these live commentary streams, that's for sure. Just being able to watch the race with everybody every weekend, and obviously during the course of the weekend, Truck Xfinity Cup, gear ourselves up. And here we are, sticking out a multiple hour rain delay in the Daytona 500. Still airing last year's race up to this point, but again, it was alerted to me that the drivers are supposed to be in their cars at 5:25 Eastern, so 7 minutes. Drivers have to be in their cars at 5:25. 6 minutes away from that happening. They're on commercial break right now, so honestly, when they come back from the commercial break, they're probably going to be... I don't think they're going to have last year's race on anymore. Weather forecast is still a little spotty in Daytona Beach, Florida for about the next hour, but then after that, it's cleared through the rest of the night, that hasn't really changed much. If anything, the storm broke up sooner than originally anticipated. It's like the air temperature high is supposed to get back up to 65. Wind is way down from before. They had over 20-mile-an-hour winds, and I think the gusts were about 30 before the storm came those first 10, 11 laps. And now when they get back to racetrack, especially considering the track temps, the air temp has dropped as well. Less wind. There's going to be so much more grip for these guys than what we had for those first 10 laps. I tried to keep it entertaining during the rain delay. I didn't want to oversaturate it with the trivia the entire time. And a little bit of views, obviously, off and on throughout the course of the rain delay broadcast, so Fox keeping us entertained as well. We will get back to our regular racing here shortly. Simpsons reruns until it's time. Yeah, unfortunately, the animation domination on Fox later tonight is probably going to be non-existent with the Daytona 500 going long. I just hope we don't have a commercial break in the last 8 laps of the race like we did with the ARCA race yesterday. That was crazy. For anybody that might not know, if you didn't watch the ARCA race, they had a commercial with 8 laps to go. Full screen. Full screen. We had no idea what happened from 8 laps to go until there was 4 laps left in the race. They came back. I'm like, I have not seen that in a long time, if I've ever seen that at all. Even a side-by-side commercial break in the last 15 to 20 laps is kind of nuts. But I've seen that. But I've never seen a full-screen commercial break with 8 laps to go in an oval race. Like, I think there's been some road courses in the past where I can remember Fox going to break with like 10 to go. But then they come back and we only miss like a lap and a half because the laps are longer, obviously. But Even, I mean, that's still inexcusable, but 8 laps to go in an oval race. Commercial. Come back. And then the CW last night, and apparently this didn't happen to everybody because the chat was telling me they weren't on commercial, but they sent it to the local ad for my news in the Toledo area, Toledo, Ohio area, during the Xfinity race, right as they were going to green on a restart with 20 laps to go. I kid you not, the pace car pulled onto pit road. I was doing my comment, and they were gone. Then they come back, and there's 17 laps to go in the race. I was like, what the heck was that? But it's funny that it was only the local ads that were playing on my end. And yeah, there were people in the chat saying, oh, I'm not on commercial right now. I'm like, well, I don't know what's going on. So they came back and there was a lead change. At least we didn't miss the pass for the win in the ARCA race. That would have hurt. We saw the pass for the lead, and then they went to commercial like a lap later. Yeah, then they came back and they were double wide all of a sudden. I'm like, oh, well, same guy was still leading. Ended up being the actual winner, Brendan Butterbean Queen. Late model racer getting the win at Daytona in the ARCA opener. They are still outside the fuel window for when they get back to racing. So we are not going to be able to make it to the end of stage 1 on fuel, even if they were to top off right now. Trying to remember back to the dual races on Thursday. I believe they said that it was 42 to 45 or 42 to 46 laps. Green flag on a full fuel run. Even with a couple more caution laps before we go green, because they would have to open pit road. They're still going to restart with probably 50 to go in the stage. They could go pretty far. I mean, they can make it down to the final 10 laps, so you may see almost everybody on pit road for at least fuel only. I wouldn't think that some of these drivers are going to change tires, considering we only have 10 laps, but with the rain going through, they might change tires. They're not going to be on a strict limit, obviously, because we're not going to see tires changed every pit stop at Daytona anyway. SLG, thanks for tuning in. Are they still racing tonight or tomorrow? Yeah, they're going to be racing here shortly. Drivers called to the cars at 5:25, and it is 5:25 right now. They're still airing last year's race at the moment, so I'm not sure exactly when they're going to be coming back on the air, but drivers are in their cars right now. I'd imagine any second they're going to be cutting to the actual live race. We stuck it out. We're up to 107 likes on the stream. Again, goal of 150. At least 150, obviously. Maybe we get closer to 200. Everyone would have to pit. I would expect everybody to pit just to stay on the same strategy as everybody else. We get a caution in the middle of stage 1. Maybe they could save enough fuel to make it. See, we're definitely going to see a lot of fuel saving going on for the rest of this first stage, I think, with this caution coming out. Because with topping off, to where if we get one caution, there might be some drivers that try to extend it. And then during like a caution with like 20, 30 to go in the stage, they can keep their track position, try to go for the stage points. Some drivers are going to say, heck with the stage points at that juncture. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely going to be some strategy, I'll tell you that much. And I'm curious to see what we're going to see. We might have some guys trying to push the pace, knowing that, hey, we're not going to make it anyway. Let me try to get the track position, get to the front. Kind of like we saw in that second dual race on Thursday night. Chili for dinner tonight. That'd be good for where I'm at. I was expecting to get 4 to 7 inches of snow where I live, and I don't think we got anywhere close to that. We maybe got a couple inches. Maybe. But yeah, it's a good night for chili. So I was looking at my weather here in Northwest Ohio briefly when I was looking at the Daytona weather too. I forgot how cold it's supposed to be the next 2 days. High is 16, 15, and 18. Overnight lows of 2, 4, and 11. Either. It's supposed to be windy too. Oh, great. 15 to 20 mile an hour winds. 15 to 25. Means it's going to be cold while I'm at work this week. One more shower coming to the track. I mean, there's a threat of another shower. I'm not going to guarantee it. But yeah, there are still storms in the area. Get this vortex theory going. Although the vortex theory didn't really work before. I think if the vortex theory does exist, it would probably be at a shorter track. When the field gets spread out, there's no way you can get a vortex going with 41 cars in one pack on a 2.5 mile oval. But if the field gets spread apart on like intermediate track or even a not scientifically proven, but I'm no scientist. So take what I say with a grain of salt, but we are getting close. Really hoping they come back from break and we got cars on the track. I'm just really hoping the second batch misses. It's such a small piece of rain too. But if we lose the track again, then it's going to be another 90 minutes after that before we get the race back going a third time. Yeah, I mentioned already, it's clear after 7 o'clock. That's still the case. I'm not sure when the scheduled airtime was supposed to end on Fox's coverage of the Daytona 500. I'm about to check. $6:30.
Here, fellas, so let's get this thing tied down. I'll strap everything down and fit, that car cover. Gonna get windy here in the back.
It's right now, I think.
Gusts up to 40
Yeah.
miles an hour, but the showers, but it kept building and building over the Gulf. It rained here for an hour and a half, beginning at 2:15, and now, after an hour and 45 minutes of track drying, the red flag has been withdrawn.
Let's go.
Line up in the order in which they were running at the time of the red flag, and we will be back under yellow and hopeful of going green. Now, there is still the possibility of the edge of this rain system coming to
yeah, Clint's shushing him.
maybe staying south of us. We'll just have to wait and see. But the big difference in addition to the track having been washed clean of rubber and everything else, is the change in the ambient temperature, Kevin.
Yeah, and the reason that that matters is because it should give these cars more grip. And when they get more grip, we're going to find out quickly who's got the fastest cars. But it also, when it has more grip, the guys get a little more pushy than they did before.
For me, it takes us back to practice, right? We watched a guy like William Byron, maybe with the Hendrick camp. His car was a little bit loose when he was in his duels, right? So he probably put a little more downforce in his car, whereas his teammate, Kyle Larson, said his car had plenty of downforce, plenty of grip. They wanted a little bit more speed. So I think you're right, Kevin. I agree with the temperature difference. That's going to put some grip in these cars. The guys that have them trimmed out a little bit more for speed might play in their favor. We'll see.
More than a 20-degree drop in temperature.
Wow.
Since race time. Still a little bit of drying going on for a couple of weepers there in the back straightaway and elsewhere. 13 jet dryers and a whole platoon of air tundras to get this track dry as the fans hear the sound of the cars and begin to filter back into the grandstand for the restart of this race. William Byron is your leader. Austin Cindric is in the second spot. Ty Dillon posted in third place, and pole sitter Chase Briscoe in fourth. So before we get restarted here in Daytona, time for the Toyota Rev Up to Green.
Toyota kicks off a new era this season, competing under the global Toyota Gazoo Racing banner. GR uses motorsports as a rigorous proving ground, pushing the limits on track to build ever better vehicles. Established by Toyota's chairman and master driver Akio Toyoda, Gazoo Racing uses lessons learned in racing to directly influence the development of GR production vehicles. Wherever we race, Toyota Gazoo Racing competes as one.
Toyota Gazoo.
Every stint and every race focused on building better vehicles.
Ready to restart in Daytona. 45 minutes to sunset. And not to worry, this track is brilliantly lit at night. All around the 2.5-mile Tri-Oval Speedway. Well, let's get down to pit road and catch up on things, beginning with Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, it's definitely cooled off down here, about 20 degrees cooler than when we started the 500 earlier today. Got a jacket on, but the teams are ready. I just talked to crew chief Paul Wolf for Joey Logano and said, what's your game plan here? And he said, what we're looking at basically when we go back to green, we should have about 50 laps. He said, so once they open pit road here, they're going to come down, they're going to fill it up. And then if their driver does his job, if Joey can get it done, that should be enough to make it to the end of this stage. Of course, those caution flags will help. Josh?
Well, Jamie, when I caught up with Ryan Blaney earlier, he told me the theme for this season for him is Revenge of the 12, a nice play on his love of Star Wars. But that's because he came up just short of back-to-back championships, and he's a two-time runner-up here in the Daytona 500. His crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, told me they had a rough year on super speedways last year. They went to work in the offseason, working on making sure they find better ways to make it to the end of this race. So let's see how that plays out for them today with all the work they did in the offseason, Regan.
Josh William Byron, the 2024 Daytona 500 champion, picking up right where he left off, leading this race right now. No real comments or concerns about the car, but I just checked with Rudy Fugle on what the plan is going forward in this stage and if they were going to pit or what their thoughts were going to be. He just kind of shrugged his shoulders, just like normal. These crew chiefs are playing tight to the vest right now.
Not surprisingly. 65 laps will be the end of stage number 1. We've completed 12 laps, the last couple of them under caution. Let's take a look at today's track facts, sponsored by Ford Performance. The Daytona 500 first run in 1959. This is the 67th running. Turns 1, 2, 3, and 4, 31-degree banking. That's probably steeper than the roof of your house. 17 degrees in the Tri-Oval. Ford has won 5 of the last 8 Daytona races and led over half the laps in the last 6 races. Well, pit stops are going to be the order of discussion here. Larry McReynolds.
Well, Mike, I want to follow up on Jamie Little's report, and I've been crunching a lot of numbers over the last 3 hours. Even reached out to some of my crew chief buddies. Remember, the fuel window was about 42 to 46 laps. This caution and red flag came out about 54 laps. They're banking, as Jamie pointed out, several caution laps. You have to be full here to make it to the end. They need about 2.5 seconds of fuel to be full. I think here's what you're going to see. You're going to see drivers pit when pit road opens, but I think you'll see a number of teams come back to pit road and top it off, make sure it's full when you get that one to go.
Yep.
Thanks, Larry. Well, let's have a look at some of our onboards. This is our race leader, William Byron, with the Chevrolet onboard camera and the spoiler cam view from the right rear corner of his car, looking forward at those. Ignore those ominous clouds, please. Ross Chastain has the bush light camera for us today. And in addition to that view of Ross, there is the front bumper cam. Mug's eye view ahead. Joey Logano, the NASCAR Cup champion, with the Hunt Brothers Pizza Cam. Views all around. And here's Bubba Wallace carrying the Toyota Cam. And we'll look up at Bubba, roof cam and bumper cam. Eric Jones will carry the Advent Health camera today. The 360-degree view. And AJ Allmendinger, the number camera, and he'll have a 360-degree view as well. Kyle Busch with the Rebel Bourbon onboard camera and that all-around view. And Christopher Bell's Toyota camera will include a spoiler cam looking forward. Ryan Blaney and the Ford Performance camera. There is the front bumper cam. On board last season's runner-up for the Cup title. And Elio Castroneves, the Wendy's cam, with a 360-degree view. Now, Ryan Preece has the BuildSubmarines.com cam, and Thursday night we enjoyed watching the foot cam for Ryan, the former modified champ. Good to get to that one before it gets dark. Still a bit of drying going on pit road where the cars were parked. And other than that, I believe all the track drying equipment has been put to bed. Chase Briscoe, our pole sitter.
Kevin and Clint, I'm scratching my head just a little bit. We've got some drivers like Shane Van Gisbergen, Tyler Reddick, Riley Herbst complaining about vibration since they went back out on the racetrack. I'm not 100% sure what that could be just sitting on pit road like that.
Well, sometimes when you come onto pit road and you sit there on those hot tires and stop, it could be just a flat spot that is created on the tire, or we've seen this happen with the brake rotors as well.
I think my first initial reaction was brake rotors. I wouldn't think that they would even use that much brake, this far with only 8 laps under our belts.
Well, not only that, but once it started raining, they ran several caution laps, with the rain coming down. So getting excess brake heat in one spot, that doesn't seem very likely.
No, I would say it's probably more the hot tires sitting in one spot for a while and getting that kind of a flatter spot or something on pit road.
They're like
when they sit there, I'll spit this out eventually, Clint. But when they sit there like that hot and don't move, they get a vibration when they go around.
Well, this is what I want to say. This puts us in the fuel window, as Larry said, and if there's a silver lining in anything that happened with the rain delay, it's the fact that when these boys go back at it here, it's going to be for the gusto for the stage points, and they're going to be putting on a show right off the bat. No more fuel mileage as soon as we go green.
Yeah, and you probably heard a lot of these cars not running while they were going around under caution, and that is for sure. They're trying to save as much gas as they can under caution.
So I hope you folks at home got the driveway shoveled of
Yeah.
or maybe the lawn done during the
Maybe,
rain.
maybe I should have been doing that for the last couple hours.
Oh man,
That's real nice, Kev. That's
Yeah.
real nice.
you know, there's just not too many opportunities that we get to be on the other side of the fence of giving somebody grief. But I hope you feel better from your nap.
Here's the fun thing about that. Old payback. You know, it always
That's
comes
okay.
full circle.
That's fine.
Took me a little siesta. Felt good.
Yeah.
Felt good. Actually, I'm ready.
Was it warm? Was it warm right there behind all those?
I'd say my back
machines?
hurts and my neck.
I needed a better pillow.
All right, Larry Mack, pit road is going to be open next time. What do you expect?
I expect a lot of drivers to come to pit road, make sure that thing's full of fuel, as I mentioned, somewhere around 2.5 to 3 seconds of fuel to be full. But I still believe you'll see, especially drivers at the back of the pack, come back and top off. When we'll get the one to go, just have that little bit of insurance.
A little bit of extra drying going on those pit stalls.
Well, and that's what you worry about right there. You have an intercom system that the teams can talk to each other. Then you have the radio system in the car. We always hear about some sort of problem if a little drip of water went in the wrong spot of the radios or something along those lines. It's always a possibility. So these teams try to take as much precaution as possible to keep those radios dry.
Yeah, it never fails. A rain delay like this always ends up with something electrical have a problem. Track looks good.
And I would say if those guys do have a vibration, they're going to come in here and change the tires just to be safe.
7 sets of tires of Goodyear Racing Eagles, plus 1 scuff set from qualifying, are lined up in each pit.
Several sets on the ground in each pit, too.
Pit road is open.
William Byron has led 8 laps. Chase Briscoe 4, Ty Dillon 3 as they come to pit road, most of them. Regan.
Mike William Byron hits his pit stall right now. As you see, the pressure is going to be on Fielder Landon Walker to do a perfect job to get him out as quick as possible. Josh?
Tandem Ty Dillon, happy with what they got that car to after the damage it suffered on Thursday night. Fuel for him. He's led 3 laps today, JB.
Austin Cindric, he started on the front row, will restart on the front row. Just enough fuel, barely gets around Chase Briscoe and his box to top off as well, Mike.
All right, we saw Todd Gilliland, among others, change tires.
Saw Josh Berry pull in the wrong box. He had to pull back out and go down.
This is always the hardest thing to do on pit road when you have all these cars together and you haven't been in and out of your box with anybody this week. You've been spaced out one box apart. Now you have to go in and around cars, and everybody pitting at the same time is always a possibility of tearing the car up.
Yeah, I was looking at Josh Berry. He pulled in that red banner of Custer, I believe it was, on the wall. Looks like his Wood Brothers stuff, right? And he pulled into that red slot. It was the wrong one. Had to pull up.
Well, most of the teams now have illuminated number signs above the pit stalls to aid the drivers getting in. And some of them have illuminated signboards. And even for the timed pit stop, some of the crew members will hold an iPad in front of the car that turns green to tell the driver when to go.
Hey, don't forget, we haven't really covered this all day long. Over half the field out here is working in some sort of new environment. And Josh Berry is one of them. A new crew chief, a new organization, a new spotter, something. Over half the field has something new today.
Elio will find his pit stall easily.
Yeah,
now
you
there's
see
that iPad.
Yeah, you see that iPad right there. That's to tell the driver to go when it gets green. That way the crew chief can watch what's going on and the driver can go immediately when that thing turns green.
I say Elio will find his pit stall because his pit sign is the Brazilian flag.
And that is something that I always did. I always had the smiley face, sort of emblem that is consistent with their career. I always suggest that to our young guys. Have the consistent emblem so that when you're going down pit road, whether you're on the same team or not, you can pick out your pit stall.
Few cars top off as we get a look at the Chevrolet Blazer EVSS that leads the field here at Daytona. Now, Chevy's had various models carrying the SS or Super Sport logo since 1961, but this is the fastest SS Chevrolet has ever produced. 0 to 60 in 3.4 seconds, that is. All right, the jet dryers are clear of the back straightaway.
Should be getting one to go this time.
And it looks like just a couple of them coming around turn number 4 and heading for home.
Yay!
You're minutes away from restarting the Daytona 500, which right now has 17 laps complete. Looking at the weather, it looks like most of that is going to stay to the south of us. There is all kept in the speedway, but it looks like if that happened, it would be a very brief show.
We're going to put these cars at speed on this racetrack. We're going to implement Darrell Waltrip's vortex theory. That's what's going to happen this 2.5 mile beast.
Well, we've got pretty lucky with the whole thing, honestly. A lot of it has gone away as it's gotten closer to us. So hopefully that's the case as we continue through the night.
All right, the fleet of jet dryers exit the track just after the pit road exit. That will leave us just the pace car and 41 race cars on track and ready to go.
Looks like they're going to roll one more. Some people are going to come down and top off.
A couple of raindrops on the windshield of the pace car. That's why we're going to take an extra lap or two here.
Uh-oh.
And here is Chase Elliott's radio.
Bart, get some small drops. Okay. Yeah, copy.
Up here, that would be Trey Poole up on the roof of the main grandstand where all the spotters are.
I like that car in practice, Clint. In the duels the other night, that Chase Elliott car just had the great ability to push anybody, anytime, and even in practice with fewer cars, when you can push like he was able to do in practice, that just has a lot of risk to it when you look at the field wanting to be pushed by a car that can push.
What did they have?
Riz.
Yeah.
Oh, the ability to track the other car. Oh, we did have the Riz down there earlier. That's right.
You two are rizzing out. I don't know what's happening right now, but that car did look like a total package. It handled good and it had good speed.
Now, NASCAR, as is tradition since this track was built in 1959, has observers stationed all the way around the race car to check for either
racetrack
falling or debris. And Brad Moran, series director, told me this morning they also have weather observers in different locations a couple of miles out from the speedway, especially to the west, to warn of impending rain. So. So while waiting to restart this race, we're going to take a quick break and go Fox side by side.
Oh boy. Please don't unleash any more rain. We don't need that right now. Ryan Blaney's in the lead, but I expect he's going to come to pit road as soon as we get the one to go signal. I don't think he pitted yet. I think each of the top 4, Blaney, Zane Smith, Riley Hurst, Jimmy Johnson, I don't think they came to pit road at all yet. Slight raindrops in the area, still under caution. Keep the cars on the track, try to keep as much heat in the racetrack as possible while it's just some sprinkling. More cars keep coming down onto pit road to top off on gas. 47 came down to change tires that time. Maybe another vibration for one of these teams. Worked ourselves to lap 20. The red flag was out at lap 11. Been under caution for over 15 minutes now. I think we had about 20 minutes, actually. It was 14 minutes when we were at the red flag, so they've been under caution for over 20 minutes, which is equated to about 9 laps. Waiting to get the one to go signal. They added 2 laps of caution from when they were originally going to get the one to go signal. We're so close to getting back to racing here. I've seen this before. I'm going to assume that Joey Logano and William Byron will end up being the leaders on the restart. I'm going to assume that the top 4 will pit before we go green. Could be a shot in the dark. We'll see. But I don't think either of those 4 were on pit road because they started either middle of the pack or back in the pack, and I don't think they got themselves all the way up to the front. Now, looks like NASCAR is going to be bringing all the teams back down onto pit road again. Oh boy. You can see the raindrops on the aerial cam above the track.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. And by Ally, the bank that's your ally. 9 laps completed under caution, and again the pace car brings the field down pit road. This time, instead of stopping in their stalls, they're kept to the outside edge of pit road. See a few sprinkles there on the spoiler cam. And going to hold them a bit because
A small cell.
Not making this up. This is expected to be just the edge of this cell system. And the hope is here that they will not, quote, lose the track, unquote, which is when the track gets so wet that it's too wet to compete.
I'm staying optimistic on this one. I'm looking at the ground. I don't think we're going to lose the whole track.
Here's Joey Logano's team.
There's like a little cell above us here, probably for the next 5 miles. Another seems like the cross right here is just hard enough to not want to go green here. What do you think? Yep. Not quite yet.
They agreed with me, Mike.
Good.
That's what that is.
Well, we remain hopeful. So the first 4 cars did not come down pit road at lap 16 when most everyone else pitted. They were on pit road, of course, at the red flag, but then did not stop to top off when everybody else from there on back stopped to top off fuel, and some took on tires.
So well, that's the crazy part about today's world is there's always some outliers in the strategy piece of it. You never really know exactly where the strategies of that particular team, and we're looking at Riley Herbst and a Monster Energy Toyota here, but for instance, we don't know exactly what their plan was before the race as far to where to run in the pack based upon how they qualified and go forward, stay where you are, stay in the back. Let's play it this way to the first stage. And so a lot of that plays out on the fly. A lot of it is pre-planned. And, these guys they'll surprise you sometimes in some of the crazy strategy that they come up with. It all seems so straightforward until the race starts.
Until somebody's willing to gamble.
That's right.
That's what I like.
So 20 laps officially have been completed, 11 before the red flag, and now 9 laps under caution. 1 pit crew member allowed out to the car. And they are going to cover up that. Oh, there's some of them. And again, our hope is that this is just the corner of this cell and it passes through here within about the next 12 to 15 minutes.
Something about this place, Kevin. This is all, it's just so reminiscent. It brings back old memories of the highs and lows, the emotional roller coaster of this day. We've both been in this situation. These guys are, you finally get over the hype and the energy, all that stuff. Get in your car, rain's 8 laps in. You go to the bus, you hang out, you eat snacks till everybody's tired of you. You get done doing interviews, you get back in the car, you don't even go back green.
So were you able to take a nap like that when you were in a situation while you were driving?
No.
I wasn't either. I could never make myself just calm down, relax, and rest. I was always I always worried about when we were going to go. Am I going to miss driving intros? Am I going to be late to my car? And that was always
which I almost did a couple times.
You did?
Took off running, yeah.
We once had a rain delay at, I believe it was Michigan. I was working radio with Barney Hall. Oh boy, the cars, I got the track drive, got ready to go, and everybody's car had a driver in it except the Wood brothers. And Barney, who was best friends with a lot of drivers and just a great, wonderful talent on the radio, says, David Pearson, if you're within the sound of our voice, they have fired these cars. You better get over here and get yours. And we look way across the infield. Here comes this car bouncing over the berms, through the infield, right up to the edge of the garage. David jumps out, runs to his car, runs the race.
He was in the infield?
He was off partying in the infield, I guess. Visiting with some fans.
My man.
Things have changed, Mike.
Yes, they have.
Things
that bus is that brought somebody else's.
definitely changed.
That's a fantastic story, Mike.
Jamie Little.
So I'm with Alan Gustafson, the crew chief for Chase Elliott. And the guys in the booth are talking about the emotions of this place. Like it rains and it stops and it's the Daytona 500. What are the emotions for the crew chief?
In the middle of the ocean. So, yeah, I mean, it's we just want to get going here. We've got a great Napa Chevy and had a really good week so far. I feel like our car runs really good. I think everybody's got a lot of optimistic hopes, you know. So we just want to get going racing and yeah, see what's going to happen and get the fuel strategy going and make it to the end and see how our car is and see what shakes out.
So Jeff Gordon came up to me right at the start of this race and he said, watch out for Chase. He's like on another level. He is so focused. Have you seen the same thing in him this week?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think he's really at the end of last year. I think we got to a really good place and we're competing at a really, really high level. And it's carried over so far this year. You know, it's been good, obviously, at the Clash. And you know, this week we haven't got the finishes that we'd like to get, but I think performance has been there. So, yeah, a long way to go in the race yet, but I think he's operating at a super, super high level. And I think the team is also.
I know this is his 10th start in the Great American Race. He's never gotten this one. He's got the championship with you. How is it so far? How's the car handling? And will we see him make some progress? I know that was the plan to get forward as soon as you could.
Yeah, I think we just want to get running. It's hard to tell. It's been so early, you know, and the conditions are changing. And that was one reason we decided just not to practice yesterday because we kind of thought we were going to be back into this, you know, cool and overcast. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, everybody's still feeling it out. I think there's a long way to go and business will pick up. But for right now, all's good.
Thanks, Alan. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Regan.
Well, Chris Gale, new crew chief for Denny Hamlin this season, of course, with Ty Gibbs last year. And what a race to jump into here with the start, the stop, everything going on today. And now, of course, a pit stop that kind of falls right on a window. So how do you equate all that out on top of the pit box for the remainder of the stage when we get going?
Yeah, it's going to be, it's close on fuel, but yeah, the caution came out right at the spot where the whole red flag are sitting there debating, okay, are we going to open pit road with 3 laps, with 4 laps? How many are we going to, caution laps are we going to run before they open it? Because it could dictate whether we can make it to the end of the stage or not, need to pit again. So it got really close. Honestly, with this little bit of rain, it just probably made it clearer on us that we'll all be able to make it if we go run a few more caution laps. So I think that kind of the second rain helped.
All right, so the rain helped. I got to ask you, your driver, Denny Hamlin, he's won 3 of these Daytona 500s, and 2 of those 3 came after a crew chief change. So big shoes to live up to. Are we going to pull that off again today and go 3 for 4?
That's big pressure on that one. I will take that. Like if we can make that stat go, it'll be a great weekend for us, right? That's a lot of pressure, though. I don't know. We'll see, right? New car, everything. If we can just be competitive at the end, I'll be happy.
All right, good luck the rest of the way. Thanks.
Regan, the good news is it is no longer raining in turns 3 and 4 or on the roof of the main grandstand. Might be still just a touch of a sprinkle over in turn 2 and a big weather system that is moving off to the south here. So we are about done with rain. They're going to make a quick pass with the jet dryers, fire them up, and we're going to go.
All right.
Well, down here with Jonathan
Could have been worse.
12 car.
Could have been worse. Drivers are staying in their cars.
Go, stop, go, affect you guys.
Yeah, you definitely got to, you got some time to wait, but you got to continue to kind of stay focused and, stay into the details of kind of what's happening as the night and the stage conditions kind of evolve.
We talked earlier about your guys' approach to super speedway racing, and obviously you won before, but you felt like 2024 wasn't the year for you. How have you approached and reevaluated your program going into this season?
Yeah, I think last year we just, we had a lot of speed, but we struggled to kind of finish races. So, we focused on just trying to have good handling in our cars, maybe give up a little bit of speed, and then just focus on trying to be there at the end.
Thanks, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks,
Mike.
Thanks, Josh. The rain has stopped. A quick pass with the jet dryers, Chris Myers. We should be back racing shortly.
Just trash.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. I was just sitting down here with Jamie McMurray in our staging area. We
welcome back.
Are waiting out the raindrop. Hey, thanks to all the drivers who stopped by before they had to hop in the cars. I know the fans. It's frustrating waiting for this race to go. What about we heard Ford's talking about their speed. We know Toyota on the pole to start this thing. Of course, Chevys have won here over time here, Jamie. Is there still the manufacturer alliance? Because it seems like it starts out that way at the Daytona 500 or any of these super speedways, and then things change dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like of all the drivers that we heard from, the Ford guys seemed to be the most optimistic. And it wasn't just because their cars were fast, it was because they could push. And then when we talked to the Chevy and the Toyota guys, they all referenced how well the Fords could push. And when it comes down to the end of this race, it's who can get locked together, who can get the right run at the right time. So I like the Fords. They have a lot of cars. The numbers are in their favor as well. And those drivers, I mean, if you think about it, with Brad Keselowski and Joey Logano, they were fighting over who was going to have the best car here. So pretty optimistic.
When you won the Daytona 500, we talked with William Byron. There's a chance to the drivers. There's obviously Kyle Larson. So I think sometimes I need a break here since we're stopping and starting in between things, and we have another rain delay here. What's it like defending the title when you come back to Daytona? Because the last one to do it was Denny Hamlin, and that was about 4 years ago.
Yeah, I love it when we talked to William Byron, who won this, getting to see his car back from the Daytona USA and look inside of it. You know, after winning it, it just becomes so special. And then every time that you pull in here, you get those same feelings of, can I do it again? And and it's I don't want to say it's emotional, but you become attached to this place. This is like Lambeau Field in racing. It's incredible grounds. I love hearing Dale Jr.'s passion for the fact that we should feel honored that we get to race at a facility like this. And for all these guys getting their cars right now, you see William Byron. It's such a special place.
Yeah, and obviously it's unique in that we open the season with the most important race of the season. And Denny Hamlin, a three-time winner, the only one in this race who has won the Daytona 500 that many times, still searching for that elusive Cup championship. We had a chance to sit down and talk to him leading into this race.
This is like ridiculously not predicted. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's gotten cooler.
Between Jordan and Joe Gibbs, I mean, the championship's around you. So I'm
surrounded by them.
Right.
This is a guy with a great future. Yeah, if you can't beat him, join him.
That's right.
And that's why I serve the race team. If I can't run one for myself, I latch on to some of the best drivers in the series.
This is your 20th year in the car.
It's flown by, truthfully. I feel like it was just my rookie season.
Just hit him with that pie. Now you're busier as an owner and a driver. I know that's been.
It's just in my DNA. I love staying busy. I love working. You know, I love the process to build this race team from the ground up, being good at my sport and what my different gifts are. I feel like this is what I'm supposed to do.
Don't believe in. How often do you think about not having the Cup championship when annoying guys like me bring it up?
Day to day, I don't think about it. You know, when they talk about the greats of the sport, they're going to go down the list of race winners.
Yes.
I really want to get to 60, but myself inside the top 10 of race winners in the Cup Series all time. That, to me, is the driving factor. If I can get to 60 and win a championship, I mean, icing on the cake.
Three-time Daytona 500 champion. That says a lot. What do you think about that when you arrive in Daytona each year after having accomplished that?
It's certainly a lift off of my shoulders where I'm not overthinking it. I'm racing freely because it's just a free roll to get another.
Would you trade all three of those Daytona 500s for a Cup
Not a chance. The Daytona 500, just to me, it's the biggest race of the year. It's far bigger than our championship race. So why would I take 23 Daytona 500 championships for one end of the season Cup? No.
Is the clock ticking on you, or you feel like I'm running out of time? Yeah. You can see the finish line now more so.
I'm never out there. But there'll be a day when I wake up and I don't have the skill set that I had before. I don't know when that day is. I don't feel like it's right now. I feel as sharp as I ever have behind the wheel. I'm no dummy. I understand that Father Time's undefeated, especially in our sport where reaction time is probably the most important thing. You know, more than likely when I stop, it'll be an abrupt stop.
Denny Hamlin has won the two closest finishes in the history of the Daytona 500. Two of his three have been that close. Co-owner with Michael Jordan, the 2311 team. He drives for for Joe Gibbs. It's all part of the Toyota family. He seems to handle that well. I want to just focus on Denny, the driver, though. And last year, he got up to a great start and then missed the championship 4.
He did, but even at the end of the year, even though he didn't win a race, he was still had, I think 2 of the last 3 races he was in the top 5, so he's still running really well. And when I watch that piece, I laugh when you're like, how much longer are you going to do this? And, you know, he doesn't just want to be another driver. And I think the most important thing for Denny is that he has a path after driving, Chris. When you think about a lot of guys, when they stop driving, they don't know what they're going to do. For me, Clint, Kevin, right? We're doing TV, so you still get to be a part of the sport. By him starting that team, it's given him a path of something to keep him busy, something that he's really interested in, something he's passionate about.
I'd like to see him maybe race for 23.
I think that I agree with you. 100%. I think it'd be really fun. And maybe he doesn't do it full time. Maybe he comes in and he just runs, 8 or 10 races of his choice. But I think that'd be pretty special for him to get to drive for his own team.
It was great. I got to tour the 2311 race shop at Airspeed, right? Which is they combine, Denny, the Jordan, the 2311, the shoes, the combination of the two. And I mean, they really have a good thing going, and they both are very involved. I mean, obviously, Michael Jordan, big fan of racing growing up and involvement in the team. And they seem like they're on the same page, working towards. What about the drivers of the 2311 team? Their chances, not just in this race, but this year.
Well, look at Reddick last year. Makes it to the championship 4. I mean, Reddick's as talented as anybody in the series, and I think he's pushing Bubba Wallace. Bubba, obviously, maybe the weakness would be road courses, but really good at places like Daytona. Won a duel on Thursday night here. Both of those guys, as you look at their performance, and I spent a little bit of time at that race shop in the off season, and when you look at their performance since they started 2311, both of those teams have got better every single year, and that's what you look for in a race team is we need just to keep building on what we have, and that's what they've been able to do, not just with Tyler, but also with Bubba. And then they've added, right here, you see Riley Earps to the mix, added another car. Is that going to take away from the team? I don't think so. I love the model that they have where they have this engineering alliance with Joe Gibbs Racing. We know how good Joe Gibbs Racing is every single year in the Cup Series. So I like that alliance that they have. And obviously they have been able to come in and starting out, they've been as good as anybody.
Yeah, the only Toyotas to win at the Daytona 500, Joe Gibbs and Denny Hamlin. I like that you said Father Time is undefeated. Apparently, Mother Nature at Daytona right now also puts up a pretty good battle in a rain delay. So what are we, 20 laps in? We got 11, then we had to stop at start, and that's where we are now. But it looks like the weather is clearing, and we'll have prime time racing in the 67th running of the Great American Race. So when you can relate to him in terms of winning I'll do the jokes. Winning the Daytona 500, but then not having the championship, and you won at a lot of the majors in NASCAR. So I don't know. He's come close, obviously, but leaving the sport without having that, did that bother you as much as he seems to be at peace with it?
Yeah, and I think he's in a little different position when you look at the amount of the wins that he has, and also how close he's come to a championship. There were a couple of years that Denny came within, laps of being able to win the championship. And I think that's what has made it so frustrating on his part. But I agree with him. The Daytona 500 is our biggest race. The championship is a huge deal. But it's just, man, when you see all 3 of those Harley J. Earl trophies lined up at Denny's house.
Yeah, very impressive. And did you see how quickly he answered when I said, would you?
He didn't let you get the sit.
Yeah, I couldn't even. Yeah. And I like his goal of 60 career wins. He's not that far away. Six more and a chance maybe in a couple of years to do that. That puts him in that top 10. I certainly can understand that. Talked about them adding a team at 2311. Trackhouse also has added a team. And Michael Waltrip got to hang out with some of the guys and have a little fun.
I'm gonna turn this griddle on so it'll start getting hot for you guys. Okay. Back.
Thank you.
The heck is going on here?
It's cool. So we're gonna cook our own stuff here. And that's how we do it in Florida, Ross.
No. Only when I pay for food at a restaurant, I like to be cooked for me. Normally.
Yeah.
This is a unique experience, I think. I've never been here.
Are we ready to go here? Oh, you're it's teamwork right there. There you go. Good looking cake. Speaking of teamwork, multicultural, you guys are from all over the world. What brings you all together?
We've been working pretty closely together, which is cool, and everything I ask on the oval side is all open on the sim, and we all talk differently how we describe the car, but talking the same things.
We've been very fortunate to win some very unique races. Shane did in Chicago, Ross winning in Phoenix in the championship race, the three-wide finish, like all these things are very unique. And the fact that Trackhouse has all of them is pretty cool.
It was cool last year that he was the most, I'd say, in tune with the data side, watching us when he was only running Xfinity. He'd say something about a lap or something happened in the race. It was good. He was like keeping up with the actual driving, and now that he's going to race, like he'll be able to match steering curves and throttle. And
Well, I talked to Justin, and he said you've watched the last 4 years of Daytona 500s every lap over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I didn't learn anything. You're going to crash, right? There's nothing else like it in the world.
Now, Ross, you grew up in Florida, so you know the significance of the Daytona 500 and how much it would mean for a Florida kid to win this prestigious event. Can you put into words what that might feel like?
this race, the history of it, I think the significance of the sport coming off the beach and what the France family built and how they invested in the future of the sport, to put it on a big oval like that, and thinking about all the drivers that have tried and how hard it is to win. I can't think of a single race that the race itself would mean more.
What about you growing up in Mexico? When did you first think maybe you would even get the chance to race in the Daytona 500? I used to watch the NASCAR races, the Daytona 500. I thought all the superheroes were there. I never thought I was going to be able to do that one day. To have the opportunity to compete in the highest level was very special to me. So to be able to win that, it would be amazing.
So who's paying the check?
Mikey.
That's 3-1.
All right, bring me the bill.
Okay.
That's rare that Michael picks up a check, but they weren't at the International House of Pancakes, but they could have been because think about it, all four drivers, we got a driver from Brazil, four different countries, Mexico, New Zealand, and then of course Ross from the U.S. and Florida, representing the Sunshine State that it gets right now is clearing from rain. So how about this team? I was surprised to hear the news of Pitbull. Well, that's a different story for now, but I want to talk a little bit about what you think of the drivers of this team with their international flavor.
Well, I'll speak to this track out in general. When we first went to the Gen 7 part 3 years ago, I think everybody was shocked, including myself, about how fat all those cars were in 2022. It seems to me though that they've lost a little. Either they've lost a little bit of speed, but they're still able to win each year. If you look at last year, Ross wins at Kansas. But they're still able to win each year. If you look at last year, Ross wins at Kansas. Suarez has this epic finish in Atlanta where we're going next weekend with Blaney and Kyle Busch, one of the closest races in NASCAR history. They still have speed, maybe not as much as they did when the Gen 7 first came out, but they've added SVG, Shane Van Gisbergen, to their lineup. We have 5 road course races in the Cup Series this year. He is going to be a threat in all of those. I mean, his road racing skills are incredible.
Well, it was interesting that Pitbull, who performed earlier here as we got our ceremonies going in the pre-race, ending his partnership with Trackhouse Racing, but and we don't know all the details behind that. I know there were some other people stepping in to support the race team that has had kind of a rapid rise given the time that they've had. Whether 4 or 5 years, their 5th year now, right?
Yeah, but I would tell you, Justin Marks, Trackhouse Racing, they changed the game of NASCAR about the partner they bring in, the look that they have. It's super cool. The fact that he brought Pitbull in years ago to be a part of that team. There's no telling what Justin Marks has up his sleeve.
Yeah, and an exciting group and this is exciting. Yellow flag caution out, and 21 laps in. Then I go 200 laps. Yeah, there we go. That's good to see. Keep the wind pushing the rain further out of Daytona Beach and away from Daytona International Speedway. Well, this is kind of just what you wanted. A little prime time. You heard Chase Elliott say a little bit earlier that he loves racing at night. They have the July race here under the lights.
Well, they just ran the duels here on Thursday. Everybody kind of knows the Fallon for their car running at night. Look, if you're a NASCAR fan, the cars under the lights, they look faster. They're spectacle for the fans in the stands tonight.
And whoever wins this race, it'll be worth it. There've been some extended, some lengthy Daytona 500s. This one will be worth it all. Back up to the booth. Kevin Harvick, Clint Boyer, and Mike Joy.
Thank you, Chris. All of the meteorologists that we follow on X and everywhere else on social media says the rain is over. And the best side of that is the Goodyear blimp is back. They can't fly that in inclement weather, but it's back here over the speedway. They provide our aerial coverage, and since 1925, the Goodyear Blimp has been inspiring fans to keep looking up and driving forward. N2A is the N number on the Goodyear Blimp. I think I called it N24 the other night, but this shot shows it much better because this is wing foot 2. And when you got that low of a number on your aircraft, you have been at this for a long time, right?
Well, you know you're at a big sporting event when that baby shows
That's
up.
exactly right.
I'm ready. Let's get this going, Kev.
I'm beyond ready.
These drivers are ready.
Yes.
More importantly, and I think you fans better get ready because this stage.
Oh, I'm
is gonna
ready.
be-
I've been ready. I've been
Kevin,
ready
you've
since
been
we.
here. When we sit around,
Since
sitting in our
12:30.
motorhomes, all balled up, ready to go. That energy's got to go somewhere. It's
Well,
going to get on display.
There's a piece of the strategy that's been taken out of the puzzle. And with no fuel window necessary for saving fuel or anything, these guys are most likely going to get after it right here for this first stage.
For your favorite thing, tell me why.
What do you mean?
Points, babe.
Hey, we're always racing for points. You have to go after the points. So it'll be very interesting to see exactly what the strategy is for the guys in the middle of the field back, because it is going to be a long road to get to the front when they're all full throttle like they're getting ready to be.
Well, 4 hours and 15 minutes ago, we were all ready for the start of the Daytona 500, and we got it started, but just barely. And here's a radio remix coming to green.
Gonna be a fun year. Gonna be a really great year. I can feel it. So y'all have fun, be safe. Looking forward to it, fellas. Thank you. Goodbye. You got it, man. I really appreciate all the work that went into getting this car ready to go. It proved yesterday that we can put another one together at those speeds. So let's go have a good day today and make something happen. Just do your thing. When it comes down to it here, don't wait for somebody else. Just go for what you need to do here. When you get aggressive, that's when we're gonna be in our best spot here.
The best thing I've heard over the radio in the last 4 hours is 1 lap to go at the line.
The best thing I heard was right there on Kyle Busch's radio, and I can't agree more with what they said. Be aggressive. You have to be aggressive in these cars. You have to push, you have to block, you have to do everything that you can to keep yourself in the front. I don't care if you're not in the front. If it's 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, you need to do everything you can do to keep all the track position that you have, because as the night goes, that'll become more and more important as we run out of laps.
As you were to your point, starting 12th right there, you can't afford to lose any more spots. Then you're in a really problematic area, the sucker hole. You don't want to be there. That is where everything happens. If it materializes in front of you, it's right in your lap and nothing to go. Look for Kyle Busch to try to gain some spots.
Green track from the rain. Ambient temperature 20 degrees lower than earlier. A few drivers coming in to pop off right here. And these were drivers that did not come in during the earlier caution.
Yeah, so it is Byron that will be the leader on the restart. I figured that.
Led by Ryan Blaney. So ambient temperature down, speeds may be up. Right now, the fastest lap of the race is Ricky Stenhouse, 190.59 miles per hour. And we expect that mark to fall. And new this year, there is a championship point that goes to the driver who has the fastest lap of the race. Coming up Saturday on Fox Primetime Hoops, freshman phenom Cooper Flagg leads third-ranked Duke against Illinois in a showdown at Madison Square Garden. The coverage Saturday begins 7 Eastern on Fox. Red sky at night, racers delight.
We've seen some wild races that run long here, Clint. I can think of a jet dryer being hit. I can think of Brad Keselowski doing donuts back there on the back stretch, trying to keep his car from catching.
I forgot about
It
that.
might not have been a 500, but it was here.
Yeah, a lot of wild ones. Again, I kind of said it when we sit around, cooped up in the motorhome, you're ready to get out there and get it going. And usually, from my experience over the years, this is when things get wild.
Oh, and it's also hockey weather, apparently.
Shorts.
Blackhawks jersey. So 22 laps, 55 miles have been completed of the 500. The end of stage 1 will be at lap 65. They have enough fuel to go the distance, so if the plan is to stop after the end of stage one when they wave the caution flag, then everybody could go all out from here to there.
The plan is to go get me all them stage points, Cowboy.
After a long time of waiting, since about a little bit before 2:30 p.m. Eastern, we are about to have green flag racing in the Daytona 500, and we are back underway again. Joey Logano, William Byron on the front row as they race towards turn one. Chevrolet's on the bottom, Ford's on the outside. Penske on the high side. With Logano, he's got Austin Cindric, Ross Chastain. Logano leads the field as they work their way off the exit of turn two. Chastain quickly to the outside. Aborts from the back of the 24 of Byron. He's going to start going backwards until Ty Dillon picks him up in the draft on the back straightaway. Our pole sitter Chase Briscoe in third, right behind the two Penske duo that lead the field into turns 3 and 4. A second ditch effort for William Byron after a great push down that back straightaway from Ty Dillon has launched the 24 car back to the as they run nose to tail 2 by 2 most of the way through the field. Joey Logano will lead the first lap following our red flag stop and start rain delay, if you will, as we approach lap 25. Denny Hamlin up in the third lane with his best buddy Kyle Larson. 34 of Zane Smith is also up there, along with the 56 of Martin Truex Jr. and several others in pursuit right in front of the three-time 500 winner Denny Hamlin. And the third line is starting to move forward just a bit. Probably going to need a little bit more in numbers, and I wonder how aggressive Hamlin will be with the bump draft, knowing he's got a rookie in front of him in that outside lane. SVG has raced at Daytona before, was in the summer race last year, but has never ran in the Daytona 500. Now he's got Chase Elliott, Ross Chastain moving up. Chevy's hopping in front of the Toyota of Denny Hamlin. Cindric went to block Chase Briscoe. Now it's going backwards with Bubba Wallace and Reddick. The 2311 Toyota is behind him. Penske has been split up. Logano's by himself at the front of the field. Chastain looks to the middle, 3 wide. A gutsy move after a big push from Elliott. He's going to try to swing around the 19 of Briscoe, but he couldn't quite clear into turn 3. Top 3 cars in the bottom lane are clear ahead of the rest of the pack. They run 3 by 3 all the way through the rest of the field. Kyle Busch, Chastain, and not Truex, but the 19 of Briscoe are the first of the cars 3 wide from 4th on back. Ty Dillon in 3rd, Byron in the lead, and Joey Logano, or Byron in 2nd, Joey Logano still in the lead. Got some underdogs up there in the top 10. Corey LaJoie's up there in 8th. Shane Van Gisbergen, the rookie, in 10th. Rookie, but he does have 1 career cup win at Chicago on the streets in that inaugural event a couple years ago. Portion of the pack. All 3 lanes, those top 2 cars were bump drafting. Everybody else knows the tail, trying to keep it off each other in the early laps. Average lap speeds of almost 190 miles an hour. We're seeing some up over 190 in the middle of the pack. Basically picking up right where we left off, where we were 3 wide and racing just as we are right now for about 3 or 4 laps before the initial rain caution at lap 10. Joey Logano likes where he's at right now. He's definitely in the calmest area of the racetrack. Though Chase Briscoe's getting a big run on the back straightaway after a push from Chase Elliott, and those two have broken away from the 3 wide portion of the pack behind them. Second lane in the middle starting to move forward. SVG in the top is the lead car up there, losing a bit of ground. Chastain pulls right back up in front of his teammate at Trackhouse. Denny Hamlin not too aggressive with the pushing on the 88 of Van Gisbergen yet. Coming out of the tri-oval, maybe gave him a quick little shot, but that was it. Top 4 cars single file on the bottom. Busch has broke free, and Corey LaJoie, the 5th car on the bottom, is side by side with the 19, and now he's clear off of turn 2. Side by side for 6 with the 16 of Allmendinger on the inside lane, and the first car in the middle groove of Briscoe. Chastain is leading the top still with Shane Van Gisbergen, but the third line is starting to deteriorate just a bit. So Logano's led these first 6 laps following the restart for where we're at right now. Last time by at the line, Joey Logano in the lead, William Byron second, Ty Dillon third, Kyle Busch fourth, and Chase Briscoe rounds out the top 5 and 5th, lap 30 of 65 in stage 1. And with that last restart, we are on the edge of the fuel window to make it to the end of stage 1 without having to pit. Red flag was lifted the first time, and then obviously having the slight stoppage after 9 caution laps, running a couple more when the red flag was lifted the second time for rain. Didn't have any green flag laps in that stretch from lap 10 to about lap 24 when we got back racing. Kyle Busch pulling out of the bottom to the top. And he's going to try to lead the 8 car to the front of the field. He gets to the outside of Ty Dillon for third. Stenhouse on the outside getting a push now in the third lane. Bubba Wallace moved up right in front of him. Saw that line was starting to move forward again. Busch to the back of Logano. Logano pulled out of the bottom right in front of the veteran Busch. Side by side, Chase Elliott, Austin Cindric back to the third lane. A lot of lane changing going on from lanes 2 and 3 on the outer portion of the track. Everybody down on the bottom boxed in. Logano moves all the way to the wall. Now he blocks Busch to the middle as Busch trying to pull out and make a pass for the lead. Logano's going to go backwards as he loses momentum. Byron out in front into turn 3. Chase Elliott had a big head of steam on the outside after a push from Cindric. The Penske cars of the 2 and 22 still split up just a bit. Corey LaJoie up to third, clear, 3 wide from fourth on back through the field, while the 24 of Byron leads. Ty Dillon in second. LaJoie jumps up to the middle now, right in front of Joey Logano, lining up a couple of Mustangs. And LaJoie trying to push forward. Lap 32. William Byron, as they exit turn 2, leads down the back straightaway. Cindric pushing the 9 of Elliott. Logano with an even bigger push to Corey LaJoie. And how about this? Rick Ware Racing, Corey LaJoie to the lead. In the Daytona 500, lap 33 this time by. LaJoie, one of the open entries this weekend that raced their way in through the duel.
After 32 laps of the Daytona 500 on Fox, we'll take you side by side.
Oh, man, big block for Logano and Byron to get back down to that double yellow line right as they were cutting the commercial. It's going to let some of the audio play over the Fox broadcast, but they were cutting a break right as they did that. Had to clear my throat there for a little second. That's why I was going to let it play. Corey LaJoie leads, though. Joey Logano has scored second. William Byron third. Chase Elliott fourth. Ty Dillon fifth. And Austin Cindric is in sixth. Seventh place for A.J. Allmendinger. Kyle Busch eighth. Bubba Wallace ninth. Chase Briscoe 10th. Chris Buescher in 11th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 12th. Tyler Reddick 13th. 14th for Eric Jones. And Ross Chastain 15th. Austin Dillon 16th. Shane Van Gisbergen 17th. Ty Gibbs 18th. 19th for Denny Hamlin. And rounding... now it looks like it's changed a little bit. 19th is SVG. Riley Herbst 20th. Denny Hamlin falls to 21st. Ty Gibbs in 22nd. Cole Custer 23rd. Kyle Larson 24th. Josh Berry 25th. Ryan Preece 26th. Todd Gilliland 27th. Alex Bowman 28th. Justin Allgaier 29th. And Martin Truex Jr. in 30th. Christopher Bell 31st. Zane Smith 32nd. Elio Castroneves 33rd. Daniel Suarez 34th. Michael McDowell 35th. 36th Cody Ware. Noah Gragson 37th. John Hunter Nemechek 38th. 39th for Justin Haley. Jimmy Johnson 40th. And Carson Hocevar is 41st. Slide more to the left so you can see the intervals on screen. LaJoie and Logano, two Penske Fords, but two Fords leading the field in the Daytona 500. We'll take our first break of the stream. You're listening live on KRC to the Daytona 500, 67th running of which. $11 positions gained since the restart for LaJoie to get to the lead. As they work their way off turn 4, Joey Logano peeking out of that bottom line. Back straightaway, off turn 2. Peeking out of the bottom. LaJoie blocks him all the way to the top. LaJoie gets the push from Logano and still leads the pack 3 wide into turns 3 and 4. Second on back is now 3 abreast. Busch is in the middle leading that line. Byron down on the bottom. Logano on the outside. LaJoie at the start-finish line not going to be able to block the 22. A push from Chase Elliott to the back of Logano. Logano leads that last time by. Another lead change. And blocks LaJoie to the bottom. Clear into turn 1 for Logano. LaJoy floats up to the middle groove, right in front of Kyle Busch yet again. A lot of lane changing from the 01.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Toyota. Let's go places. Corey LaJoy gets passed by Joey Logano for the lead. Logano from Middletown, Connecticut. LaJoy, the product of a great Norwalk, Connecticut racing family. His granddad, stand out in the modifieds, just wrote an autobiography. You can find that at coastal181.com. And his dad, Randy, two-time Busch Series champ. And there is Corey LaJoy, part-time ride. Looked ahead to this season without a car to drive, dipped into his kid's college fund to secure the ride in this car for Workwear Racing, and then found sponsorship to cover the note. First time that car number has led since Regan Smith in 2008.
Well, we've seen some pretty consistent players up front with Joey Logano is able to push cars, make moves. We've seen Corey LaJoy stay up in the front. William Byron has been right there. Kyle Busch has made himself one of those consistent players in the 9. It seems like they've changed the lanes a couple times, but those are the guys that are consistent. Now, if you're in the middle of the pack, like we heard Christopher Bell's in-car camera a few minutes ago, he's still letting off because there's nowhere to go. He's not saving fuel. There's just nowhere to go when they get 3 wide. It's very, very hard to make up ground if you're in the middle of this pack.
So here's Logano, a former 500 winner. LaJoy in second, finished 4th in this race last year. And then led a bunch of laps at Atlanta, a 1.5 mile super speedway, where NASCAR on Fox heads to next Sunday.
Yeah, we were watching LaJoy there. He was actually leading that 3 wide, and it was all the way from the top to the car. Looks like it's getting tight in the entrance corner, though. He's having trouble keeping it on the bottom.
Yeah, and we see Austin Cindric on the top lane right there. Showed that 9 car of Chase Elliott forward, but he wasn't able to clear the front of Kyle Busch's car to keep that momentum going.
You keep an eye on LaJoy. Every time he gets in the corner in the wake of that car, he's having to breathe a little bit. Looks like it's getting up the racetrack. If they get underneath of him, we'll be in a bad spot.
And what will happen with these cars, you'll have the wheel in the car up off the corners, but that turn 4 this weekend, Clinton, has caused a lot of trouble in a lot of races. We've heard a lot of drivers talk about turn 4. If you come off a turn 4 with the wheel in that car, and you hit those bumps wrong, or you buffet air and get that right front fender above somebody and it catches that right front fender, it'll turn you around quick.
Yeah, eventually it snaps. You got all that wheel in it, the track goes, the banking comes out from underneath of you, it catches, and away it comes around on you. A lot of drivers are talking about that. Sorry, Mike.
That's right. Joey Logano's Ford, Chase Elliott Chevy, and right behind them, the 2 winners in Thursday night's dual races, Austin Cindric in the number 2, Bubba Wallace in the 23.
There he goes. Chase Elliott. He wants the lead. Going for it. That'll line those 2 Penske cars back well. Maybe.
I like that move, though, Clint, because that pulled Joey Logano down to try to side draft. And, I think that is interesting to see how that played out. But Chase Elliott is a player with speed.
He grew up racing on the short tracks and told Jamie a little earlier, he says, I think all big races should be at night. Tonight, this one is. We started at 2 p.m., couple of rain delays, and here we are with 100 miles of 500 complete.
We had him on the pre-race show. It's just, man, it's just something about a clash win. Again, just like we talked about, I saw him down at the Super Bowl, just spent some time with him. This guy's confident. Showing. He ought to be coming in. That hot rod's fast.
Yeah, on board with AJ Allmendinger here. A little further back, 5 or 6 rows back in the middle of the pack with Austin Dillon there on his side. But when you go back to talk about Chase Elliott there up at the front with Joey Logano behind him, I mean, he just looks fit. He looks confident, relaxed. And when you go out and win at the Clash, I know that it's a non-points race, but when you get your season off to a good start and your cars are fast, that momentum just starts to snowball.
All 41 cars within 3.5 seconds up the lead at 190 miles an hour. Fastest lap so far, Cody Ware, 195.8 miles an hour. Nathaniel Suarez and Carson Hocevar, who got his fuel pressure problem fixed and remains on the lead lap.
Yeah, Joey Logano, and he didn't think that was going to happen with Kyle Busch going 3 wide, but it worked out for both of them because Kyle Busch was in big trouble if Joey Logano didn't go up the lane. He was going to be the only guy in that bottom lane. Joey Logano at the beginning of this race. I mean, you are seeing the strength of this car, but you're also seeing the experience of the driver.
Here goes Busch.
42 laps complete in Daytona. One car off pace, AJ Allmendinger, as we go side by side.
We'll have to wait to see exactly what might have happened to AJ Allmendinger. Smoke coming out of the back of the race car. We do stay green for right now. Might be an engine detonation on the 16 at Colleague Racing. Tough break for AJ, making his 12th career Daytona 500 start here this weekend. Joey Logano's found himself back out in front of the pack. Kyle Busch trying to swing from second in line right behind Logano to take the lead. Wasn't able to do so. He finds himself in the third lane at the top of the track, still in the back half of the top 10. So as Joey Logano leads this race, William Byron is scored in second, Chase Briscoe third, Kyle, and now is going for third after Briscoe. And rounding out the top 5 and 5th is Chase Elliott. Now Kyle Busch is going backwards in the sucker hole as he is in the middle groove with not a lot of cars directly behind him. The Chevys on the outside that are starting to move forward now is Chase Elliott, and he's actually got a Ford directly behind him of Austin Cindric before the next couple Chevys at Trackhouse of Chastain and Shane Van Gisbergen. Logano in the 22 leads off of turn 4. Holding the bottom lane for the most part. Shane Van Gisbergen, the rookie, with Denny Hamlin. Those two have been nose to tail for a while. First they were in the third lane, now in the second lane of the racetrack. SVG making a run at the front of the field. Byron's going to pick up Logano in the bump trap towards the end of the front stretch that time to try to keep those two out ahead of the rest of the pack. They're both clear, 3 wide from third through the rest of this lead pack. It's the 1988 and the 9 that are 3 wide at the moment. SVG's got a run. Goes to the inside. Elliott had a run. Went to the outside. Logano blocks the 9 of Elliott for the lead. Chase gets around Byron, his teammate, for second. Van Gisbergen also going for position number 2. How about SVG? With a run, looking to the inside of Logano off turn 4. Joey didn't block him there. And the rookie, Shane Van Gisbergen, almost pulled up in front of William Byron. Byron up the middle, 3 wide for the lead. These guys are getting after it in these first 40-something odd laps of the race. Just over 100 miles out of 500 into the Daytona 500, and they have been racing hard since we got back to racing at lap 24. 22 laps have stretched during this green flag run, longest of the race, obviously, to this point. Logano, Byron side by side. Van Gisbergen so close to getting the lead for a brief moment there before falling back on the double yellow line, as now the inside lane has the least amount of numbers at the very front of the pack compared to the top 2 lines. There are several cars that are in a second pack, about 5 or 6 of them, a couple seconds off of the lead. In the back of that lead pack, which stretch almost the entire top 30. Byron had to open the wheel up a little bit there, almost got sideways into turn 1 on a late push on the front stretch from Denny Hamlin. And even with the big head of steam that the 24 and the 11 had, Logano was able to block successfully back down to the bottom of the track. So as Joey Logano leads the race, this has had the feel of an older, maybe even Gen 6 Daytona race and not a next-gen race at Daytona. We have not seen this much with this car on a super speedway, at least at Talladega and Daytona. Atlanta maybe a little more because there's a lot more off-throttle time to have to make the corner there, especially in the middle of the pack. But we are seeing some incredible racing since the red flag has been lifted over the last 15 to 20 minutes. Top 4 or 5 cars, single file down on the bottom lane of the racetrack. The 3 wide is still 3 wide most of the way through the field, but you got to go to just outside the top 10 to find them. And Gisbergen getting a push from Brad Keselowski. Chase Elliott, Austin Cindric are moving backwards in the second line. Things more tame at the very front of the pack, at least. 4 wide in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Cindric squeezes into the outside. Barely finds a hole to fit in between Ross Chastain and Kyle Larson. My goodness, that was a sketchy moment there for Cindric. What a bold move. Now he's going to find himself second in line there in the third group of cars. Bump draft way into the corner for Chastain on Elliott, and you could tell Elliott lifted and stalled that third lineup because they lost a lot of ground immediately. That was a very late push from Chastain that could have went awry. Now it's single file for about the top 10 positions on the double yellow line with 17 to go in stage 1. They'll be working to 16 to go this time by off turn 4.
They go now way up to the top, and then drop quite a ways back. Regan.
Oh, Mike, you see William Byron riding in second place right now, doing a nice job all day so far. But the report from his spotter, Brandon Lyons, down to him a moment ago, was that they need a lap still of fuel with 19 to go. They're trying to save it now so they can go good at the end or go hard at the end. We'll have to make sure, or keep an eye on them, make sure that he does.
50 laps, 125 miles complete. Larry Mack.
Yeah, I've been watching Joey Logano's throttle trace, and I go back to what Regan Smith just reported on William Byron. I get a feeling they pitted at the same time. I know one is Ford, one is a Chevrolet, but Joey Logano is staying about 70 to 80% throttle a good portion around this racetrack. Don't know if he's just trying to stay in touch with the 24 or maybe saving a little fuel as well.
We better get flooring it because there's some guys coming in a hurry. Keselowski, Blaney, these guys have come a long ways. I think Blaney was one of those last cars to put tires on that last right before the green. Might be seeing some handling going away, Kev.
Yeah, and right there you saw Corey LaJoie go underneath of Ryan Blaney right there. And this is the time of race when you're starting to figure out who you can trust, who you want to work with. And I know that those are both Fords right there, and I don't know that Blaney was expecting him to pull out by himself and put Blaney kind of in the lane on the outside. And I think that caught him by surprise. But you're learning who you can trust and who you can't trust to know as you work through this race.
That was Tim Fiedler, Blaney's spotter, and chatter from the roof, keeping him informed of where everybody is. Boy, because
look at this.
Wow, what a run.
Has done quite a job. Now
6 of the 12 on the outside.
Pull that lane up to the front. That's Keselowski on the outside with Blaney, with Stenhouse, and Logano moves to the top side to pick him up and abandons the Chevrolet of Byron on the bottom.
Blaney got attached to that bumper going down the back straightaway and he gave him a ride all the way to the front. His teammate pulled up front of him, man. Logano's doing a great job controlling the lead of this race.
Yeah, and there you see that orange car, the 47 car.
Oh.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. right there. We talked about his car being a little off pace in the duels and in qualifying. A lot of experience racing his way towards the front right behind Ryan Blaney.
We know Brad is a very aggressive pusher. Backup car. How about that?
Christopher Bell's found his way up into the top half dozen alongside the 24. Working that high line. 13 to go to the end.
12 laps left now in stage 1. Logano, Keselowski, 1-2. Front of the field, Ryan Blaney 3rd. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 4th. William Byron rounds out the top 5 in 5th. In 6th, it's Christopher Bell. Denny Hamlin 7th. Todd Gillen 8th. Kyle Busch 9th. And 10th is Kyle Larson. So that rounds out the top 10 on the leaderboard late in the stage. Top 10 will get stage points, 1 point per position. Playoff point for the race winner as far as the season standings go. Only points awarded at this point in the year would have been on Thursday night in the duels where the top 10 finishers had all gotten points. By the way, AJ Allmendinger, who had that smoke about 15 to 20 laps ago or so, has been off the track ever since. Kept it green, made it back to pit road, but he is the only one of 41 that is off the lead lap, currently 12 laps down and probably done for the day. The group of cars that are hanging well off of the leaders are John Hunter Nemechek, Jimmy Johnson, Ty Dillon, Justin Haley, and Carson Hocevar. That's the 5-car group, about 4 seconds off the lead. just kind of drafting together away from the lead pack. And the closer we get to the end of the stage, we tend to see incidences late in the stages in the Daytona 500, other super speedway races, as the points are about to be awarded. Drivers trying to get up into the top 10. They're pushing harder than they were earlier in the run. And what will that lead to? We'll take another break here while we are waiting for them to come back from the full screen, or I should say side-by-side commercial break on Fox. You're listening live on KRC to the Daytona 500. Business has picked up. And speaking of picked up, Brad Keselowski's picked up 28 positions since the restart. 22 for Todd Gillen in the 34 car, who is up to 4th. 30 positions gained on the restart for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and even Kyle Larson in 6 has gained 16 spots. The 3 Fords on the outside are going to be tough to beat. There is 1 Ford down on the bottom. That would be Gillen. Cars behind him of Larson and Byron for the moment. Though Keselowski and Logano, we've seen this in the last couple of Daytona 500s, they have worked so well together. And Ryan Blaney did a great job giving the push to Keselowski on the outside several laps ago to get to where Logano was. Logano made a successful block, and those could be the 3 fastest cars in the field. So for anybody down on a line that isn't in that top lane behind the 22, it's going to be very difficult to get up there and contend and try to take the lead away from them. Really in control of this race as of right now. Shane Van Gisbergen trying to move up into the 3rd line of cars yet again. I will say he is learning quickly. He's been making some bold moves. Don't tend to see rookies do that, let alone be successful at it. And he's done a great job so far. Doesn't have a lot of cars in line right behind him at the moment. If they get more to jump up in front, Kyle Busch looks to do so. Chase Elliott, rather, the 9 car. Off turn 2 is lurking to the outside. He wants to get up in the top 10. Right around 20th right now. All of a sudden, at the very front of the field, the top 6 cars have pulled clear on the outside lane. Christopher Bell, the highest running Toyota, in 5th. Only other Toyota in the top 10 would be Eric Jones in 9th. Top 3 are Fords. Lone Chevy in the top 5, Stenhouse. And the other Chevys in the top 10 would be Bowman 6th, Suarez 7th. Tyler Reddick is now up to 10th place as well, trying to get closer to maybe some more Toyotas like Eric Jones, who's just in front of him. Herb's still only a couple spots behind Reddick, of course, his new teammate, another rookie in this race. Herbst and SVG, the only 2 rookies going for the Rookie of the Year honors here in 2025. And we'll be running the full Cup Series schedule. SVG at Trackhouse, 2311 racing for Riley Herbst. Still a lot of 3 wide racing going on just outside the top 10, mostly single file in the top 10 at the very front of the field. I expect some cars in that single file line to maybe pull out, trying to make passes sometime soon. 6 laps to go in stage 1 as of right now. Keselowski on the back of Logano all the way out of the front stretch. And they still lead into turns 1 and 2. Logano has led the most laps of the Daytona 500 up to this point, all of which during this green flag run. And he has led 3 different times in this race for 32 of the 60 laps we have completed. Five laps to go in stage 1 this time by as the field exits turn 4, headed for the grandstands.
Agree, go after him.
Well, he's also got that. It's also become single file thing, 9 or 10 cars, and that will make the end of the stage a little less chaotic if they don't bunch back up. But I don't know that that'll stay that way.
Stage points for the top 10 runners at the end of the stage. Coming in 5 laps.
I heard you praising those Fords and the job they're doing, but understanding what happened to those Hendrick cars that were as strong as they were at the beginning. And I can't help but to think the Toyotas were kind of in the same bunch as the Chevrolets, because I was slowly watching Bubba Wallace and Christopher Bell and all those guys march forward, and then they kind of slowed down a little bit. I think they were saving as well.
On board with Christopher Bell right here, running 5th.
Ricky Stenhouse just ahead. You talked about Stenhouse being aggressive. That car's aggressive when it rolls off the truck.
Well, he's been being a little more aggressive with the side draft in the corners, trying to check that inside lineup and get right next to the door of that inside lane.
Yeah, pinning them down for sure in the corner, slowing their momentum down. The other thing that I'm going to say about Stenhouse, that's where I feel like the movement's going to come from. He's going to try to back them up. Maybe Bowman goes with him. He gets backed up a little bit, gets a run on Blaney, tries to make a move here. Go, come to 3.
If Brad keeps pushing Joey like that, I mean, it's going to limit everybody's options if he stays committed. But I would.
It's a little bit of trash on the grill of the 22 car. Kind of floating off the wall a little bit when they get into the corners as well as into the tri-oval. So very interesting. Down in the middle groove of the racetrack right now, which really opens up an opportunity for Brad to go high or go low. Oh, Hamlin gets sideways, saves it down on the bottom of the track, slides back up. Caution flag is out. He clipped the rear of another car. Harrison Burton's involved. I believe that car Hamlin initially clipped was the 38. Who looks to have a broken toe link on the right rear. You can definitely see that right rear tire bouncing around. Josh Berry, who was on our don't have list at the very start of the stream. Quite a bit of damage to the front of his car. Hamlin's car looks relatively okay. Not sure how that started, but we have our first incident of the race. Our second caution, obviously, outside of the rain yellow at lap 10. And this is going to end stage 1 under caution because we only have 3 laps to go in the stage. So Joey Logano will win stage 1, Brad Keselowski 2nd, Ryan Blaney 3rd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 4th, Christopher Bell 5th, Alex Bowman 6th, Daniel Suarez 7th, Tyler Reddick 8th, Eric Jones 9th, and William Byron 10th.
38 car. It's got broken right rear toe link, it looks like. You're going to see Denny Hamlin right here check up.
Well, they actually checked up in front of him, but you're right.
Yeah, that inside line is going to stack up, and Denny Hamlin is just at the end of that stack up and checks up and gets hit from behind.
Yep.
From the 38.
Almost had it saved.
And you saw Zane Smith hit the door of the 2 car right there and spin out. That happens a lot. You hit that right.
Just a Corey mounted outlet. Boy, Hamlin did a nice job of keeping that car going forward as it slammed down from the banking onto the flat.
Yeah, he actually went down on the flat, and then the back of the car started to come around, and it actually hooked the banking with that right rear tire and straightened it out. Did a great job right there saving the car.
Unfortunately, poor Josh Berry wasn't doing anything wrong, and he's probably got the most damage out of all of them. The right rear toe link is broke on Zane Smith, but they'll be able to fix that, I would think.
We're told Austin Cindric also has some damage from that incident. It puts us under yellow at lap 63. With the stage end at lap 65, they'll continue under caution, and Joey Logano will pick up his first ever stage win in the Daytona 500. Under caution for this.
I don't know if that broken toe link is going to knock the 38 car of Zane Smith out of the race or not. That'll be interesting to see. Quite a bit of damage on Josh Berry's number 21 Ford Mustang, who again was on our don't have list. To go back to the predictions, because we haven't mentioned it since before the race started, which was before 2 p.m. Eastern. It was Daniel Suarez and Josh Berry who are on my don't have list to not get top 10 finishes. As far as the sleeper picks for horses that could win the Daytona 500 today, I had Bubba Wallace and Austin Cindric. Neither one of those two were in the top 10 at the end of stage 1 at least, but a lot more racing still to go. And the must-have list, I had Joey Logano winning the race, win stage 1, gets to the playoff point and the 10 regular season points to go with it. Christopher Bell, who's in the top 5 and 5th, and Kyle Busch, who spent when stage 1 came to a finish. And the other don't have list of Suarez 6th at the end of the first stage. So good stage points for Suarez. Only one career top 10 at Daytona and 15 points paying starts. So hasn't had great runs here, although he did have a top 10 2 years ago in the Daytona 500. So we'll see if things get better for him at this racetrack. Got just over 70 people in the chat. We are well over 100 likes right now. We're at 112. coming into the stream, our goal was to get to 150, so be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as our full-length Daytona 500 coverage continues. We've been live since 12:30 p.m. for our pre-race show, all the way through the rain delay to where we're at right now. Logano dominating so far. You're listening live on KRC to the 67th running of the Daytona 500. Yeah, it shows the full name of the drivers on the new Raw feed. So Brad Keselowski is Bradley. Brad is short for Bradley, of course. Instead of Bubba Wallace, it does have his real name, Daryl. And then AJ Allmendinger is the hilarious one on here. We got Anthony James Allmendinger because nobody calls him that. Everybody calls him AJ. Unfortunately, out of the race with an engine issue. Zane Smith has fallen 2 laps down under the caution. Josh Berry still scored on the lead lap for the time being. So we'll have to wait and see on him. The 11 of Hamlin doesn't have a lot of damage, though he has lost a lot of track position.
G4. And now the pit crews get ready to go to work for the second time tonight.
Now you get to see what kind of pit crew you got.
The UFL is back. Skip Holtz and the Birmingham Stallions are a spring dynasty, and they're now chasing a 4th title. But the rest of the league is coming for their crown. The new season kicks off March 28th on Fox. Zane Smith has taken his car to the garage, joining AJ Allmendinger. Now they are eligible this year to make repairs and return. Jamie?
Well, Mike, we always talk about. Shout out to the wife and kids at home. Michael Hicks, rear tire changer. I love a big bowl of cereal at night. Jake Holmes,
Nothing wrong with that.
Back kicker challenge champion. Zarella was Jack Matt. Our first ever cup win was the Daytona 500. Peyton Moore, Fueler, former all-conference linebacker of the team at ASU.
Frank, what do you do to prepare? That is the fastest pit crew from 2024. We like to keep an eye on those, Mike, as you know, you talk about it every race, how important these guys are, how fit they are. They're true athletes.
Christopher Bell's pit crew won the All-Star Pit Crew Challenge the last 2 years, led by Adam Stevens and Stevie Reeves up on the roof. He was the spotter, along with the over-the-wall crew that you just met.
Well, we saw that get a little spread out at the end of that stage, which tells me there is some handling happening with the cars. We talked about a lot of people being tight, most likely, and we heard some of the cars in the duels talk about being loose. So we've seen both handling conditions, and as we go to this pit stop, it'll be interesting to see exactly how this all works out from 2 tires, 4 tires, things like that. So we know they all need to fill up with a lot of cars on the lead lap, and getting in and out of these stalls can be dangerous, just like we talked about the first time. So you just got to keep an eye on banging your car up here on pit road.
38 of the 41 starters on the lead lap. Josh Berry 1 lap down. 3 Fords out front, Logano, Keselowski, Blaney. As you see the manufacturer rundown on the scoring pylon. Larry Mack, what's the biggest challenge on this pit stop?
Well, this is kind of a reset, the end of stage 1 for the 65 laps of stage 2. And what the crew chiefs are telling them, for the most part, everybody's going to do 4 tires, but they're telling them you can change 4 tires quicker than you fill it with fuel. We're waiting on fuel. We have to leave full of fuel.
Field rounds out a turn for under caution. And as it's a whole new year, we'll remind you to have a look where your volume control is, because it's time for NASCAR Fox. Rank it up on pit stops.
I remember when they used to crank it up on green. Wasn't that long ago, really.
Thank you.
Watch 4 tire changes. They're full of fuel and ready for stage 2 in the Daytona 500. Stage 1 winner, Joey Logano.
So Joey Logano, who won stage 1, ended under caution with a yellow with 3 laps to go in the stage, and that caution was caused when Denny Hamlin had to check up out of the gas in the middle of 1 and 2, had a bit of a moment, got backed up a little bit, made a great save, didn't hit anything. 38, and trying to miss him, ended up getting hit from behind. He spun sideways, ended up breaking the right rear toe link on that race car, and when he slid back across the track, unfortunately Josh Berry was in the wrong place at the wrong time. So 3-car incident. Hamlin didn't really have any damage. He continues on with really no major problems there, so he'll still be quick. Josh Berry is now off the lead lap 2 with their problems. We'll see if they both continue on. The only driver out of the race earlier in the stage would have been 25 laps ago when A.J. Allmendinger had dropped an engine. And so he is done. He'll end up finishing last and 41st. Can't put another engine back in the car, so yeah, his day is going to be done. Fastest lap of the race up to this point, with a point being awarded to that through stage 1, is Austin Dillon with a 45.525. I did put that in the chat a little bit ago. That is an average lap speed of 197.694 miles per hour. We'll take another break, and we will get stage number 2 underway shortly. You're listening live on KRC to the Daytona 500. So Joey Logano has cycled back up to the race lead. And when we start stage number 2, it'll be Joey Logano out in front, Austin Dillon second, Ryan Blaney third, Cole Custer fourth, and Ty Dillon will round out the top 5 and 5th. So again, that will be the top 5 when we get back to racing. A lot was happening there in stage 1, a lot of fun action to watch. Obviously, with the way the rain caution laid itself out earlier on, we haven't seen any green flag pit stops up to this point today. We'll see if stage 2 will bring any green flag stops. Again, 42 to 46 green flag laps, the scheduled distance for fuel. 65 laps in stage 2, just like we had in stage 1. The final stage will end up being 30 laps when we get there. We're going to have about 60 laps to go in the stage. I believe the field will be getting the 1 to go signal this time by.
Eric Jones, I got a feeling. Number 43 has won here 7 times. I know he's not one of the favorites, but he got denied Thursday night by about that far from the caution flag to the line. Why not?
Why not? And I think for me, I'm going to go with the obvious. I'm going to go with Joey Logano right now. It seems like I've had a few picks this week, but right now, based on the race, way he's able to push and the speed in that car, I like Joey Logano.
You've even changed manufacturers on it.
That's okay, but I can do that on DraftKings.
I too am going to change my pick. I like the way my man, Bad Brad Keselowski, was pushing your man, the 22 of Logano. Bad Brad is going to get his first Daytona 500 victory.
So there are the top 10 odds, subject to change, as we always say.
By the Latin.
DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place for live betting, and this week new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app and use promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crowd.
The digger cam, oh my goodness.
Penalties to Kyle Busch and Justin Allgaier. Their crews were over the wall too soon.
I think Kyle Busch got one of those penalties last year.
Yeah, and that's the thing that sets him off and gets him in trouble.
Larry Mack.
Clint, if your pick is going to
Not
win
his
this
fault.
race, Brad Keselowski in the 6th, they're going to have to clean pit stops. The reason they had to come back to pit road a second time, they could not get the second can engaged, and he did not get it full of fuel.
That is a massive problem, especially on a next stage like this where fuel mileage is probably going to happen and you're going to see a green flag stop, not be able to get it.
And that's why you got to come back in and fix it, because you know that it's going to come down to fuel mileage. Regan?
I hope they did.
Hey guys, just to update, the 20 car of Christopher Bell lost some spots on that stop. It was not because of anything on the stop itself. It's because he had to back up to get around the 1 car Ross Chastain. Kevin, you mentioned it. Pit road, very difficult with this many cars in here still.
And when pit road is that tight and you've got all those cars in there, these cars don't turn good going slow. It feels like a dump truck when you're trying to turn a thing. It feels like You just keep turning it, and it's hard to turn when you're going slow. So they turn on a dime when they're going fast, but in and out of those pit stalls on pit road at slow speed, very, very difficult in tight quarters.
Ready to restart for stage 2. The fastest lap of the race. Austin Dillon, found 7.6.
I want to see the job that Logano does trying to hold these guys back, save some fuel here. See if somebody gets around
All right.
if he can make.
Pace cars on pit road. We got Joey Logano leading the field of the green. His teammate Ryan Blaney just behind him. Alex Bowman inside of row 1 as the green flag is back in the air. Increasing their speeds, standing on the gas 100% of the way, pretty much all the way through the field right now into turn 1. Bubba Wallace going to push Alex Bowman out in front, and Bowman leads for the first time today. To turn 1, we got a couple cars around, back of the pack. Kyle Busch is spinning. Helio Castroneves, I think, got against the wall. The 91, that is, of him. Our pole sitter, Chase Briscoe's down in the grass in turn 1. It started in the outside lane. A couple guys got against the fence. Denny Hamlin involved again. Jimmy Johnson down in the grass. Not a lot of damage on the 11 or the 84. Busch is slow on the apron.
Now Busch in trouble.
Well, I just
damage.
You're blowing up or something. Wasn't going anywhere. Wasn't going anywhere. I don't know.
Well, that was the best car here.
Oh, that one tore up bad too.
Ross Chastain.
Garage.
Chase Briscoe, the pole sitter, involved.
So obviously you see Logano, you heard him say something's wrong with the car, and you see how the power, obviously everybody's going by, starts stacking them up one by one, all the way back. Accordion effect happens. Then Chastain gets turned up into Helio.
Yep. John Hunter Nemechek got the corner of Chastain, which went up and into the wall.
And then there's Kyle Busch spinning around back there. Product of that penalty. Mistakes bite people, bite these teams each and every week.
And that's the exact scenario that they got into last year, as we've seen another angle here.
Watch that green and white car as things stack up, gets tipped and comes down. Drive into Chastain and got tipped down
The
there.
further that accordion's back, the harder those hits get, and eventually somebody gets spit out, sent up the racetrack.
Riley Herbst involved, Justin Allgaier, and more.
Big hit.
Poor Helio.
Let's ride with Castroneves. And Kyle Busch, who restarted at the back under penalty.
Oof.
It's got a little bit of right front damage. I don't think he's as bad as I thought he was, Kevin.
Let's go back to Ross Chastain. Castroneves.
It's going to be a big shot.
He has taken some shots this week.
He has, and you know, I look at those shots. Chastain, Castroneves, you see their heads snapping around. Those are big hits.
Accordion style pile up at lap 71.
I wonder if Joey Logano is going to remain in the race then if he felt like he was dropping an engine on the restart, which had the accordion line in that outside groove, which stacked him up and obviously caused the wreck further back. Logano fell to 7th before the caution came out. He hasn't pit up to this point. So that will be something to monitor. He had one stage 1. He's led the most laps so far and definitely has looked like the best car. Quite a few guys back in traffic with damage. Helio Castroneves is going to get towed at least back to pit road. Big hole in the nose of that race car. Took a big shot to the left rear. I'd imagine he probably broke a toe link, so can't drive it back. Chastain was the car that hit him, so he had quite a bit of damage to the right front. Riley Herbst's car was all sorts of torn up on the front bumper of it. Shane Van Gisbergen is back on pit road as well. I didn't realize he was involved in the incident. 35 team going to work on Herbst's car. We saw the 19 of Briscoe down in the grass. Didn't look like he had much damage. Johnson was down in the grass at one point to try to miss the incident, or had a spin with trying to miss the accident. He also didn't look like he had a lot of damage either. Quite a few involved. Logano in my fantasy lineup, so that's not good. Martin Truex Jr. is pulled into the garage area. His day's done. I noticed he was involved in the incident too, but I didn't think he had much damage. Apparently it is too much to fix, so Martin Truex Jr. will not win the Daytona 500 in his 21st attempt. And of course, we don't know how many more times we're going to see Truex after he retired from full-time Cup Series competition last season. Joey Logano's down on pit road now, and they are going under the hood of that Shell Pennzoil Ford Mustang. Penske crew trying to take quick work to see what the issue may be, and hopefully for him and his fans, it is not terminal, because he has been fun to watch here tonight. Alex Bowman is the leader when the caution flag had come out. Bubba Wallace second, Tyler Reddick third, Chase Elliott in fourth, and rounding out the top five in fifth now is Christopher Bell. Kyle Busch back down on pit road for more repairs to the front of his race car. Harrison Burton, I believe, is still in the race because he's not at the very back of the field anymore after being involved in that incident towards the end of Stage 1. Zane Smith is out from that Stage 1 crash between him and Burton. But Burton continues. For drivers involved in this crash, Truex is done. Castroneves and Chastain look like they might be done. They're both 3 laps down. Josh Berry off the lead lap in 36th currently. I believe he was 2 laps down, so he gets the free pass with this quick caution. Gets one of those laps back. And again, Bowman leads for the first time in the Daytona 500 after finishing runner-up in this race a season ago.
There's just nothing that matches it, in anything else that we do on the schedule.
As number one on the Charts podcast, Kevin Harvick's Happy Hour, presented by Echo Park Automotive. We saw Helio Castroneves go up on the hook and be towed to the garage. Martin Truex drove into the garage, and pit road is now open. There are the cars involved in the crash with a wide variety of damage. A lot of gas and go. A few like Justin Haley taking on tires. Also Cody Ware had some damage in that one.
Yeah, you see, it's about 10 laps from the last end of last stage, and now, you're still going to be short. So, Larry, what do you have on the 22?
Yeah, what he was complaining about after that restart and the caution came back out, his car was idling at 6,000 RPM. It would not go down. So what they're doing right here, they're changing out on the top right side of the dash what we call the ECU, the electrical control unit. It controls everything about that race car. Electrical, it tells the signal about the fuel injectors. They're changing that out. They're a lap down. The good thing is, right now, we only have one other driver a lap down, and that's Shane Van Gisbergen, Mike.
Thanks, Larry Mack. Josh Berry gets the free pass.
Okay, so Berry was 1 lap down, gets the free
He's able
pass.
to pass the pace car, come around, and restart at the tail end of the line. Bit of damage there for Van Gisbergen. Chase Briscoe also involved. Kyle Busch with a bit of damage. Riley Herbst, Justin Allgaier, Cody Ware, all part of that one.
I know one thing, Clint, right there. We're gonna need to reinvest.
Yeah, we need to go back to DraftKings.
Yeah,
Maybe not. I don't know. That guy looked pretty optimistic with the way he was jumping out the side of that thing. Look, let's see if it's fired up. I think it's running. Look at that, putting it in gear, taking off. Doesn't sound like it's 6,000 RPM, Ireland. You might be back in the game, bud.
Well, need to come back no more, right, Paul? No, I already heard.
Yeah, I was going to say, I heard it missing right there. Did you hear it missing?
Yeah. I heard Joey say it's still not right either. Talk on it.
1 to go.
That's your pick, bud. That's the fun thing about DraftKings. You go back to the
Oh, God. That's terrible. That's terrible advice. Don't listen to Clint.
1925. Happy 100th anniversary.
Go right. End up picking all 40 cars in the field before you
Place looks awesome lit up at night.
This place looks.
decide on one.
Here, what was it, Tuesday night, and drove by the track. The front of this place, the presence that this track has is by far and above the most beautiful racetrack we go to.
See the grandstands there redone several years ago, but I walked underneath the grandstands this week to all the different suites and the areas, hospitality areas, and you walk outside to the main grandstand and some of the seats that you can sit in. It is absolutely awesome.
It's top notch, but I still love the nostalgia of it. Like you go down to the turn, 4 tunnel, that thing's still the way it was back in the day.
Well, Busch Light's giving away a $2,500 NASCAR shopping spree during stage 2 and more big prizes throughout tonight's race. Follow at Busch Beer on X and comment using hashtag #BuschNumber1Fan, hashtag sweepstakes during every lap that ends in a 1 for your chance to win. 75 laps complete, working lap 76, 33 cars on the lead lap. It'll be 34 with Josh Berry coming around for that free pass. Joey Logano, 1 lap down. Shane Van Gisbergen, 2 laps down. In the garage, Martin Truex, Elio Castroneves, Ross Chastain, and from the early incident, Zane Smith, AJ Allmendinger with engine trouble.
All right, 2 Penske cars on the front row here. We'll see how organized they will be on the restart. You got Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric, green flag back in the air. Blaney is the leader. Then the 2 RFK Fords of Chris Buescher and Ryan Preece are running in row 2 alongside one another. So a lot of Fords up in the front of the field right now. Noah Gragson also in contention. He's a 39 outside row 3. Field exits turn 2, lap 77. Door to door for the lead between the 12 and the 22, or the 12 and the 2, excuse me. Most laps led today by team. Penske with 50, most of those for Logano. Cindric's got some as well. By far, well more than any other team in the field, considering we're only on lap 78 to have those 50 laps led, and make it 51 with Cindric out in front now. Didn't take long to get 3x3, though. My goodness, Elliott was coming with a rocket ship. Chris Buescher saw it, moved into the outside lane 3 wide. Ryan Blaney falls into the middle groove of the racetrack, while Ryan Preece and Austin Cindric sit just in front of him, leading the pack. Noah Gragson down on the bottom, also making a charge there for a brief moment. He has the 71 of McDowell, the 2021 Daytona 500 winner, right behind him. Cindric pulled down and blocked Gragson. Gragson in the 4 car. And even with the sponsorship on that, it might look like an SHR4, but it is not. Front Row Motorsports rebranding and taking the number 4 for that chartered entry that Gragson will be in for the season. 3rd season of Cup competition for Gragson with a 3rd different team. It's that Legacy Motor Club for most of 2022, 23. Or sorry, most of 2023, yeah. And then last year in 2024, obviously with SHR, and now with Front Row. The RFK boys on the outside of the racetrack working well together. Ryan Preece, Chris Buescher will push themselves to the front of the pack here at the Daytona International Speedway. A couple more Fords on the outside, just with Chase Elliott in the Chevrolet running in between a few of them. McDowell pulls out of the bottom lane behind Gragson into the middle groove in front of Ryan Blaney. Cindric moves up in front of the 71. He can now side draft the outside lane as he's door-to-door at the 17 for 2nd. Cindric did not get a great finish in stage 1 compared to that of Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano, who were first and third with his teammates, but cycled to the front of the field following the pit stops, gets the track position back, missed the incident, and now here he is at the front of the pack trying to lead once again. And he's getting a great push from the bow tie of Michael McDowell. 3 wide for the lead as they enter turn 3. All Fords at the front of each line. They've been the dominant manufacturer on the super speedways in the next-gen era, so with each of them leading a line, this could be pretty even for a while. At the front of the pack. And not all the lanes even have Fords necessarily pushing them, because there's a Toyota second in line of Reddick on the bottom, the Chevy of McDowell that I mentioned already in the middle groove, second in line, and then there is a Ford, again, the RFK Ford's 1-2 on the top lane. Mostly 3x3 through the pack. Kyle Busch looks like he's keeping speed in the pack. I noticed he's in there on the outside lane further back, but good to see. Obviously, again, not a lot of damage. I know there's a lot of Kyle Busch fans out there. And obviously, he is on the lead lap with that being said. Joey Logano is a lap down. Josh Berry just came to pit road again. Obviously, had the damage from the end of stage 1. Didn't really get the race under green until just now, so having to make some more repairs to that car. That means Joey Logano is the only car 1 lap down at the moment. And we're guaranteed at least one more caution at the end of stage 2. So as the pack is 3x3 all the way through the field. From the lead. Who is going to be able to set the pace? Again, Gregson on the bottom. Middle is Cindric. Outside is Preece. Big push from the 71 to the 2. Didn't look very clean either. The lines on the inside and the outside take more control into turn 3. And as they exit turn 4, nobody's able to get ahead of the other. Lap 83 at the start-finish line as we work our way through the tri-oval. Couldn't even tell who led that lap at the line, whether it was Preece or Cindric. Looks like Cindric by 1/1000th of a second got it. And we've got a caution on the racetrack. Not sure what it's for. But the yellow flag is out, and it's Joey Logano. Something happened to Joey, maybe. That brings, or maybe they were just showing him because he gets the free pass. Here's Martin Truex Jr. with Regan Smith.
One more retired at the end of the year last year. How disappointing is this?
It's always disappointing when you don't finish, no matter what the situation. But yeah, especially in a race like this, when it's probably our only shot this year. So thanks to Bass Pro and Tricon and everybody that helped us put this together. And it was fun while it lasted, but unfortunately, we were just wrong place, wrong time there.
All right, thanks, Martin.
Martin Truex, the 2017 Cup champion, veteran of this series, ended his full-time driving career at the end of last year. Won the Daytona 500 and maybe a few others this season.
This is scored as the 4th caution of the race. I'm still not sure what the yellow's out for exactly. You guys might have to help me in the chat. Wasn't listening to the audio of the broadcast when it happened, but Joey Logano going to get the free pass. I would imagine, what, debris?
Wanting to make a stop for repair, but he is the free pass car, which means he would get his lap back. However, if he stops now, would he lose that opportunity?
I think once he gets the free pass, he can still pit the second time. So
yeah,
he get the free pass. Do not have a carburetor that has a throttle body. I think that's the next.
Thanks.
All right. Obviously, he would have to keep the car in the lead lap once he gets the free pass to get around the pace car. He would be the last car to pit road when he does end up pitting as well. And that is because all the lead lap cars would have to come to pit road first. So pit road should open this time. I would imagine the window to make it on field to the end of stage 2 is open, or at least very close to it. By the time we go green, we're going to be within that 42 to 46 with stage 1. Yeah, I'm still not exactly sure what the caution was out for. Is it a phantom debris yellow? Have those returned? 1, 2, 3, 4 for Fords on the manufacturer race. Michael McDowell in 5th, the only Chevrolet in the top 5. Highest running Toyota in 6th is Tyler Reddick. He's the only Toyota in the top 10. Back half of the top 10, 2 more Fords and 2 more Chevys. Cindric right where he was at the end of dual race number 2. The other night, which was first place. Logano taking the free pass right now as we speak as the field exits turn 4. And again, as pit road is about to open. I would imagine everybody is coming down.
Yes. Pit road is about to be a very busy place.
Couple cars staying out, probably just to top off later in the caution.
Stay, and a couple more stay out, Regan.
Hardy and snappy with that car. No complaints since he got up front. And a close call getting out of the pits there, Jamie.
Singapore, Noah Gregson making his way into his pit box. A few more. Ryan Priest, one of the many drivers in the field that switched teams, just staying long enough for a little fuel. Same with the 2, about 1.5 seconds, Ross Cindric.
It is a mess leaving pit road 2, 3, nearly 4 wide. Everybody, for the most part, taking fuel only. I didn't see anybody take tires there, but there might have been a couple that are still there after taking tires, although I did not see it. Maybe saving a set, obviously, with it. I feel like if you're at the back of the pack, why not take tires at that point? Especially in a situation where you get 7 sets for the whole race. You know you're not going to come anywhere close to using them. It wouldn't hurt to have the extra grip. So Bubba Wallace, Cody Ware, Carson Hocevar all stay out of the pits. Now, Ware and Hocevar, they were hanging around at the back the entire time. So I definitely expect them to hit pit road and probably just stay at the back. 22 team going back underneath the hood of the race car. Again, Larry McReynolds over the broadcast mentioned that they were going to try to change the throttle body next, as Logano still seems to be down some power. They changed out the ECU, the electrical control unit inside the car during the last yellow. There's no damage on that car, but definitely running under power after winning stage 1 in dominating fashion. Got into the restart and is having problems. They'll continue to work on it. The more cautions that 22 team can get, the better for them to try to fix whatever, if not on the lead lap, if possible. We'll see how that's going to progress. Lap 85 of 200 in the Daytona 500. You're listening live on KRC. We'll take a quick break, and we'll get to the restart shortly. We're up to 119 likes on the stream. Our goal coming in was 150. So be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. All the cars that did stay out the lap before just hit pit road that friggin'. Repairing a little bit more damage on the front of that 88 car for SVG. Following the incident on the restart where Logano was down on power and stacked the field up. So 3 drivers were knocked out of the race from the accident that we saw on the restart to begin stage 2. And those 3 drivers out from that crash are Ross Chastain, Elio Castroneves, and Martin Truex Jr. Unfortunately for Castroneves, he just had a rough speed week. Even after crashing when the checkered flag flew in the ARCA race, he ended up 5th, but still in a crash.
It's sponsored by Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. And by Wendy's. Try Wendy's fresh, juicy hamburgers today.
Ross Chastain checked and released from the infield care center. Ross looked like a major stack up and check up there. Anything you could have done different?
Probably made some better moves than our Busch Light Chevy like 30 laps earlier, Regan, to not get back there in the first place. Just thought the top, middle, and top would be a little more dominant, and I could save more fuel in that first run and stay up front. And I just like slowly over the whole first stage worked my way from like 3rd all the way to basically the back of the field. So yeah, just some bad decisions there, and that puts us back there with the accordion coming back. Didn't see the hit coming to get right rear hooked, and then of course like take out my teammate on my way to the wall. So hate that, Aurelio and Project 91. But for our Busch Light Chevy, it drove good, and we made some progress on handling here this weekend, and just kind of a change in philosophy for us. So excited for the future and go on to Atlanta. Now some grip into it for the speed we've had over the years.
Thanks, Ross.
Atlanta Motor Speedway next Sunday. Ready for the restart. Austin Cindric, Chase Elliott on the outside. As they head back to turn number 1, Josh, what was wrong with the 23?
Yeah, for Bubba Wallace, he came over the radio reporting an electrical problem, saying that alternator light was not functioning correctly. After they cycled through a couple times, it came back to life. So he said everything is all good now. They came in, topped up with fuel, and things are good for now, guys.
Thanks.
You see him make that run right there, Clay. That always feels so good at the back of the pack when you can just get up on the outside and start passing people, and the next thing you know, breaks.
Yeah, nowhere to go. Michael McDowell on the outside, trying to bring that third lane up even with the leaders as we had just prior to the caution.
He about had me there. He pulled up in front of his old car. About called it the wrong. How about Michael McDowell? Come on with it, buddy. Going to the front.
Now, not only did he move to Squire Motorsports towards this season, but he took his former crew chief, Travis Peterson, with him. So a lot of that speed that was in that 34 last year gets translated over to the 71 with McDowell at the wheel.
Well, we just heard Ross Chastain talk about wanting to be in the middle and top lane, and to see the cycle of how these lanes start to unfold as we get more and more laps on the tires.
As I'm watching Blaney go to the back bumper of Chase Elliott and just push him at will, I think I've found a favorite. These guys are going to have to go around these Fords if they're going to win the Daytona 500. Obviously, a lot has to happen. Got to miss the big one. We all know what's coming at the end of this race, but these guys and their ability to push and have the grip to do so is pretty impressive. It really doesn't matter which one it is. We've seen RFK cars do it. We've seen the Penske guys, all three of them do it.
Well, we just watched Todd Gilliland push Michael McDowell all the way up to the front on the outside lane. It's not a coincidence that you're seeing all these Fords push these cars towards the front of the pack.
And behind Gilliland, how about Ty Dillon? He's been absent from the Cup Series. He's back with a full-time ride for Colleague Racing. He's in that number 10, and he is in the mix here, up in the top 10. Put car back in the outside lane.
It has been all week. It has been all week. We've been to Daytona. Ty Dillon, very good point, Mike.
Let's get an update on Joey Logano from Jamie.
Well, the team diagnosed it, Mike. They found out that some piece of debris, like a little rag or a paper bag, went through the grill and into the throttle body, causing that issue. So they think it's all good to go. They've been listening to him. The mechanics just gave me a thumbs up.
I remember seeing
see that very often, Ken.
I remember seeing that bag on the grill at the end of stage 1. I didn't realize it actually got into the car. That's crazy. I've never heard of that before.
What you pick back?
I mean, I was pretty much there.
Stuck with it anyway.
Nobody's asked me to pick a new one, so that was still my last pick.
That is amazing.
Larry,
that's changing a lot of stuff.
Larry, can you talk about how that rag got in there?
Well, again, you run no tape on the grill opening, and part of that air that goes through there actually goes out the hood louver, but part of it feeds air to the throttle body. And what Jamie just described, it sounded like some debris went through that block-off plate in that throttle body. I want to give a kudos to that group. They changed it in 80 seconds. It kept him flat.
What a comeback this would be. And how quick of one, too.
Noah Gregson on the bottom, trying to bring Ryan Preece up there into play. The 4 and the 60 with last year's Daytona 500 runner-up Alex Bowman, third in line on the bottom.
There again, you see Chase Elliott being able to keep that really close spacing on the back bumper of Austin Cindric as he shoves him out there to the lead.
McDowell coming on the high side. Help from Gilliland and Ty Dillon. And then John Hunter Nemechek at the 42. Bottom lane with the energy. Here comes Gregson being propelled to the front.
There you see that Rush Truck Center Ford Mustang down on the bottom of Noah Gregson. Ryan Preece right behind him. As you guys talk, Preece's car has been really fast. It would be interesting to see if he can get that spacing right on that inside lane like we've seen Todd Gilliland on the top and Chase Elliott in the middle.
I think that's
And all this at 185 plus miles per hour.
There you go. You see Priest locked to the back bumper of that 4-car. I'd like to see him stay attached just a little bit longer, getting into the corner right there. But that's something that, as you get used to it, and you're up there doing that all race, we've talked about this leading into these races before. When you can come off the corner right like that and be attached really quick off the corner and keep that spacing a little bit closer than that all the way down the straightaway, reattach out of the tri-oval. That's when you start to make time.
And to your point, that's exactly what's happened on that outside. There it had to detach as they went through the tri-oval. But as they get better at that and the laps progress towards the end of the stage, you'll see them pushing harder and harder.
Which is why we want to race up front. We want to be able to be a well-oiled machine at the end of this race so that you know whether to drag the brakes, dump the throttle.
Oh, got a little bit of a lag there. Logano's up to 28th in the middle of the pack again. Somebody asked about the 40 of Justin Allgaier and where he is running. I'm looking for it.
Reattach out of the tri-oval. That's when you start to make time.
And to your point, that's exactly what's happened on that outside. There it had to detach as they went through the tri-oval. But as they get better at that and the laps progress towards the end of the stage, you'll see them pushing harder and harder.
Which is why we want to race up front. We want to be able to be a well-oiled machine at the end of this race so that you know whether to drag the brakes, dump the throttle, whatever that method is to keep that spacing correct.
93 laps complete of 200 at Daytona. Austin Cindric, Michael McDowell, Noah Gragson up front.
3 by 3 all the way through the field as they work their way into the tri-oval at the Daytona International Speedway, lap 95 of 200. 36 laps to go still in stage number 2. You're listening live on KRC to the Daytona 500. We'll go through the full field running order at this point in the race as we're nearly halfway. Noah Gragson is the race leader. Austin Cindric is second. Michael McDowell third. Chase Elliott fourth. And Todd Gillen rounds out the top 5 in fifth. Sixth is Ryan Preece. Ryan Blaney seventh. Alex Bowman 8th. 9th is Ty Dillon, John Hunter Nemechek in 10th. 11th, Daniel Suarez, Chris Buescher in 12th. Tyler Reddick 13th, Cole Custer 14th, and Christopher Bell 15th. 16th for Bubba Wallace. 17th is Austin Dillon, Corey LaJoie 18th, William Byron 19th, Riley Herbst 20th. 21st, Kyle Larson, Ty Gibbs 22nd. 23rd is Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Joey Logano 24, Justin Allgaier 25th, 26th Denny Hamlin, Alex Bowman 27th, now Brad Keselowski 27th, 29th, and Eric Jones in 30th. Excuse me, I was feeling that coming, so if you heard me losing my voice there for a little bit, that's why. Cody Ware 31st, Justin Haley 32nd, 33rd for Carson Hocevar, Jimmy Johnson 34th. Man, I need to get a drink, my water's empty. Shane Van Gisbergen at 35th, 36th for Josh Berry out of the race, it looks like yet again. 39th for Ross Chastain, Zane Smith 40th, and, excuse me, AJ Allmendinger 41st. I really need them to come back from commercial so I can refill my water. This is tough. I'm going to have to leave here in a couple seconds. Trying to scroll up on the leaderboard. I'm having difficulties with it. There we go. Ryan Preece in the lead now in the Daytona 500. Thank goodness they're back for commercial.
Went to the top. Where Noah Gragson already was, and they lead the Daytona 500. Austin Cindric in the middle. And down on the bottom, here comes Alex Bowman for Chevrolet with Chris Buescher in tow in the 17. Off turn 4 and 2 laps to halfway, which would make tonight's race official.
Starting to see some new players up there towards the front. You see Chris Buescher for Bell running 7th now, so you're starting to see some things cycle around a little bit.
Just past halfway of stage number 2, which will end at lap 130. Preece, new to RFK Racing, came over from Stuart Haas when that team shut down its 4-car team and compressed down to just 1 car for this season as Haas Factory Racing, but Preece previously with a couple of Xfinity wins. And now the Berlin, Connecticut driver leads the Daytona 500.
Well, the thing for Ryan, not having the experience in cars that are this fast, this is great experience for Ryan to be able to lead the race with a car that is capable of winning, to control the lines. And he's done a great job of that so far. He's got a great pusher behind him that he can trust a little bit more than probably Alex Bowman on the bottom in a different manufacturer. So we've seen Austin Cindric be able to push well all night, but this is great experience for Ryan Preece to be able to dictate these lines and run up front like he hasn't had to do before.
And my gosh, I'm happy for him. It's got to feel good to be up there leading the pack. He told everybody, I can do it. You give me the right chance, and he's proven it right here tonight.
Race leader of the halfway lap. Driver leading at halfway, won the Daytona 500 only twice since 1992. Denny Hamlin both times. Joey Logano up 17 positions since he got back on the lead lap and cleared that throttle body. Larry Mack.
All right, let's go to our Toyota cutaway car and let's show you exactly what went on with that 22 car as far as the throttle body. So you see the airflow going through the grill opener. Now pay attention to the blue arrows. The green arrows, that air goes out the hood louvers, but it goes through that duct right there, through the block-off plate, and that throttle body. All the block-off plates that I saw in the garage area had big holes in it. This is exactly what Jamie Little described. Air went through there, debris went through there, and got a hold of that throttle body and had damage. Now it's changed. It's good to go, Mike.
Thanks, Larry. Logano back up to 17th place right now.
I'm so happy to have those tools because that is such a simple explanation for you guys sitting at home to see how these cars function. And when we can analyze a problem and show it to you that easy, that's great work.
Alex Bowman started out back. Backup car, unapproved adjustments or engine change.
Yeah, I was a little bit intrigued by Preece's move to go up to the outside, Kevin. The Fords had that front row sealed off 3 wide.
Oh!
So Cindric got down right on Bowman's door.
There was contact.
But you know what I mean? They had that front row locked off and was controlling the race.
Well, I know Ryan has a lot of experience, but it's a whole different ball game at the front and understanding,
That's a great point. That may have been the case. He may have been tight on that bottom, wanted to get up on the outside where he didn't have as much wheel in it on the exit corners.
Alex Bowman in the 48 trying to take the lead. Josh.
And Mike, you talked about Alex Bowman having to go to that backup car after damage to the primary in the duel. Talked to them this week with Blake Harris, their crew chief. He said on Thursday and Friday they weren't completely happy with that backup, but they got it to a place where it finished top 5 in the last 2 Daytona 500s. So they know if they can get it to the front, they have a driver that knows how to handle these situations. Runner-up last year, looking to finish 1 spot better this time around.
Bowman dueling with Austin Cindric, who has won the Daytona 500. Chevy Ford battle at the front. 104 laps complete. 38 of 65 laps complete in stage number 2. Alex Bowman, your leader.
One there right in the middle of the trial a couple laps ago. Austin Cindric and Alex Bowman made slight contact with one another. They're battling 3 by 3 for the lead nonetheless all the way through the field here. So we'll go through the top 10. Alex Bowman was leading that last time by at the line by 11 1/1000ths of a second over Austin Cindric, 61 1/1000ths of a second over Chris Buescher in third. Fourth is Ryan Preece, Chase Elliott fifth, Christopher Bell sixth. Seventh place, Noah Gragson, Ryan Blaney eighth, Corey LaJoie ninth, Michael McDowell rounds out the top 10 in 10th. We're a little bit past halfway. We got about 95 laps to go this time by. We are in stage 2, 26 laps to go in the second. Don't look now, but Joey Logano, after his team had changed the throttle body, is moving forward. He's up to 15th. Unbelievable comeback from a lap down in this stage alone. Up 19 positions from the restart, as he is about the 6th or 7th car on the bottom lane of the racetrack. A lot of movement throughout the field in this one, maybe more so than we've seen in any other Daytona race here with the next-gen car. At the front of the field, again, it is the 2 of Austin Cindric, Chase Elliott right behind him. I'd imagine if there's a hole for Elliott to get with his teammate Alex Bowman, they'll try to do that, get the Hendrick duo lined up. First car on the outside, which is still Ryan Preece, is starting to fall back a little bit. He was 3 wide for the lead on the outside just a couple laps ago, and now he's back around Ryan Blaney, Chris Buescher, 3 wide for 4th. He's actually further behind than that going into the tri-oval, gained some ground on the front stretch, had a great push for Noah Gragson in the 4 car just behind him. Austin Cindric still leads off the exit of turn 2. Down the back straightaway yet again. With again 24 laps to go in this second stage of the Daytona 500. Bowman, Elliott, side by side for second. Cindric is the one holding clear for the moment. A lot of racing obviously still to go. And as far as cars that are not in the lead pack, just kind of hanging out at the back, if you're wondering where some of them might be. Pretty much everybody is in this giant pack at the front of the field. Looks like Justin Haley, Carson Hocevar, and Jimmy Johnson are hanging out. But they're only 2 seconds off of the race lead. 1.2 seconds separates first through 30th. 1 second separates first through 27th. With the entire field 3 abreast right now. Race summary just past halfway. 13 different drivers have led at least 1 lap. We got 34 cars on the lead lap. Our stage 1 winner was Joey Logano. He still led the most laps in the race to this point, and we have had 28 lead changes. 4 cautions so far for 29 caution laps, and just over 2 hours and 14 minutes to get to where we're at right now. Now that elapsed time on the race is going to be a little longer because we had a lot of caution laps in stage 1 during the multiple red flag periods. We had over a half hour straight of just caution. So realistically, we're about an hour and a half into this race of actual green flag racing. So when we get to the end of this thing, the elapsed, what the race actually ended up taking, when we don't factor the rain in. So the overall race pace is going to be slower because of that. So if you're looking at maybe how fast the average speed of the race is going to be when this thing is all done, it's going to be slower than probably any other next-gen race, at least, that we've had the last couple of years, even with the rain delay. We didn't have the start-stop like we did with the way the cautions and the red flag flew today, like we have had in recent years when we've had rain at Daytona. Last year was just a complete wash on Wednesday, and we got the whole thing done on Monday afternoon into the evening. Top 4 cars on the outside lane. About single file, make that top 3. The Chevys of Suarez and Bowman are side by side as of right now. Just a reminder, the fantasy lineups lock at the end of stage 2. So you have to have your starting 5 of the 6 in there. Can't change the head-to-head picks as the race goes on, obviously. So you got 20 laps left on that. We'll have our diecast showing at the end of stage 2, which I've been holding on to that since the start of the stream. 288 people have voted for who will win the Daytona 500 in our chat poll. I love that we have that many votes, but we only have 123 likes on the stream. So we're 150 likes short of how many people have voted. I appreciate you voting. Definitely hit the like button. Helps these streams out a ton on the engagement side of things. As far as the votes go, 48% taking somebody other than Byron, Busch, or Logano, who were the 3 I decided to put on the list today. Joey Logano was my pick to win. He has 15% of the votes. Changed the throttle body, and just like that, he is back in contention. They changed the ECU essentially for nothing because that ended up not being the fix to the problem. He was a lap down at one point. Now he's back in it, and still no damage on that race car, so that's good too. Kyle Busch has 28% of those votes and 9% for William Byron. Alex Bowman with a big head of steam, pushed by a Ford, that being Chris Buescher. Bowman up to the inside of Austin Cindric. And we are side by side for the lead in the Daytona 500 once again. Third lane has really fallen back. It's basically non-existent at this point. And we're back to the gridlocked version of Super Speedway racing that we are familiar with seeing with this next-gen car. He got about 4 Toyotas in the outside lane at the tail end of the pack trying to get to the third line. That is being led by Ty Gibbs in the 54. He's got the Monty Bubba Wallace also in that line. Chase Elliott locking onto the 2. Had a chance to pull clear of the 48 down to the bottom, but they're not going to get the Chevrolets lined up at the moment. Chase is going to stay between the Penske cars to keep them split up, which is probably good for the rest of the field that Chase is where he's at right now. You get the 12 and the 2, nose to tail. It's going to be tough to pass both of them. They were nose to tail initially on the restart, and then when they got to 3 wide, Ryan Blaney fell back in the middle. There's a Ford now up in front of the Toyotas. That's the 34 of Todd Gilliland. And he's around 18th place on the grid. Headed to another commercial break on Fox. It's going to be side by side. Obviously, we'll keep our live commentary coverage rolling of this Daytona 500. Cindric continues to lead. He's got one of the 3 next-gen Daytona 500 victories that was in the very first next-gen race here in 2022. He finished 3rd in the summer race later that season. In all 3 years with Penske in his dual races at Daytona, he has finished either 1st or 2nd. 2nd the last 2 years, 1st this year. He really knows how to race here at the high banks at the Daytona International Speedway. He's had great equipment to do so. He also has an Xfinity Series race in the February Daytona event, as in how few Fords there are in the Xfinity Series fields, especially at that time period. Got a couple more now, but still an impressive win, and we probably should have known from there that Austin Cindric was going to be a great super speedway racer, even at the Cup level. 15 laps to go in Stage 2 for where we're at right now. Again, 34 cars on the lead lap. Alex Bowman, who leads, has gained 9 positions since the last restart. And again, was runner-up in the Daytona 500 last year, but Hendrick Motorsports did get the win with William Byron. Chase Elliott pulled out of the second group of cars. Same for Ryan Blaney. They moved up into the third line, which really started to gain headway because the 34 and 54 are still up there. They would have been the leaders in that line had the 12 and the 9 cars not moved up in front of them. So now with a Ford pushing that car on the outside, that could be in an interesting line to move forward. Cindric noticed that. He moved up in front of Chase Elliott as he tries to hold on to the lead and or just really get it back from Bowman. Bowman stays on the double yellow line on the inside, and now the middle groove is led by Daniel Suarez and Tyler Reddick. Long ways to go in this one, but we're not that far from the end of Stage 2, so that's why business has really picked up over the last several laps. Big push from Elliott to the back of the 2 of Cindric. 1, 2, 3, because Blaney pulls clear as well, and now Blaney pulls out of the top line all the way to the bottom, trying to slingshot his way around Elliott. If he pulls clear, that's going to be a heck of a move, and he did. He slammed the door shut into the tri-oval. And now the Penske duo of Cindric and Blaney are 1-2 at the front of the pack. What a move just to make that one pass to go from 3rd to 2nd for Ryan Blaney. He had a big head of steam on Elliott after Elliott pushed himself in the 2 out in front. Probably got a nice little bit of help as well from a fellow Ford behind him in the 34 of Todd Gilliland. And look at the outside really start to pull away from the bottom 2 lines now that you got the 12 and the 2 nose to tail. Top 4 cars are clear. The bottom lane of Bowman has fallen into the back half of the top 10. This could be deadly for the rest of the pack. 38 car of Zane Smith is back out on the speedway after missing a lot of laps earlier. He is 51 laps down. While Ross Chastain and Castanev is only a few laps in front of him, he can move up in the running order. Same for Truex. So really, he could probably get up to about 36. SVG's in the race but 4 laps down, as he still got the nose damage from his incident on the restart. One car pulling out of the lead pack. Oh, it's the 38 who's getting lapped. Never mind. I thought somebody from the lead pack pulled down to the apron and out of the way, but it was the lap car. Smart move there by Zane Smith, the second-year driver in the NASCAR Cup Series. Year 1 at Spire, year 2 at Front Row, where he won his Truck Series championship just a couple seasons ago. have Front Row Motorsports in that program. Top 6 cars, single file up Toyota. Actually, no, that's Eric Jones. White car, Toyota knows. Had it confused. It's Jones who's up to 6th, who was runner-up in his duel the other night. SVG was very slow on the apron of the track through 1 and 2. I don't know if he was just leaving pit road or if he was that far off the pace. If he's that far off the pace, he may be pulling off the track here pretty soon. There's Hamlin on screen. He's right around 12th. Joey Logano popping out of the top line into the second groove. Logano can be the second car in line. The inside can really start to move forward. And actually, they might move forward because an RFK Ford's right in front of Logano, that being Chris Buescher. He's shown some speed and has been up in the top 3 at times in the race as well. So I think Bowman's in a good spot with the 2 Fords behind him. And really, if a Ford is the second car in line, and it's one of the stronger Fords in the field, an RFK, a Penske, and even Front Row Motorsports for that matter, Chevy can really benefit from that. Obviously, if a Ford is leading the line, that's one thing, but if they're second in line, they can really move it forward, gain the most ground out of that. And if it's 1-2 for Ford, that's just a deadly duo. Buescher's going to have to be more aggressive with his bump drafts on Alex Bowman on the straightaways if he's going to get this line moving. Bubba Wallace pulls out of the top lane to the inside of the 40. He's in the sucker hole, 3 wide middle. I don't think anybody's going with him. Well, he's got a couple cars with him, stacking them up. Stenhouse, Bell, and Hamlin. A couple cars going to move up right in front of Bubba. Joey Logano being one. Big hole on the outside. Reddick will close that quickly. Nobody wanting to move up in front of him. So just outside the top 10 is where Alex Bowman runs right now. He's actually currently in 10th. Now up to 9th on the inside lane. We'll see how forward those guys can get going on the bottom groove of the racetrack. They're trying to side draft as much as they can on the straightaways and taking the shortest way around the racetrack in the corners. And they're having to use a bump draft along with the side draft, which is definitely a risky move, but it's what they're going to have to do to move forward. And they're starting to move forward very quickly at that. Bowman was in 11th a half a lap ago, and now he's to the inside of the 35 of Riley Herbst. 34. 17 pushes the 48 to the inside of the 9. And now inside of Blaney. Here comes Bowman with a rocket ship trying to get to the lead. He's all the way up to 3rd. Oh, he's almost in the lead off turn 4. They were off camera there for a second. He is leading. Wow, what a push. The 17 and the 22 are able to give the 48. In about a lap to a lap and a half, he went from 11th to 1st. Bowman led that lap at the line. And Blaney knows he's going to have to push more aggressively on Cindric to keep these 2 Penske cars out in front now. Big help, Chris Buescher to the back of the 48 of Alex Bowman. And Bowman is now very much in contention to try to win the stage. We'll have 6 laps to go on the stage this time by. We had a caution with 3 laps to go that ended the first stage of the race under that caution flag. That was the 3-car incident with Hamlin, Zane Smith, and Burton, the 21 driven by Josh Berry this year. Knocked Berry out of the race. 38 was off track for a while and then back out on the track now. The DVP rule, by the way, is not existent anymore, so that's why despite being 50 laps down. Gridlock 2x2 all the way through the field. Cindric clear, back straightaway with Blaney. Blaney in second, though, on the outside, not clear of the cars on the bottom. 17 pushes the 48. Bowman with a big run on the inside line. Inside of the 2. 17 pulls back from him. Quickly going to gain that ground off the exit of turn 4. 5 laps to go, stage 2 at the line. Joey Logano, that 3rd car on the inside. The fact that he won stage 1, was a lap down, changed the throttle body in 80 seconds, kept him on the lead lap after getting the free pass during that caution, is now up to 6th. What a comeback. And obviously having the other 2 Penske cars up there right now, that could be dangerous for the rest of the field if they could stay out of trouble. Justin Allgaier got to pull out of this pack. I don't blame him. He's going straight to the back. Things are getting very testy up at the front of the field, to say the least. He's not running for points, obviously, for Junior Motorsports, as they are a non-chartered entry. Be interesting to see if they do any more races throughout the course of the season. Not just on the super speedway or drafting style tracks, but maybe some of the other intermediate ovals and short tracks as well. Cindric has led the majority of these laps in Stage 2. Bowman probably the second most. 28 positions gained since the restart for Joey Logano up at the front of the field. Four laps to go in the stage. I got to make sure my fantasy lineup is set. So we're getting to the end of this stage. I don't know who's in my garage. About to find out. I can't remember who I had in the garage at the start of the day. I put my fantasy lineup in at like 10:30 this morning. We've been streaming for a while. I got Hamlin in there. I don't think I want to take him out for anybody. Yeah, I'm going to keep the same lineup in. Unless we have a crash here right at the end of stage 2. I might have to alter it quickly. 3 laps to go in the second stage. Cindric Blaney up on the outside of the racetrack. Overall in the race, we would have about 73 to go. 2.5 laps left now in stage 2. 17 pushing the 48. The 12 did not push the 2 all the way down the back straightaway that time. And with the cars on the bottom with the bump draft, that allowed for Bowman to go from a car length and a half off the lead to nose-to-nose for the lead off turn 4. 2 to go in stage 2, this time behind the number 2 of Austin Cindric leads. The 1-2 of Blaney in second at the line. Not as much headway through the front stretch for Alex Bowman in the 48 that last time by. His only win last season ended up coming on the streets of Chicago, and he was winless in 23. Blaney clear. Will they pull to the bottom of the track? Oh boy, they could have. But they're going to stay high for now in front of Chase Elliott. Being patient. And they're going to keep doing what they've been doing to this point. Control the outside line as they have done for pretty much the entire second half of stage 2. Final lap of the stage, so the 12 of Blaney is cleared through the center of the tri-oval on Alex Bowman. And Bowman went from 11th to 1st in about a lap and a half, so to go from 3rd to 1st is not going to be impossible. He's got a head of steam in turns 1 and 2. That's a good start. Pulls past Blaney. Pulls to the inside of the 2. Now it's going to be a pushing drag race down the back straightaway. 12 locks bumpers with the 2. 17 finally gets to the 48. It was a little late. And it was a quick push. They didn't lock on. Ryan Blaney backing up to the 2 car, now blocking the 9 of Chase Elliott up high while Cindric's clear and pulls to the bottom off turn 4. Is Cindric too far ahead? As they go to the start-finish line, Elliott pushes Blaney. Blaney's got a head of steam, and he's going to get past his teammate. Ryan Blaney wins stage 2 by a nose over his teammate Austin Cindric. Big-time push from Chase Elliott. Cindric got too far ahead of the pack. The 9 and the 12 in cohesion will work together. And again, Ryan Blaney wins stage 2. Penske sweeps the stages after Logano won stage 1 earlier. 4th, Todd Gillen 5th. 6th place for Chris Buescher. 7th for Eric Jones. Joey Logano 8th. Bubba Wallace 9th. Kyle Busch rounds out the top 10. Austin Cindric with much needed stage points, considering he was not in the top 10 with his Penske teammates at the end of stage 1. $70 laps to go. Stage 3 about to begin. Fantasy lineups are now locked. I've got Denny Hamlin in my garage. So my starting 5 for today are Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, Bubba Wallace, William Byron, and Ryan Blaney. I believe Byron was the only one of those guys not in the top 10 at the end of stage 1. Yeah. He was 15th. We'll take it. Got a good team. I got all 3 Penske cars on my team. That was a good strategy. Kind of surprised looking back on it. I don't have any of the RFK Fords. Well, we'll see how this goes. Stage 3 is upon us. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live to the Daytona 500 on KRC. We'll have pit stops coming up during the stage break shortly. There we go. I muted the mic that time. Successfully. I didn't have to run away for a couple seconds. Anybody that's been new to the stream over the last stage, Pete Creamer, I see in the chat. Thank you for tuning in. A lot of others have been here really since we started this stream today. Garrett is here, 32. Welcome to the stream as well. Thomas Roth. Ethan Chua. I haven't shouted at any of you guys out yet. Trainskate 1025. Earl Arnold Jr. Lynn Crosby. Dale Campbell. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Our goal for likes, 150. As we start stage 3, we're at 124. So be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. We're going to end the chat poll as we're at the end of stage 2, as we usually do. 291 votes casted. That's a lot. Wish we had that many likes, but we don't. So definitely hit that like button. Winner of the poll, somebody other than Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, or William Byron to win the race. Ryan Blaney would fall under the other category. And so he would be part of that 47% after winning stage 2. Kyle Busch, 27%, 15% for Joey Logano, and William Byron at 9% of the votes. Hey, Woody, thanks for tuning in. Barter King, also welcome to the stream. Thank you for watching the whole stream. It's been a long one.
Logano has pitted to make repairs or replace the airbox. Jamie?
Yeah, you see Joey Logano in. The team is hard at work. These mechanics are getting a workout today as they replaced the airbox in the front. They got it out. It took them about 30 to 40 seconds. They're getting the new one put back in. They figure they know they have a fast race car, so let's make it right. Let's get it perfect so we're good at the end.
So because he did it early, he'll have to restart at the tail end when we begin stage number 3. Here are the stage points earned today. Blaney and Logano won the stages. Stage 2 with Cindric second, Elliott third, Bowman and Gilliland the top 5. There's also 1 point for the fastest lap in the race, and right now that's Brad Keselowski at 198.9. Pit road is open this time. Pace car is alone at the front of the field as here come the lead lap cars. Regan.
Chris Buescher's going to hit the very first pit stall in as you see him stopping back there. Right now, just a little bit too tight with the number 17 car. A small adjustment for that. Josh?
For the 12, Ryan Blaney said that car gets a little too tight when he gets close to someone. Walker said premium just a tick. Jimmy?
Crew chiefs telling their drivers this will probably be the last time they will take tires. The 2-car Austin Cindric said, I'm fine, car is good, no adjustments. The 9 of Chase Elliott, air pressure adjustment just to help a little bit on track in traffic.
There's race off pit road. Blaney gets there first. Bubba Wallace, Austin Cindric coming off pit lane. Now, I believe 6 cars did not stop on that lap, so Carson Hocevar, at least for now, is the race leader from Justin Haley and Tyler Reddick.
All right. Getting set to restart to begin stage 3. This is our 5th caution of the race, by the way. Had a couple of cautions back-to-back at the beginning of stage 2, so hopefully We don't have that again here for stage 3, but we had that long green flag run to end both stages, and I believe the longest green flag runs of the day are about the same, really, just over 40 laps. Now the race will be over 70 laps. Well, hopefully not. The Xfinity race is the only race so far through Speed Week that has gone past the scheduled distance and went to overtime before ending under a caution on the final lap as well. Truck race finished at lap 100, originally scheduled. ARCA finished at lap 80 as originally scheduled. Both the dual races finished at lap 60 despite dual race number 1 having 4 cautions in it. Quite a few for a 60-lap duel. And then did not have an overtime finish. So for the most part, this NASCAR season, they've done a great job of not wrecking too much equipment late outside of the Xfinity Series race yesterday. ARCA, they decided to wreck it all early in the race rather than late in the race. So that's why they didn't have many yellows there. For all the marbles, yep, the 67th running of the Daytona 500. It's all going to come down to this here over the next just over 60 laps. Ryan Blaney has cycled off of pit road with the race lead once again. So he'll be out in front. Bubba Wallace is second. Austin Cindric third. Kyle Busch fourth. Cole Custer is fifth. Who goes airborne? Hopefully nobody. Why would you say that? We don't need anybody off their wheels in this one. Although we have seen it at Daytona over the last couple of years. We actually had 2 cars go airborne in the race last summer. Josh Berry was on his lid. Nasty hit into the inside wall in the back straightaway. Ryan Preece, of course, the year before that. Even nastier crash. Back straightaway. And Harrison Burton had a flip here. The Daytona 500 2022. McDowell got up off of his wheels in this in the summer race last year as well. Didn't completely flip, but kind of rode around on his side before coming back down on all 4 as well. So we've definitely had some airborne crashes with the next gen at Daytona. Hopefully they stay on all 4 the rest of the way. 65 to go this time. I don't think they're doubled up yet.
Daytona 500 winner up Chris Myers, thanks for hanging with us. Interesting to note that stage 2 winner Ryan Blaney in the Daytona 500, 3 previous times he's won stage 2, and each time he has not gone on to win the Daytona 500. Let's recap some highlights and talk about the dominance of the Penske Fords. Joey Logano, of course, has led the most laps in this race. The day started, beautiful weather, the president on hand flying in on Air Force One, and once they got going, we had 11 laps before the rain came. There was a break. They got to 21 laps, and then more rain. And then once we got going here, a little bit of a caution here. Watch the 11 of Denny Hamlin, the 3-time Daytona 500 winner.
Yeah, they all checked up in front of Denny Hamlin. Zane Smith got into the back of him, got him loose, wiped out about 4 cars in that wreck.
And then after the start of stage 2, this was a 10-driver crash.
Oh, yeah, this collected quite a few guys. You see Elio Castroneves right there gets collected. Ross Chastain as well.
Chase Briscoe caught up in that. Martin Truex Jr. was back for a run. And then Ryan Blaney winning stage 2. The only stage 2 winner who's gone on to win the Daytona 500. It's only happened once, and that was Denny Hamlin some 5 years ago. When you see him all day, we were here. Ford's fast. How well the Penske Fords are working together and the formula working to perfection, even when they've had some problems as Logano has rallied.
Yeah, and all the 4 guys told us, we talked all day long, that their cars were so good because they could push, but Team Penske just seems to be the dominant force here today. They led 87 laps total. All their drivers have led laps, Chris. It looks to me like Joey Logano could maybe be the favorite. I picked Blaney at the start of the race to win. He's really good on these type tracks. But what Joey Logano has overcome with the issue with the throttle body, they've come back down pit road. They're going to go to the back. But Chris, all these guys 3 wide, Joey Logano was still able to work his way to the front.
It was amazing how they caught a break. The debris caution comes out for them to great communication, find what was wrong, correct it, having some other problems. All right, so it's not a Penske Ford. Who else are you keeping an eye on? Is there somebody we're missing here that hasn't been out?
Well, Chase Elliott's been really good all race long as well. You saw Alex Bowman towards the end of that race. It doesn't look to me like Bowman's car is stuck quite good enough, but Chase Elliott, you see right here, had a great car. It's been good the whole race long. He's been able to be up front. Even when he gets shuffled back, seems like he's able to get his way kind of back towards the front.
Chase Briscoe led the laps early, but other than that, Toyotas have not been a factor, Mike.
Thank you, Chris. 64 laps to go. Let's take a look at tonight's big move, sponsored by Pods, and it's the move that won Stage 2. Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric, the 48 Alex Bowman.
Yeah, and you're going to see them get Austin Cindric shoved out right here. And you're going to see Ryan Blaney try to make a move here going into turn 3. Backs up. Shoves him out there, backs up, and now he's got himself in position to make a run at the 2-car towards the start-finish line.
Chase Elliott in tow, and Todd Gilliland. Blaney beats his teammate Todd.
Textbook. That's exactly how it's done.
But I think as we get towards the end of the race, that'll become a little bit harder because there'll be a block involved in that move with the 2.
Yeah.
Now look at this running order. Kyle Busch, who had a pit stop penalty and then had to back up for his pit, he is up into the top 5.
Not to mention he was down in the grass during that restart caution.
First thing back saving here, probably 60-70% throttle. We don't want to control, we don't want to save as much as we can there. Great position, saving. Take as much as we can while you're doing it.
Yeah, no problem. Yep. Keep your track positions, save me fuel.
And also into the top half does it, 7-time NASCAR champ Jimmy Johnson, now the majority owner of Legacy Motor Club.
Is up to 6. How about Jimmy? Top 10 late in the Daytona 500 as we're about to begin the final stage. Welcome in new viewers that have been here for almost 8 hours. Appreciate it as always. Green flag is back in the air and we have 63 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Ryan Blaney and Kyle Busch on the front row here. Busch was 4th. The top 3 cars all took the outside lane for the restart. Blaney, Wallace, Cindric, and Kyle Larson is a push car behind Kyle Busch. They both started in the middle of the pack, same row earlier. So the Kyle and Kyle show back together once again. Couple Toyotas on the outside trying to go 3 wide towards the back of this lead pack. We'll see if they get to it. Chance to go 3 wide is probably going to be now while the fuel savings going on to get some track position first and then start to save fuel going forward. The hardest spot to save fuel is probably going to be from the lead, but that might be the safest spot as far as trying to stay clear of any sort of incidences. Ryan Blaney will lead the first green flag lap of stage 3. Bubba Wallace sneaks to his outside, won't stay in line behind his best bud anymore. And Wallace is looking to take the lead in the Daytona 500. The Penske duo of Blaney and Cindric are still nose to tail, just right in the middle line. Cindric went a bit wide off turn 4. Briscoe pushing the 3 into the 9. Trying to get that line moving forward just a little bit. Blaney gets a push from behind from his teammate Cindric yet again. Wallace leads. And that might be the first lap he's led today. He's been towards the front a couple times, but this is the first lap led for Bubba up to this point in the race, so I did have that right. And he is not going to lead the second lap this time. No, he does. Not quite. Cindric didn't really lock bumpers with him. He just kind of gave him a quick push off turn 4. Had a head of steam, but not enough to take the lead. He is inside of the race lead, though, through turns 1 and 2. We'll see down the backstretch if he can pull clear. Even if he does pull clear, I don't think he pulls to the outside with Cindric in the bottom. He probably wants to try to drag that 2-car with him, try to get them both to the outside nose to tail before moving up. Can't even get 1 car out in front of it. As of right now, though, still it's Wallace. And Chase Elliott has been a great pusher. Honestly, has looked like one of the best, if not the best, Chevy throughout the field. He pushed Blaney to the stage 1 win. Top 10 periodically throughout the race. Here he is up in the top 5 late. And now he's pushing Bubba Wallace and trying to keep him in the lead at the front of the pack. Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson lost a little bit of time down on the bottom, but now they're regaining that through 1 and 2. And Busch is inside of both the 12 and 23, 3 wide for the lead at Daytona. Pack is tight right in the middle. That middle line, they really start to drift up to the outside. And those cars on the outside lane have the wall right next to them. They've got cars directly next to them on the bottom. As Mike Joyce said for the longest time over Fox broadcast in this very race, that these cars are racing closer together than most people park, and that is true at over 190 miles an hour, although the lap times and the fuel saving have dropped a little bit. It's not as slow as we've seen in the past. We've seen them slow it down to like 50-second lap times in the past. So right now in the mid-47s, our fastest laps of the race are in the mid-45s. So rather than 5 seconds slower and really creeping around this racetrack, kind of going at about 2 seconds slower a lap than what we could see at their fastest as they try to save fuel. But that is because the pace is probably being pushed a little bit more because the car's trying to gain track position on that third lane on the outside from the middle of the pack where they were initially on the restart. Didn't realize also that both the RCR cars are up there, by the way, not just Kyle Busch, but Austin Dillon also in the top 10, not that far away from his teammate. Blaney led that last lap back. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Let's see here. Looking to see where some of these guys started that are up at the front of the field right now. We have 4 drivers that started in the top 10 are actually in the top 10 at this moment, and each of the drivers that started in the top 3 are up there. Chase Briscoe, pole sitter, in 10th. He was involved in an incident earlier. Not a lot of damage to that car. Same for Jimmy Johnson and Kyle Busch. They were all involved in that restart to begin stage 2 caution when there was a bag essentially around the throttle body on the 22 of Joey Logano earlier. Logano hasn't really worked himself forward through the pack as of right now. The car is fine, obviously. He drove his way to 6th in stage 2 after winning stage 1. William Byron just outside the top dozen as he tries to win back-to-back Daytona 500s. He's got 4 drafting track wins in his career, 3 with the next-gen car. 2 of them at Atlanta, and of course, again, the 500 last season. 3 by 3, most of the way through this lead pack. Things are getting testy here in the Daytona 500 as we have just 55 laps to go. And that time by the start-finish line, I think Blaney led that lap again. No, Bubba Wallace, 6/1000ths of a second. So close, it was hard to tell. It looked like the finish of the Atlanta race at the line from last season, where the top 3 there, as they cross the stripe, were all within about 15/1000ths of a second of each other. So again, it's Wallace, Blaney, Busch leading the lines. Nobody's really jumped out of line yet to try to take over one of those top spots in the line. Everybody's on the same strategy here of just saving fuel. And the reason they're saving fuel is so that way they can take less fuel on the next stop, which would be the final stop to make it to the end. Everybody will have to make one more pit stop before the end of the race. We have not had green flag pit stops at any point in time in this race with the way the cautions early in stage 1 and stage 2. Stage 1 for the rain and stage 2 for the couple of incidences we had saw early. There was a debris caution, and then the crash on that restart after the fact extended the caution laps in the stage. We've had 35 caution laps total to this point with only 5 yellows. And a lot of those caution laps were because of the rain earlier in the race. We had a caution and red, then it was lifted back to caution, then back to red, and then obviously back to caution before going green. So that's why we have 35 caution laps with only 5 cautions. It's also why the elapsed time on the race is almost 3 hours already, despite the fact we have more than 50 laps to go. Had we not had the caution, or the red flags, I should say, specifically for the rain earlier, we'd probably only be about 2 hours and 15 minutes or so into the race. Top 10 on the leaderboard. That last time by the line, Ryan Blaney was scored as the leader. Bubba Wallace second, Chase Elliott third, Austin Cindric fourth, Kyle Busch in fifth, Austin Dillon sixth, Jimmy Johnson seventh, Kyle Larson eighth, Chase Briscoe ninth, William Byron rounds out the top 10. Most positions gained since the restart. Looks like 17 positions for Tyler Reddick. Most positions lost since the restart. It looks like 10 for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And they are back from commercial here with just over 50 to go.
Play responsibly. 53 laps to go. Think you're the number one Busch Light fan? Busch Light's giving away an epic NASCAR experience, including a chance to wave the green flag during qualifying at an upcoming race. Follow at Busch Beer on X and comment using hashtag Busch number one fan, hashtag sweepstakes during every lap that ends in a 1 for your chance to win. Blaney and Wallace have traded the lead back and forth, ebb and flow, inches apart. How difficult is it leading the field at Daytona in this type of racing? Let's ask those who have done it.
Maybe.
The hardest part about controlling the field is if you race really hard, you'll run out of gas. If you stay in the back and try to be up front at the end, sometimes you can't get all the way up there.
The size of the runs that the trailing cars get now, it's super hard to block, and they're coming at such a higher rate of speed. And sometimes you just can't throw a block. I think just accepting defeat sometimes, not in the sense of giving the race away, but just, hey, I can't block this lane right now. Let me just choose the best lane. I think
Pressure just ticks up more and more lap by lap, and it puts you on the edge of your seat.
Cindric and Blaney on the 3 drafting tracks, Daytona, Talladega, and Atlanta. Last year, they spent more time running 1-2 than any other combination last season.
Well, that's that experience that we talk about. When you spin it towards the front, you are going to wind up with the opportunities to win more of these races. So they do a great job, and Team Penske does a great job. And those guys, we saw them talking outside the car after the duel the other night, Joey Logano and Austin Cindric, talking about what they could have done better immediately. And that's how you learn. This is a constant evolution of how you learn, and the things that you do are always changing, and you can always get better at the details of how to do it.
Chevrolet on the inside lane. Last year's 500 winner, William Byron in the 24. Kyle Busch in the 8. Kyle Larson in the 5. But quite a week for Larson. His daughter Audrey fell off a swing in the motor coach lot, broke her wrist.
Oh.
And Kyle joked this morning, speaking to a group, that he hopes that's the last trip to the care center for a Larson this weekend. Regan?
Well, Michael Gassenko stop. Very real potential right now as we get to the late stages of the Daytona 500. Bueller, Landon Walker for William Byron. Your driver's worked his way to the front. How do you manage the pressure of knowing it could come down to a Gassenko stop on your shoulders at the end?
You're put in this position with William, there's always a chance. He's such a good speedway driver. We always feel like we're in these positions. Over time, at 13 years of doing this, just experience and confidence, you develop that, especially working with such a speedway guy like William. So been put in these positions quite a bit over that time. Like I said, just get used to it. And the guys around me make me better, So when you're on this team, you really don't have an option but to put it on your back. When it's time to go here for that fuel, only stop down the stretch.
Mike Landon's been in a lot of high-pressure situations. Used to play football at Clemson University also.
Yeah, he was an offensive tackle, and a good one. A lot of these teams now recruiting for colleges, athletes that may not be going on to a pro career in a different sport, find a home here in NASCAR as part of the over-the-wall crew. We're inside of 50 laps to go. Wallace, Blaney, Elliott, Toyota, Ford, Chevrolet out front.
75+% of the race through in the Daytona 500 2025 edition. Bubba Wallace is out in front of the field as of right now as they work their way down the back stretch off of turn 2. Top 5 once again is Ryan Blaney leading, Bubba Wallace second, William Byron third, Austin Cindric fourth, and Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5 that last time by at the start-finish line. Blaney in the middle groove had a nice little run, gets back out in front off turn 4 to lead that lap by just 1/100th of a second over Wallace at the line, and Byron, who is still leading the inside line of cars by about 0.013 seconds. Just over 100th. Lap times have slowed down even more as we get further into this run, up over 48 seconds for the leaders at last lap. A little earlier, it was down to about 47 and a half, so they're saving even more than they were. Still not as bad as we have seen it in the past, where they've been around 50 seconds. By bad, I mean slow. It's going to be amazing the difference that we're going to see, because they're going to be back to running 46, mid 45 second lap times again after they make that final stop and we have the race to the checker. I'm curious to see if we make it to green flag pit stop. So just because we haven't had any green flag stops yet today, now a lot of these teams didn't get the opportunity to even make a green flag stop in the duel. Everybody that was in duel race number 1 on Thursday night with the early cautions only had to pit under yellow to top off. They did not pit under green. While the drivers in dual race number 2 had a chance to pit there. We tend to see some issues over the years when trying to make a pit stop at full speed on a super speedway. It is not hard, or not easy, I should say specifically, to go from nearly 200 miles an hour, 190 plus at the very least, down to 55, I believe, is the pit road speed limit at that commitment line. You only have several hundred feet to do it. Very easy to lock up the rear tires, spin the car around. Yesterday in the Xfinity race, we had a pretty hard crash. When one driver was just on the brakes way late, we thought that they lost their brakes in live time because of how much faster they were going in, but there was an incident there. Even with these Cup drivers being more equipped, we've seen cautions in the past, even in the Daytona 500, and trying to do that. And being this early in the season, having to do something like that may be more prone to having that mistake than later in the year when you're well equipped and you're running 36 consecutive weeks. So Bubba Wallace leads that last lap of the line, less than a half a car length over his best friend, Ryan Blaney. And his other friend, Chase Elliott's the one pushing him right there. How about that working out? That the trio of Wallace, Blaney, and Elliott are 1, 2, 3 with 44 laps to go in the Daytona 500. William Byron trying to go back-to-back. Not a lot of drivers in NASCAR history have won back-to-back Daytona 500s. He would definitely put himself on an elite list. Kyle Busch second in line, pushing the 24 of Byron down on the bottom lane of the racetrack in his 20th attempt at trying to win the Daytona 500. Can he get it done? Wallace lagging back a little bit off turn 4. Chase Elliott is going to knock him forward. William Byron, I believe, got credited for leading that last lap at the line. And Wallace quickly, by the time they get down into turn 1, is clear for the lead himself. 12 and the 24 catch him again going into the corner. Lap times are still just above 48 seconds a lap for the leaders. 48 ones pretty much across the board for those top 4 positions, top 5 that we see on screen. Most laps led to this point in the race. Joey Logano 43, 37 for Austin Cindric, Ryan Blaney 20. The top 3 cars on the laps led leaderboard, all of the 3 Penske cars. Bubba Wallace 13 laps led, 11 for Bowman, and Byron has led for 8 laps several different times. Those 6 drivers have led the most. We've seen a few other drivers obviously lead a lap or 2 at a time at random times. But this Daytona 500 has been dominated by Penske. Can they keep themselves in contention late? As far as Joey Logano goes, who had to make more adjustments or more changes to the race car, changing parts during that last caution after having to change the throttle body. 3 with all the fuel saving, he's just packed in, can't go anywhere. So he's not up there with the 12 and the 2 like he was there towards the end of stage 2. But the team felt that it was a necessary fix that they ended up having to make. Costed him track position. Will he get that track position back is going to be the next question, because he arguably had the fastest car in the field when he was up at the front. Haven't seen him lead a lap since he won stage 1. How organized is this going to be when they come into the pits? Although the fuel window is open to make it to the end from here, you're not going to see them pit unless they absolutely have to. So they're going to try to take this as far as they can, which would probably be down between 20 to 25 laps to go in the race, is when we'll start to see the green flag pit stops take shape. 40 laps to go this time behind the Daytona 500. What will go down in this one? Junebug88 NASCAR fan, thanks for tuning in. I don't see anybody new. Derek Booth, I didn't shout you out yet. Willy Wonka, welcome to the stream as well. Be sure to hit the like button for those of you watching right now. Our goal is to get to 150 likes. We're at 127 late in this race. Again, 40 laps to go. 400 miles down, 100 miles left in the Daytona 500. We didn't get the diecast showing out at the end of stage 2, so I'll do that real quickly. Well, never mind. I'll keep the live commentary coverage rolling. They're on commercial, but it's a side-by-side commercial break. Front of the pack. I had a bit of a lag. I got to fast forward. There we go. 39 laps left at the line now. Still 3x3. Down towards turn 1. Caution's out. I'm not sure what it's for. It's kind of similar to the yellow we had back in stage 2. Is it debris again? Very strange. But the caution's out with 39 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Again, they're on commercial break. We'll know when they come back. Been sick all weekend. Commentary's kept your spirit up. We'll greatly appreciate you tuning in all the way throughout the week, and hopefully you get better soon. I'm right there with you. My voice still is back to 100%. So I keep having to step away from the mic and adjust my own voice from time to time. Trying to keep it alive to the finish as we're just about 8 hours deep into the stream. A little over 8 hours now. Yeah, it's definitely debris on the track. I mean, nobody crashed or spun out or anything, so trying to figure it out. I would imagine it's a debris caution. We didn't see the debris the first time with the Logano deal. Well, when Logano got the free pass, I should say, specifically back in stage 2. Hopefully we at least see it this time. Well, with them being inside the fuel window, that means it's going to be flat out to the finish of this race when they get back racing. Which is going to be very interesting. Been racing the whole way, but the real race will be on when they get back to green. Bubba Wallace was scored as the leader at the time of the caution. Ryan Blaney second, William Byron third. NASCAR heads to the Atlanta Motor Speedway next weekend. Our live coverage for next Sunday's Atlanta race will be at 2:30 p.m. Eastern right here on the channel with our live commentary content. I'll have the start times for all 3 series as well as cup practice and qualifying at the end of the race.
Pit road is open under this debris caution. Regan.
Mike William Bryan done a nice job of positioning himself again towards the front of the pack. Race car a little bit loose when being pushed. It should be right side only for the 24. Josh?
Three up Bubba Wallace hits from the lead, happy with that car. If you figured in the same deal with Ryan Playing, you can learn the spotter about if he can do anything better. Jimmy.
Austin Cindric comes in fourth. He's led 37 laps today. 3 seconds of fuel only.
A heartbreaker for Jimmy Johnson. He got blocked in by a car entering the pit stall in front of him. Had to stop, back up, lost a lot of spots coming off pit road. Tough break for the 7-time champ, who rejoins the fray. 37 laps to go. Austin Cindric first out of the pits. Close.
Probably going to have either 34 or 35 laps to go on the restart in the Daytona 500 for those of you on the East Coast or Eastern time zone. It is almost 9 p.m. Eastern. We've been live since 12:30 p.m. Eastern here today with our pre-race show, extra long for the Daytona 500, the extra long rain delay. We had multiple red flags for rain, both in the set of one caution, where we didn't get back to green flag racing until almost 4 hours of a wait that we had between the two rain delays. Second place in the league as of right now. Yeah, my team's doing good, and that's with Logano pretty far down on the leaderboard right now. Lot of racing still to go, though. Who is going to win the Daytona 500? These gotta take Fox's word for it, but they haven't showed it on any of their cameras. A couple other cars topping off on fuel. Going to reset at the back of the pack, both of them for Spire Motorsports, Justin Haley and Carson Hocevar. Lights are out on the pace car. We'll be going green this time by. The Penske duo of Cindric Blaney will be on the bottom. And the top will be led by Bubba Wallace and William Byron. Chase Elliott and Byron together there. That could be interesting for Hendrick. Byron at times has looked good. Chase Elliott looks like he's been the best Hendrick car in my opinion. Alex Bowman was quick, but he did have a couple Fords behind him. So I don't really know exactly how quick that car is, and Bowman's back in traffic now. So we'll see how he can get up there. It's going to be tough. Everybody's going to be going 100% this time. And again, we are well within the fuel window. 42 to 46 laps under green is the estimated fuel window. So with 35 to go in the restart, I mean, they should be 7 to 11 laps to the good. Not to mention if we get any more caution laps where they can save fuel along the way as well. Sixth yellow of the race. We've had 48 lead changes in this year's Daytona 500 through 164 laps. We'll be exactly halfway through stage 3 when we get back racing. Make that 49 lead changes, it looks like, for the restart as our leaderboard is updated a little early. 38 cautions. Or 38 caution laps, excuse me, 6 cautions, 38 cautions. That would be by far a new NASCAR record. We had that on a NASCAR 08 stream a couple months ago at Las Vegas. Had 38 yellows on NASCAR 08. And I only was involved in one of them. Like the AI were just wrecking over and over and over again. It was the craziest thing. All right, so Austin Cindric, Bubba Wallace on the front row for the restart. Justin Haley's on Fox's leaderboard, but he pitted under the last caution, so that is not accurate, but get back to racing. At 12 and the 22, they're going to do their best to try to stick together. That's going to be the best shot of trying to keep them at the front of the field to the finish. A lot more cars on the outside lane at the back of the pack than the bottom, so this will be interesting how they try to coordinate this. Might be just staying at the very back of the pack, waiting out for an incident. But how much longer do you wait now that we're in the final fuel window to make it to the end? We haven't seen the big one. There are very few cars that are actually out of the race. I believe we still have probably 34 cars on the lead lap. Let's take a look. Yeah, 34 cars on the lead lap still. So any one of them could get the win here at this point. If you're in it, you got a chance to win it. Bubba Wallace was able to have a great restart. He pulled down to the bottom lane of the racetrack. Blocks the two Penske cars. Third lane starting to form. Kyle Larson, the leader of that line for now. That might change if more drivers start to move up in front of him. So with 35 laps to go in the Daytona 500, Wallace the leader that last time by at the line by a nose over Cindric. He pulled out of the bottom lane, so now Cindric and Blaney will be the push cars there, trying to get themselves back to the very front of the pack. Kyle Busch right behind the Penske cars on the bottom. Problem with being on the bottom lane versus the top two is the ability to be able to change lanes is a lot less. Chase Elliott moves up in front of the 34, and then the two RFK Fords who are out in front of Briscoe and Larson in the third line. And in front of Chase Elliott is his teammate, William Byron. Byron going to get the push. Joey Logano yet to crack the top 20. We'll still try to keep an eye on where he will be at on his comeback trail and try to get back through the field because we know he's got a fast car. Ty Dillon off the pace, going to go lap down on the apron of the racetrack through turns 1 and 2. I noticed he wasn't up to speed on the restart when I scrolled through the leaderboard right before we got back racing. So Cindric, Blaney nose to tail and pushing. John Hunter Nemechek in the 42 cars up towards the front of the field. Where did he come from? I haven't noticed him up towards the front of the field all day. Kind of backing up the middle and bottom line of the racetrack, though. Bubba Wallace probably has the faster of the Toyotas that are nose to tail there. Starting to go a little backwards. Bubba's trying to give him a push. I don't know if the 42 has nose damage, but he definitely doesn't seem to have the speed to get this line moving forward. And everybody in that third line is going backwards. Byron, Elliott, Wallace. Nemechek finally pulls out of that top lane into the second groove. Tyler Reddick just behind him. Wonder if Reddick maybe moves up in front of Wallace at some point here, obviously being teammates at 2311 Racing, but that doesn't happen, even though he had a chance to do it all the way down the backstretch. He's just trying to push the 42 and get him going, and nobody's able to get that 42 car in the right direction. 2 and 12 at the front of the pack here. Cindric, Blaney. 31 laps to go in the Great American Race. Can that third lane get moving again? Even the second lane for that matter. The top 6 or 7 cars on the inside line are clear of everybody to their outside. That'd be Cindric, Blaney, Busch, Dillon. Both the RCR cars nose to tail behind 2 of the Penske's. And then you got 2 Toyotas of Bell and Herbst down on the bottom. Riley Herbst has had some good runs at Daytona when he was with Rick Ware Racing on a part-time effort. Couple of top 10 finishes, in fact, so crazy he's up here in a Toyota even this time around. Gregson slides up, almost ended up tagging Cole Custer in the middle line. They were about 3 wide in that area of the track, and that was right off of turn 4, which has been Calamity Corner throughout the course of the weekend, even though we haven't seen an incident over there at this point in the race on Sunday for the Daytona 500. Yeah, Wallace and Byron are right around 15th place on that third line. They're just not able to pull those cars forward with the bump drafts. Cindric and Blaney are in a great spot. Busch and Dillon are definitely going to make a move when they can, but I definitely don't see them making any sort of headway unless somebody else in that second line starts to move forward and they see that they can jump up in front of them. Or they'll just keep it pinned down to the bottom of the track and trust the 2 Penske cars to kind of get back out to where we're at right now. Denny Hamlin jumped up in the second groove of cars from the bottom, right around 7th or 8th place that last lap. He's currently scored in 8th. He would be in front of the 42 of Nemechek. So although Nemechek wasn't a good lead car, can he be a good push car? Can Hamlin lead him towards the front of the field? Hamlin was quickest in practice on Wednesday, all the way back before qualifying, though Hamlin now finds himself on the outside lane with Wallace there. So Hamlin Wallace working together. He probably knows that 42 car wasn't going anywhere, so he's going to go to the third line instead. Stenhouse moves up in front of Hamlin. And then back down towards the inside lane of the track as well. On the double yellow line, Hamlin goes down to side draft Stenhouse as he pulls alongside of him. They're door-to-door for 8th place still. Hamlin again back to the top to get the push from Bubba Wallace. Stenhouse into the middle line of cars. Pulls out from the bottom. Kind of a 6-car breakaway at the front of the field here. There's a little bit of a gap between the cars that are single file and then everybody from about 7th or 8th place that are 3 wide on back. He's flared out quite a bit on Riley Herbst's Toyota, so he's kind of forced to stay in line in 6th. That's going to act like a parachute. And you can kind of tell it already is even in this line of cars because there's quite a gap between himself and Christopher Bell in front of him. Hamlin and Wallace kind of going in the wrong direction here. Hamlin going to push Stenhouse. They're doing everything they can for the moment, and those pushes are only going to be more aggressive, trying to do whatever they can to get going forward, and they just cannot do it. Still a long ways to go to the finish, though. Anything could happen. 26 laps to go at the line. Oh, man, Hamlin almost got against the wall getting into the tri-oval that time. Might have been from the push he was getting from the 23 car. Joey Logano, meanwhile, quietly up to 15th, 14th. If he can get to the front of one of these lines, he can lead him forward. And that would be interesting. I don't know where he is at exactly to try to get himself to there. I don't know if he's on the bottom or not. Yeah, he is on the bottom. So Joey Logano's in 14th, but he's on the bottom of the racetrack. If he can pull clear, just get a couple more rows ahead, get to that second lane, I think he can lead him forward. Corey LaJoie, there's a Ford up on the outside. He led laps real early in the 500, all the way back at stage 1. It's not a Penske Ford, but it is a Ford. And Joey Logano in a Penske Ford does move into the second line of cars behind Stenhouse and LaJoie. So a Penske push car and a Penske lead car could be good. Corey LaJoie is starting to move closer to the front of the field, slightly. Side by side with Alex Bowman. They were around 14th, and now they're around 9th. So they're going in the right direction. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the 500 winner from 2 years ago, is, as of right now, the push car on LaJoie. 20 positions gained since the restart for Stenhouse, Allgaier, and Eric Jones. They're the biggest movers since 35 laps to go. We're down to 24 to go with where we're at right now. Corey LaJoie would definitely be an underdog story here. Rick Ware Racing, but in a part-time effort in the 01. Had to race his way into the Daytona 500, had a top 10 in his duel on Thursday. There's still 3 wide back around LaJoie. Something happened the back straightaway because all of a sudden, they lost so much ground to the cars on the bottom. About 2 or 3 rows of cars that just pulled past LaJoie. He falls to 11th. He wasn't 8th. Stenhouse is pushing him through the tri-oval now. That's starting to get to desperation. With 23 laps to go. Because we haven't really seen pushing all the way through the tri-oval at the front of a line like we saw that last time for Stenhouse to the back of LaJoie. We definitely know Stenhouse to be one of the more aggressive super speedway racers. And he's showing that right now. Joey Logano up into the third line of cars. With John Hunter Nemechek, and he's making some moves, but Tyler Reddick's going to pull up and block him. Might stall him out a little. Stenhouse moves up in front of Reddick and LaJoie up in front of him as well. Just got to see if Logano can get to the front of that pack. He's going to do his best to try to find a way to do it. He's got the car capable. And that would definitely get 2 lines really formed up. Stephen Hoot, thanks for tuning in. You might have been here for a while. It's the first I've seen you in the chat, though. Wanted to give you your recognition. 128 likes on the stream. Again, our goal is 150. 21 laps to go in the Daytona 500. This time by Top half a dozen at least, maybe just more than that, are single file down on the double yellow line. One of those cars pulling out of line could obviously shake things up as well if they have a big enough of a run. That would just take away more cars on the bottom. That's where that would help. But I don't think you're going to see anybody do that unless those top two lines further back start to get moving a little bit closer to the front of the field. The problem for the third line of cars as well is that they're not able to side draft on the cars that are running the bottom groove of the racetrack because they're too far away. So they can't really minimize any kind of ground in the corners that they would have taken the shortest way around the racetrack. And they're just not gaining enough down the straightaway. They're moved by Stenhouse to the outside in front of Joey Logano. Eric Jones leading the middle group of cars. Stenhouse was down in front of them for a quick second before moving back up between LaJoie and Joey. LaJoie down to the middle groove. Maybe Logano could push the 47 of Stenhouse. They're now the first two in the top. 3 wide. Logano, steady push to the 47. Very smooth that time. Let's go before entering turn 3. Very, very tight door-to-door off turn 4 there. Not a lot of room between the 47 and the 19 who are in the second and third line in that 3-wide battle in the middle of the pack. Who has the fastest lap of the race? I'll check if we get a caution. I don't want to check that under green in case I missed something here. Not this late in the race, at least. Yeah, LaJoie and Stenhouse, I mean, they keep moving up. And it's really bogging down the momentum of that outside if they do start to get something going. LaJoie needs to utilize that side draft as much as he can if he's going to lane change the way he has. When he moves down to the second line of cars on the bottom of the racetrack, or the middle groove, I should say specifically, side draft the bottom, and then if the outside gets momentum and pushing forward, the 10 car. Thought it was one of the lead cars pulling out of line. It's the 10 of Ty Dillon again. 4 moves out of the bottom and into the middle line of cars. It's going to back up Eric Jones a bit. I don't know what happened to Gregson, but he got out of line on the double yellow line. He was riding around in 7th. Alex Bowman sneaks underneath him, takes that spot away. And that lost some momentum for the inside just a bit and allowed for the Ricky Stenhouse Jr. nose to tail here. 17 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Stenhouse had a big push from Joey Logano. He was sideways heading to the tri-oval. Logano going to get a push from behind now by the 42 of Nemechek. I'm sure Stenhouse probably going to move up in front of him if he gets a chance. LaJoie is up to 6th. Top 5 are still single file on the bottom of the track, but it was about 8 or 9 cars just a couple laps ago. Blaney starting her that the outside is gaining ground. It looks like Logano got to the outside of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Finally, so Stenhouse is not going to be... Oh, no, never mind. I thought he did. Might have lost a little ground. I don't know if Gregson maybe pulled up in front of the 22 and stalled him out. It looked like he was on the outside of the 47. Stenhouse pushes LaJoie. Massive shot. Second half of the front stretch leading towards turn 1. Corey LaJoie's up to 3rd. That was a massive push. He gained about 3 positions in the second half of the front stretch. He's alongside Kyle Busch right now. Another push from Stenhouse to LaJoie. I mean, this took almost a dozen laps to try to coordinate, but here he comes. Corey LaJoie. Outside of second, Joey Logano quietly in that third lane is still pulling them forward as well. It's kind of off-camera shot there for a little bit. Stenhouse and LaJoie move up in front of Logano, stall him out. Stenhouse pushes LaJoie deep into the tri-oval. Let's go. Cindric leads the lap. LaJoie scored 2nd at the line. LaJoie had his nose out in front of the 2 getting into the corner. Joey Logano up the middle, 3 wide. Stenhouse with a block. Almost wrecked the field. Joey still trying to get in there. 4 wide back straightaway. Stenhouse goes around. Ryan Blaney's in it. Logano involved as well. 2 of the 3 Penske cars are going to get knocked out. Chase Elliott is spinning. Suarez went to the inside wall. I believe he might have hit head on. And we're under caution for the 7th time tonight, the Daytona 500. Late block by Stenhouse on Logano. Logano kept his foot in it, trying to get through it anyway. Turned Stenhouse around right in the middle of the pack.
Nico. And we knew this was coming. And that was just one of those situations where the 22 and the 47 just did not want to give.
They will make it back to pit road, but their chances of winning the Daytona 500 are dashed. 2 of the 3 Team Penske cars no. Ryan Blaney led 22 laps. Had one of the best 2 or 3 cars here, as did his teammate Joey Logano.
I don't think I'm gonna get back at all.
And Logano's against the wall in the short chute between turn 4 and the start-finish line. Just trying to make it back, and it won't steer, except to the right.
I don't think he's going to be able to get it back. He's super frustrated. I can only imagine.
Well, this place is the scene of triumph and heartbreak.
They're moving records out here.
That right rear being broke's the reason he can't
And
get
there is heartbreak. All right, let's watch Ricky Stenhouse in the 47 here.
Yeah, and you're going to see the 22 get a big run right here. Stenhouse is going to come down the racetrack to cover the block on Joey Logano. It's super tight, but we're 15 laps to go in the Daytona 500. The 22 car start to get, he's not giving up on trying to get this position, and they're just all run out of room right there, Clem.
Kyle Busch got knocked to the inside as well as those cars have crashed into the outside.
See him.
Joey's going to be.
I thought that was Suarez down there. I didn't realize it was Busch.
A little bit of patience. I think as fast as his car was, he was going to have another shot at that. Man, poor Blaney. He was in the position to win this race. Was doing nothing wrong. Literally in the catbird seat and got wiped out.
Ryan Blaney, there to the inside in blue and yellow, a 2-time runner-up. The 500 gets taken out as mayhem ensues.
Guys, Corey LaJoie is leading the Daytona 500. He was scored as the leader at the time of the caution when the wreck happened just behind. Austin Cindric is second. John Hunter Nemechek third. Denny Hamlin fourth. Riley Herbst fifth. Christopher Bell is sixth. Seventh, Austin Dillon. Todd Gilliland eighth. Eric Jones ninth. Daniel Suarez 10th. Alex Bowman 11th. 12th for Cole Custer. Bubba Wallace 13th. Chase Briscoe 14th. Brad Keselowski is 15th. Ryan Preece 16th. Ty Gibbs 17th. Justin Allgaier 18th. William Byron 19th. Tyler Reddick in 20th. 21st, Kyle Larson. Chris Buescher 22nd. Cody Ware 23rd. Chase Elliott 24th, involved in that incident, as well as most of the cars behind him in the running order. Jimmy Johnson 26th. Carson Hocevar 27th. Michael McDowell 28th. 26th for Hocevar. 27th, Michael McDowell. Justin Haley 28th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 29th. Ryan Blaney 30th. Probably not going to be able to continue. Busch hit hard. I thought that was Suarez into the inside wall live. It was actually Kyle Busch. Busch will end up 31st for now. We'll see how many more spots he loses. I doubt he is going to get his lap back. He's 3 laps down, actually, as we run. Noah Gragson 33rd. Joey Logano is going to be out of the race 34th. He couldn't even make it back to pit road. Shane Van Gisbergen 35th. 8 laps down. Has been in the race, but well off the pace. And then Zane Smith 36. 80 laps down. Josh Berry is 83 laps down in 37th. Out of the race 38th. Martin Truex Jr. Helio Castroneves 39th. Ross Chastain 40th. And AJ Allmendinger 41st. The big one on the back straightaway here in the Daytona 500 with about 15 laps to go. We're going to have less than 10 laps left when we get the track cleaned up and get back to green. 51 lead changes. This is our 7th caution of the race, a little over 3.5 hours in with the lengthy caution for the rain all the way back in stage 1 in the first couple dozen laps. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live to the Daytona 500 on KRC.
Daytona 500, are you kidding?
This one sucks when you're that close.
Austin Cindric, the winner of the Daytona 500. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Daytona 500 winner. Go, go.
It's going to be close.
With 14 laps to go, 20 years of trying, another year of frustration for Kyle Busch.
Yeah, and you see him pulling the hood pins out of Joey Logano's car here, trying to get it fixed. You see all the drivers staying in the car. With the new DVP rule, you have to stay in the car. You see Kyle Busch being towed in by the tow truck in the car still. So that's a new way to stay in the car. But they'll tow him to the garage to have to fix that.
9 cars involved in this pileup, which happened from 5th place on back. 24 cars have been involved in today's incidents so far. Let's take a look back as Ricky Stenhouse and Joey Logano fought for position here.
Yeah, you see Stenhouse is going to make this last second block right here when Joey goes to the inside, and it's tight. Joey lifts out of the gas, and I think that in-car camera out of Joey's, the hole is closed right there, opens briefly, and Logano is just, he's there, and Stenhouse is not given, and it's caught a lot of cars up in this at the end. In that scenario, Stenhouse doesn't want to give up the track position, and Logano feels like the block was too late, and he is probably a little bit frustrated.
Oh, he's frustrated.
Yeah, you heard him lift a couple times right there.
Yeah, but I mean, the 47, it was pretty clear he wasn't going to give him that spot. So. Full commitment. That's what you expect out of both of those guys.
Big hits.
This is Kyle Busch. And Ryan Blaney. Jones boy.
That's what this race is, right? Sometimes it parts for you, and sometimes it swallows you up.
That 43.
Yeah, look at him.
Scoots right through.
Wow.
Reminds me of what Richard Petty often said here. I'd rather be lucky than good any day.
Well, now the door's open. You've got LaJoy leading, Nemechek, Austin Dillon, Bell, Jones.
I don't think that 9 car's hurt near as bad as I
No.
thought, was it?
No, not at all.
Splitter looks like it's up a little bit, perhaps in the front. Well, here is Ricky Stenhouse's reaction to what happened.
Coming on there. Hit the 22 decided to just wreck you.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think the spotter's assessment is spot on. Joey was trying for the spot. Stenhouse wasn't about to give it up.
Yeah, I mean, it was just tight quarters right there. And like we said, Stenhouse pulled the late block, Logano lifted. They were live to fight another day. And, that hole might have been open, but there was just
they can't fight
4 wide, and they were both fighting for the same spot. They just met in the middle.
I'm crushed for Kyle Busch, all these guys. I mean, this is a good car. This is why this race is so hard to accomplish.
Something still sparking and fluttering somewhere. Here's his teammate, Austin Dillon.
All the fastest cars. She was the fastest car of the day, and 11% Larry. So, you're not just freaking it out. Making it great. I feel like go in.
All day long, there's one manufacturer that we really haven't talked about. Look how many Toyotas are up here now. That's how quickly the game can change. It was a slew of Fords all race long. Chevrolet's up there. Now there's 5 Toyotas in the top 8.
Let's take a look at how Austin Dillon, who was right behind Kyle Busch, watch the 3 get through here. That's threading the needle. Christopher Bell as well.
Crazy.
Just like that, we're back in the game, boys.
9 laps to go, Larry. Too late for trends?
So you think we might be done with cautions? I don't think so. I looked at the 6 Daytona races with the Gen 7 car over the last 3 years. The average of the last caution, somewhere around 4 to 5 laps to go. And out of those 6 races, 4 overtime finishes.
Can he make it 4? Denny Hamlin right there in 4th place.
Overtime happens if the caution comes out prior to the white flag, which signals the less distance. Then it's green-white checker for overtime. Corey LaJoie dipped into his kids' college fund to rent the ride in the 01 from Rick Ware Racing, then found sponsors to cover the nut, raced his way into the Daytona 500, flew with the Thunderbirds, and his...
All right, I'm going to have to fast forward this. I might be a little bit behind.
Austin Cindric.
Yeah, pace car is going to be pulling to pit road. 8 laps to go in the Daytona 500. It is Corey LaJoie, Austin Cindric front row. Green flag is back in the air, and they're really the only 2 Fords up at the front of the field. A lot of Toyotas lagging behind. You got a Chevrolet of Austin Dillon in the mix as well. Cindric has got to be the best of the cars that remain in the race. He's the only Penske Ford that made it through that last incident. Corey LaJoie pulls clear as Cindric gets to the outside. The 2 Fords are nose to tail. Hamlin was pushing the 2, and then the 01 came up to block. The 2 is getting pushed, makes a zig, makes it zag, gets to the outside of the 01. The 01 couldn't block for much longer. Hamlin will knock the 2 to the lead. Denny Hamlin trying to go for a 4th Daytona 500 victory. 3 wins. There is a lot of lane changing going on from like 4th or 5th on back. Corey LaJoie actually fell all the way to 5th there. As they got back to the line, there were 3 Toyotas right behind the lone Ford of Austin Cindric. Denny Hamlin and Christopher Bell are right there behind him, and then Riley Herbst, the rookie, is in 4th. Cole Custer on the restart made his way from just outside the top 10 to 5th. Obviously another one of those Fords, and the only Haas Automation Ford. Hamlin is making a move for the lead. Back straightaway. Didn't want to wait till the last lap. He's got Christopher Bell as Joe Gibbs' teammate with him. And Denny Hamlin is in control of the race with 6 to go this time by. Unbelievable if he can pull this off and get his 4th career Daytona 500 victory. He leads at the line, nose to nose for 2nd behind him with Christopher Bell and Austin Cindric. Headed for turn 1, Bell to the outside of the 11 of Hamlin. Maybe they can gridlock the field and try to secure between the 2 of them. Bell goes wide. The 41 was pushing him deep into the corner, and that almost did not work. Somehow, Bell didn't really lose much momentum, surprisingly. And the 41 pushes him again. The 2 and the 11 down on the bottom. Hamlin's in a good spot. He's got a Penske Ford of Austin Cindric pushing him. Although there is a Mustang on the outside, it's a Haas car that we haven't seen up towards the front really at all today. And will the cars be willing to ride in line in that second group behind the 20 and the 41, or will they try to branch out and make a third line? If they do that, it might cost the entire outside a chance to win this thing. They have to be efficient with it, and I doubt it's going to be efficient if it happens. Back straightaway, 4.5 laps to go in the Daytona 500, and the bump drafting continues onward on the front of each line. Fell sideways head-on into the wall. Hard hit, back across the track. The 60 is airborne and upside down as he slides across the wall. It's Ryan Preece again. Ran over the rear of the 20 car and launched it skyward into turn 3, came down on his driver's side door before onto his lid, sliding into the outside wall and then back across the banking of the racetrack. I believe Preece's car ran over the left front of Christopher Bell because the entire driver's side door with the foam on the 20 has just been sheared off of the race car. Preece's window net is down. He is getting out under his own power, which is great to see, and hopefully we see the same for Christopher Bell in the 20. That is the second time Ryan Preece has gone airborne on the back straightaway at Daytona in the last 2 years. Brad Keselowski has severe damage, dragging his car back to pit road. Bell was leading the outside line. He was getting pushed by the 41 of Cole Custer before getting sent head-on into the wall. The right side window popped out of that 60 car when he made an impact with the outside wall upside down.
But watch this thing off the bumper of Cole Custer. It just continues to get worse and worse as they come down through this straightaway. Starts there, starts dancing around across the front bumper. Some more here, gets crossed up. Rest is history. There it goes. Now watch the 60 car, Preece. Bam!
We saw the
Gets up on the. That's wild. I've never seen a car do that. That shows how fast they go.
And they pile up behind him. This is from Eric Jones.
Oh. Oh. You think these guys aren't tough?
A devastating crash for Ryan Preece. An incredible camera work by our Fox crew.
I'm so glad to see that winning net down and him be able to get out of that thing. Whew, that's scary.
It's unbelievable what it looks like when these cars get caught by the air like that. And I'm with you, Clint. I've never seen one take off with a wheelie like that. But they just flip around like they don't weigh 3,600 pounds.
Well, nothing weighs that much at 186 mile an hour.
Saw the airbox just blow away. The right front tucked up underneath the A-post there.
Car did its job, though.
And he walked away.
So many safety enhancements in these race cars.
Will likely send us to overtime. It happens on lap 196.
Who's left?
Man, he was on his rear wheels for so long before that car finally got on its lid.
So the side of that car faced the wind, and the roof flaps had not yet come up, and that creates that pressure differential between air over the car and under the car that sends it tumbling.
Well, just like we said, though, I've never seen a car wheelie like that. The roof flaps won't work. Oh, I've been there. That's a bad feeling. See how quiet it got?
Oh, you see him tuck his head right there.
Looking back at Cole Custer and Christopher Bell.
Yeah, and that bell car it was just not capable of being pushed. And I'd say that that's a lot of the reason that we hadn't seen him up there all night, because that car isn't accepting push as well. But at this point in the race, you have to just put yourself in a position to throw it all out there and hope that this doesn't happen.
Well, and that's exactly what he did. That's why these guys are where they are in the sport and in their life. So they do not give up, and they go for it.
Priest got all that air under the nose, and you're right. It looked like it was going to just take off straight ahead. And I think he would have settled down had the car not turned and been side to the wind. And that's what sent it tumbling.
Those shots when that car lands from right there, I know we're in slow motion right now, but the impact that goes through your back and spine and neck, and especially when you can't see what direction the next hit is coming from to brace yourself. Right as the camera went out, we saw him start to duck his head and just, hold onto the steering wheel to brace yourself. That's what I would do. You see a lot of guys just let go of the steering wheel things now. I wouldn't. I always held onto that steering wheel until it yanked it out of my hands.
I agree. There is no worse feeling in the world than that.
10 cars in all involved. Kyle Larson, Brad Keselowski.
It couldn't get off the front end of Eric Jones's car too, and I mean I can't help but to think that wind off of that car or something kind of kept it wheeling, so to speak, and up in the air a little bit. You can see how that Eric Jones's car had the underbody tore up underneath the driver's door.
Oh, now the roof flap deploys.
We're going backwards.
Yep.
Yeah, it was kind of, the right one was up a little bit when it took off, but I think, like Clint said, the whole thing's confused when it took off in a wheelie.
Watch his wheels starting to, he'll drive this thing in a minute.
I like his strategy. Hold on to the wheel.
With your thumbs out of the spokes.
Yeah, every time you get hit like that, it's like a full impact whiplash. And a lot of times, in this car, it happens so fast that you hit the extensions on the Hans bottoms out. Man. You go backwards.
They'll hit hard,
against
too.
The back of the seat, and it happens so quick inside the car that you can't control your head. You see the back of that car up into the wall. I'm glad it flipped over the right direction to hit the wall with the back, at least not be upside down. See the airbox floating in the air right there? Unbelievable shots, Mike.
Amazing camera work, but
that's the best one.
What Ryan Preece has been through, you would excuse him if he would decide never to come back to Daytona. But that's not Ryan Preece. Talladega, the spring of 2023. This one here, humbling sidewinders crash.
What was it?
Over and over.
100 feet from where that just happened?
They paved all that area prior to this race to prevent that from happening. But here, when Custer and Bell get together, he goes skyward, turns to the side, up and over. Cars get caught up here. There's Larson, the nose torn off his car. Suarez spun to the infield. Preece up and over. And Eric Jones with a bit of damage there.
Red flag has been lifted, by the way. We're back under caution.
So thankful to see him get out of that thing. So many things that went through my mind. Bell, boy, he took 2 big shots. Preece nailed him when they hit and sent that car flying.
This is Eric Jones. Contact there. Flying race cars. Jones will be one of those who's able to continue. And there are the cars involved in this crash at lap 196. Regan?
Like Joey Logano involved in the previous caution, Joey. It's the end of the Daytona 500. Things are getting tight out there. Everybody is going for it. What took place? I'll bet you from your vantage point.
Yeah, from my vantage point, I felt like I had to get to the second car in line to have a chance to win the thing, and had an opportunity to get down in front of the 4 there. And then the 47 kind of had a late block there, and then at this point, like, he was kind of indecisive. I was trying to back out of it at this point. I couldn't. I was getting shoved into it at that point because the checkup already happened. So, yeah, just racing there at the end. It seems like it's just I don't know, felt like I can get my nose in there. Was going to, and then he just wanted to block it, and then I couldn't get out. Once you already checked up, it brings the whole back of the pack up to you. So, unfortunate for the old Shell Pencil Mustang. Glad we got a stage win. We got a playoff point. There's something to get out of the day and take a positive out of it. Had a fast car. Just was able to get it done this year. Thanks, Joey.
Christopher Bell checked in one, and a lot of damage to the front of Kyle Larson's car. Denny Hamlin, Austin Cindric, Cole Custer, Riley Herbst, Alex Bowman, 2 Fords, 2 Toyotas, 1 Chevrolet at the front of the field. Then LaJoy's Ford, the Toyotas of Briscoe and Nemechek, the Chevys of Byron and Dillon are your top 10. Regan?
Like for the third straight year, Kyle Busch in position at the end of the Daytona 500 to potentially win it. Unfortunately, innocent bystander coming off a turn 2 over there. How disappointing is this one?
Looks like the fastest car got in a hurry to get to the wreck. Logano was by far the fastest. And we still got 20 laps to go, and he's trying to go through the middle and make a hole that isn't there, and just created chaos. So hate it for all of our guys on the Zone Chevrolet. We had a fast car, and we were in position and just kind of biding our time and seeing what was going to happen next. And yeah, you got to know how wide your race car is to be able to find a hole that it'll fit in, and he obviously doesn't know that.
Thanks, Scott.
Now let's show you what happened to Bubba Wallace in that crash that produced all of this damage.
Jeez. Surprised it was even running.
Big debris field there.
Yeah, and I think all the damage on his car came when they stacked up. Regan?
Kevin, right? Priest checked their release from the infield care center. Ryan, first off, glad to see you.
That was quick.
Race car safe and sound. Seems like the Peck straightaway in Daytona, you are not friends here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the diffuser or what that makes these cars like a sheet of plywood when you walk out on a windy day. But you know, when the car took off like that and I got real quiet, all I thought about was my daughter. So I'm lucky to walk away, but we're getting really close to somebody not being able to. So very grateful for. Yeah, that sucks. We just had. I mean, this thing was fast, and you know, thanks to Build Submarines, thanks to Kroger, Castrol, Mohawk, Fifth Third Bank, everybody at RFK Racing. It's frustrating when you end your day like this.
We're glad you're okay. Thanks, Ryan.
Just a very unique scenario right there with those cars ramping tires like that and getting the front of the car up there like that.
Right there, when that car gets sideways, more pressure under the car than air pressure over, it's going to tumble.
If you back that up a second, if you guys can, when it hit Eric Jones's car, you saw the underbody and the header bend down and created that. There's so many things to dissect there. You could go back. Hey, sorry guys,
We got overtime coming up here. Daytona 500 Championship is about to be on the line. We got Denny Hamlin and Austin Cindric on the front row. The Toyotas on the bottom. Green flag back in the air. Custer, not a great push to the fellow Ford in front of him on Austin Cindric. Hamlin is clear out of the restart zone and out of the tri-oval. Will he move up in front of the 2? He does late. That kind of jammed the 2 car a little bit. Stalled him out. And now Hamlin's going to get hung out to dry, and Cindric will take the lead off turn 2. The 41 of Cole Custer. Right on the back bumper of Cindric. Cindric trying to win his second Daytona 500 in 4 years. Hamlin is coming back on the bottom, though, as he gets a push from the 35. He's not out of it yet. He's inside of Alex Bowman for third as they enter turn 3. Bowman pushing the back of the 41 car, but he's not going anywhere, even in the middle of the corner. Austin Cindric in the 2 pulls down to block Hamlin. He's clear off turn 4. White flag this time. 1 lap to go to decide the 67th running of the Daytona 500. We got a crash, and nope, just a slide for the 35. Big save. We keep it green. Entering turn 1, it's still Cindric leading. The entire pack behind him is bearing down. Cindric with a block on Hamlin high, a block to Hamlin low. In the middle of 1 and 2 as they exit the corner. Back straightaway, Hamlin goes high again. He's outside of the 2. He's going to need a push, but the 41 doesn't push him. He'll take a move 3 wide to the outside. They're pushing. Hamlin's around. Byron sneaks through. He's going to get to the lead, and they're still green as they race for the checker. Hard crash further back into the corner. And it's going to be between Tyler Reddick, has no one to push him. Caution comes out as they cross the checkered flag. 2 years in a row, William Byron has won the Daytona 500. He just snuck through there as Hamlin was torpedoing up the racetrack into the wall after getting clipped in the right rear from the crash happening behind him. And William Byron somehow snuck through just in the nick of time. Tyler Reddick second. Jimmy Johnson scored third. Pole sitter Chase Briscoe in fourth, and John Hunter Nemechek rounds out the top 5. Alex Bowman in 6th, and how the heck did Ryan Blaney finish 7th? He was wrecked in that Logano deal just a little bit ago, and he ends up 7th. Austin Cindric 8th, Justin Allgaier 9th for JRM, and Chris Buescher rounds out the top 10. 2 years in a row, William Byron. His 5th drafting track win, his 3rd win at Daytona. He led quite a bit real early in the race, but he hadn't really led since stage 1. He led some laps in stage 3 during the fuel saving, actually. Looking to see how many he led total in this race. I'll find that in a little bit.
Got a high rate of speed. Gets on the outside, and you see they just all run out of room right there.
Oh, man, they were going for it. Briscoe, his teammate, went to the back bumper at Hamlin as they came to the inside of him, the outside of him. They were going for it. You can't ask for any better than that. 3 wide.
And as they crashed, only William Byron and Tyler Reddick got by. Everyone from third on back.
And that's why all these guys tell you leading up into this race, you got to have a little bit of luck on your side. Somehow, this guy right here just had it 2 years in a row. He was in the right place and the right time came, though, Kevin.
You got to be in it to win it, and he was in the right part of the pack. Had everything fall his way going down the back straightaway, and ultimately wound up winning another Daytona 500.
William Byron started racing on the computer. Told his dad, I'd like to try this. They got him a Legends car. He started winning and never looked back. Went to the K&N Series, the Truck Series, Xfinity, and the Cup Series. But then he has only 2 finishes better than 21st in 8 Daytona 500 starts, and they are both wins. It's the 10th win for Rick Hendrick. Breaking a tie. 14th career victory for the Charlotte native, who finished 3rd in points last year with 3 victories. Jamie Little,
Byron's entire team is out here. Your family just walked out. William, go grab that flag. William, you were ninth with 1 lap to go. How did you come through the pack and avoid the chaos to make it 2 in a row at Daytona?
Yeah, obviously some good fortune, but just trusting my instinct on the last lap there. I felt like they were getting squirrely on the bottom and just tried to. I was honestly going to go third lane regardless because I was probably 6 coming up. Worked out in our favor, but just really proud of this team. Worked super hard all week and had an amazing car. Just had a really hard time with the fuel savings and kind of staying towards the front. So crazy, yeah. I mean, I can't honestly believe that, but we're here, so I'm proud of it.
William, you won this last year, and you know what a big moment it was. Can you describe what this race does for a driver, especially like yourself, and now to get to do it a second time? What does this race mean?
Yeah, it's obviously really special. It's a amazing race. It's obviously a lot of crazy racing out there tonight, and just a lot of pushing and shoving. But just really proud of our team. You know, I can't stress that enough. I'm just super thankful for this group and everything that they do in the off season to get prepared. And we plan on trying to win a lot of races this year, so we're not going to stop here. You know, we're going to continue to push forward and try to get to Phoenix.
Congratulations. William Byron wins the Daytona 500.
Well, Tyler Reddick comes home second in the Daytona 500. Your best finish in this race. Bring me through the end of the chaos you saw and how the hole opened up for you.
Yeah, you know, with that restart we had with 15 to go, we kind of got checked up in the middle and kind of ended up further back than we wanted to be. So we kind of we didn't really want to. We ducked out of it, hoping for the caution. We got it, but we were still lined up 16th there on the green white checkered. So when they started to spin on the dog leg, I kind of jumped out of line thinking that was going to be it. We just kept going. So yeah, I knew that me and the 24 had like a good run, and they were throwing big blocks. And when they started spinning on the inside, I had a run on 24. I thought, man, if I could just snake through in the 11, not scrub my speed. I would have at least had an opportunity to do something, but all in all, I've never really finished a race here unless it was 40 laps down. So I'll take second. We wanted to get a good start to the year, and we scored a lot of points today. So I'm really happy with everyone's effort on this 45 Nasty Beast Toy Camera.
Runner-up finish for Tyler Reddick in the Daytona 500.
Byron, the winner for Chevrolet. Reddick, Johnson, Briscoe, Nemechek, the top 5, all Toyotas. Then Bowman, Chevy. And those fixed scores of Blaney and Cindric, 7th and 8th.
Wow, Reddick barely got through there too.
Wins the Daytona 500 for the second year in a row. We'll have more from Daytona after this.
Any interviews we have going forward, I'll let you know, obviously. Margin of victory about 1/10 of a second when they crossed the line. The caution did come out just after the checkered flag, I do believe. William Byron with the race win. In this one, we had 9 cautions total, 56 lead changes, 46 laps under caution. We did go slightly past the scheduled distance of this race and almost 4 hours of elapsed racing time. 70... No, that's not right. Yeah, they definitely went to overtime. It says that on our screen. Not sure exactly how many laps past the scheduled distance on our raw feed leaderboard, so we'll have to find that out later. But William Byron, again, with the race win, back-to-back Daytona 500 champion now. Tyler Reddick finishes in second. Jimmy Johnson third. How about Jimmy Johnson finishing third in the 500 after starting 40th? Chase Briscoe from the pole finishes 4th. John Hunter Nemechek rounds out the top 5. 2 Legacy Motor Club cars in the top 5 there late. Yeah, no Fords up at the front. I was high on Fords coming in, and they were controlling the race for so long until they couldn't. And Toyotas looked strong all week. They finished 2nd through 5th, but the Chevy is the one that gets the win. Alex Bowman 6th after finishing runner-up last year. Somehow Ryan Blaney finished 7th. He must have been hanging out well behind the pack with the damage he had from the Logano incident. I didn't even know he was still in the race, let alone on the lead lap. And obviously he was far enough behind the pack. He missed the wreck, drove through it, and he ends up 7th. Austin Cindric in 8th place. Justin Allgaier for Junior Motorsports finishes in 9th. in their Cup Series debut. And then Chris Buescher rounds out the top 10 in 10th. Michael McDowell 11th, Daniel Suarez 12th, Eric Jones 13th, Ty Dillon 14th, Chase Elliott 15th, 16th for Riley Herbst, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 17th, Ty Gibbs 18th, Justin Haley 19th, Kyle Larson in 20th, 21st for Cole Custer, Corey LaJoie 22nd, Austin Dillon 23rd. Denny Hamlin was leading on the final lap when he ended up getting hooked when the wreck happened to his outside. Just behind him, unfortunately got hooked in the right rear. Pretty hard hit for him into the outside wall. But 24th from first on the last lap. And as far as Denny Hamlin, it looked like he was going to make history and he was going to be the 4-time Daytona 500 winner. Instead, it's history the other way where William Byron goes back-to-back for the first time since Hamlin in 2019 and 2020. Cody Ware finishes in 25th. Brad Keselowski, 26th, was the first car lap down, so 25 cars finished on the lead lap. Todd Gilliland was 27th. Noah Gragson, 28th. Bubba Wallace, 29th, 4 laps down. Carson Hocevar 5 laps down in 30th. And then Christopher Bell on back, DNF'd in this race, plus a lot of other drivers. I'm not even going to begin to try to think who DNF'd because I don't know who drove back from that last lap crash and who didn't. But behind Christopher Bell in 31st, he had Ryan Preece in 32nd, who had that scary crash. Luckily, he is okay. Shane Van Gisbergen was 33rd. Kyle Busch 34th. Joey Logano 35th. 36th for Zane Smith. Josh Berry 37th. Martin Truex Jr. 38th. 41st. That rounds out our 41 car field for the 2025 Daytona 500. Crazy stuff there. Quickly to run down the pre-race predictions. William Byron was one of my fantasy team picks, but he was not one of the must-have picks. The must-haves were Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, and Christopher Bell. And I believe all 3 of them DNF'd. So 0 for 3 there. Logano 35th, Kyle Busch 34th, Christopher Bell 31st. That's tough. That's tough for me here this weekend. Not a good start on the predictions there. Sleeper picks. Bubba Wallace got in a crash late. Let's see where he ended up. Again. Trying to find him on the leaderboard. Am I scrolling too quick? Where the heck is he? Chat might have to help me out here. I had to have missed him multiple times. There he is, 29th, so he wasn't that high ahead of the other guys. So, go figure. Austin Cindric would have been the only sleeper pick in the top 10 of the 2 as he did finish in 8th. Led quite a few laps, was in contention for the win late. And we'll get to the don't-haves in a moment. Here's Denny Hamlin.
A great spot many times the last 10 laps. Appreciate National Endeavor League coming on and giving them a great ride, but we didn't have the caution on the first front straightaway spin. And I was like, well, it's the second lease on life to try to get the 2. So I measured up the 2, got a run on them, and stayed with them. And then, we had pulled away from the pack slightly, so I knew a run was going to come. 41 had the run, and I chose not to block them. Like, in these races, you got to live to make it off of turn 4, and we just didn't. I thought that the 41 came down, and I'm pushing the 2 down as low as I can, giving the 41 all the space and not stopping his run. But he I thought he hung, not hung a left, but, steered left and was trying to crowd it. And, I understand everyone's trying to go for it, and, he's going for it, and all of us are. But, in those situations, I told him, it was like, we gotta get off 4. Then we can do this. But we just never made it, and somebody else won. I don't even know where William was running. Appreciate your time, Denny. Jamie?
How about 7-time Jimmy Johnson brings it home 3rd? His best finish in this next gen car by a lot, Jimmy, and smiles all around. How good does this one feel for you?
This feels incredible, and I have emotions that I didn't expect to have. I've never been in this position as an owner, and it's really opened up a different set of emotions and for trying to achieve in the journey we're on. I'm so satisfied, so happy right now. I'm excited we have 2 cars in the top 5. Hope Shack is watching. Thank you, buddy. We got your car in the top 3. And a big thanks to Carvana and their continued support. Mobile One, Abbott Health, Family Dollar Tree. It's just been interesting couple of years, and to have the cars come out and be this strong. This Toyota was rocket ship fast. I'm just smiling inside now.
2 Legacy Motor Club drivers in the top 5. A great run for them, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. 49-year-old Jimmy Johnson from 15th on that last lap.
15th to 3rd on the last lap, missing that crash. 49 years old, Jimmy Johnson, having a top 3 in the Daytona 500. That's incredible. William Byron, even more incredible, has just won back-to-back Daytona 500s. The last thing we had to get through on our predictions was the don't haves. I was 2 for 2 there. Josh Berry, 37th, got in that early wreck. Ended up 96 laps down there at the finish. DNF for him. And then 13th for Daniel Suarez, who actually had a better run through the stages earlier in the race. Scored quite a few stage points, but still finished outside the top 10. So, William Byron gets the win. We got to go over the Fantasy League next. See who won. How my team did. Predictions weren't so hot. 3 predictions correct out of the 7 for this weekend. So not a good start. We'll see if we can do better at Atlanta next week. I did have Denny Hamlin in the garage, so him getting wrecked there late actually didn't hurt me any. But I did have William Byron on my team, so that was good. He got the win. Blaney still came back to finish in the top 10, and he had the most stage points. So that's solid for me. Cindric had a top 10 finish. Logano caught up in the wreck. Won a stage. Decent points, but not great for him. And Bubba Wallace, only 2 stage points and was caught up in one of those late race incidences. Those guys were on my team. The head-to-head picks, I had Joey Logano over Hamlin. That was wrong. I had Blaney over Elliott. That was right. I had Kyle Busch over Kyle Larson. That was wrong. And I had Wallace over Byron. Byron won the race, so that was wrong. So I only got 10 bonus points. Enough about me. Time to check the KRC League. Derek Booth is our Week 1 winner. 183 points. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon Fan in second with 171 points, 67. And the Plow V3 fifth with 159 points. See who Derek Booth had on his fantasy team. Yeah, Christopher Bell, Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, William Byron, and Ryan Blaney. So 3 of the top 4 in points for the total points scored on the day. He did end up having only 10 bonus points as well. Chase Elliott, Christopher Bell. We had pretty similar teams by way of points score, but obviously still ended up getting the win by 12 overall over second place. So congratulations to Derek Booth as our Daytona 500 champion in the KRC League. And again, you can join the KRC League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. If you win our league championship for the regular season and or playoffs, you get a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing the following season. There was a bit of confusion at the end of last year on that, by the way. The regular season championship ends at the end of the regular season. It's not the champion from the total points of both the regular season and the playoffs. Last year at the end of the playoffs, when they were not ahead at the end of race 26 for the regular season. And the playoffs, even though they had a combine between the two, we reset the points in the playoffs. We don't carry over from what we already had. So we have 2 separate champions there. So unfortunately, they did not get the prize. So there was a little bit of confusion. I kind of felt bad when I had to tell them that they didn't win and tried to explain why they didn't. That's the first time that has happened. 3 years in, I didn't think anybody would get confused on that necessarily. So I apologize that was the case for him. So I just want to explain that real quick here at the end of the stream that the regular season championship ends at the end of the regular season. It's not the I figured it was pretty, self-explanatory, but there was confusion there. So when we get to the playoffs, look at the playoff standings only. Don't look at the overall standings, which, again, you can easily navigate when you're on the season standings for your league when we get to the playoff. Booth is at the top of it after week 1. So last thing we have to do here is go over the schedule for next weekend, which NASCAR will be headed to Atlanta Motor Speedway, and we will have more drafting track racing going on next week. You have to pull up the schedule for NASCAR. So I believe it's going to be only Saturday and Sunday next week. get an interview with Austin.
And really, the 11 are on a bit of an island with the package separated there through the tri-oval, and yeah, I felt like I was in a decent spot to get absorbed, but there by the inside lane. I don't know, they go 3 wide here on the back, and then they get wrecked. But yeah, at that point, I felt like we still had a shot to come back to the line. I felt like everybody was pretty responsible there on the bottom, and I thought we were gonna have another run at it, but just get that far separated. It's a shame, man. I love the opportunity to come out here and have the speed weeks that we had. You know, everybody at Team Penske for Performance Discount Tire that makes this possible for me. I'm out here living my dream, and I'm pissed because we're that close, you know, and we've been that close before. And obviously, winning the race doesn't change anything. I mean, I want to come out here and do it each time, and I'm just thankful for. Race cars and very frustrated with the result.
All right, thanks for staying to talk to us, Austin. Jamie, your thoughts on a kind of a methodical run? Yeah, he was fortunate, but William Byron fought a great time.
Yeah, I mean, what looked like the day of Ford turned out to be the day of survival. We only had we had a Chevy win and 4 Toyotas in top 5. No Fords to be seen at the end, but had a great day. Just weren't able to put it all together.
2 10-car wrecks. The 9-car wreck took out a number of the Fords, including Logano and Ryan Blaney. For Jamie McMurray, I am Chris Myers. Don't forget, next Sunday. Yeah, this was it was worth it at the end. An unexpected finish. We'll be in Atlanta next Sunday. Stick around for Family Guy on Fox, except on the West Coast. And thanks for being a part of NASCAR on Fox. Have a good one.
Just kidding.
Trying to figure out the schedule here for next weekend. It looks like I'm assuming it's a typo where it says NASCAR Xfinity Series qualifying at 5 p.m. on Saturday. I'm assuming that's Cup qualifying and it's a typo. But even that seems kind of late. Because what time is the Xfinity race next weekend? Yeah, NASCAR's website's all... Well, that was actually Atlanta Motor Speedway's website. NASCAR's website doesn't show it at all. Which usually they do if you just click on the date. Let's see. Yeah, Xfinity race is at 5 on Saturday, so Cup qualifying has to be earlier than that. It's probably before the truck race, and the truck race is earlier in the day on Saturday. So I'm not entirely sure what time Cup Series qualifying is on Saturday. I would assume it's going to be in the morning sometime. But we will be live for it, and obviously when I do find out the start times, we'll put the schedule up for next weekend in the community tab. But for right now, I don't know when qualifying is going to be for the Cup Series. Now, there's no practice scheduled for any more super speedway races the rest of the season, so it's only going to be qualifying next weekend for the practice/qualifying stream. Single car qualifying at Atlanta Motor Speedway. So that will be Saturday morning. I just don't know what time. Obviously, when it starts, we will be live. And then after that will be the Truck Series race at 1:30 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. 5 p.m. Eastern will be the NASCAR Xfinity Series race. So sometime Saturday morning, we'll get started. Triple header of coverage, Cup qualifying, truck race at 1:30, and the Xfinity race at 5 p.m. Eastern. Next Sunday at Atlanta Motor Speedway will be our next NASCAR Cup Series race live stream. We will go live at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Drop of the green flag will be shortly after 3. Hope to see you for that one and many more throughout the course of the season. Once again, congratulations to William Byron for winning the Daytona 500 2 years in a row. We're going to wrap up this 9.5-hour stream through all the rain delays and whatnot. I haven't eaten since like noon earlier today, so I'm going to get something in me here. Appreciate it, as always. Thanks for watching all of Speed Week's coverage. It was a massive week on the channel, and I greatly appreciate everybody that was there for all 8 streams, maybe only the ones that you could catch, and all the way throughout the 9.5 hours. I know many of you were watching all the way through this one, and you guys are the backbone of the channel, to say the least. We'll see you next week at Atlanta. Thanks for watching, everybody.